Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. A magic circle formed on the ground, and from it arose a raging cyclone of violent thunder, rain, and wind. Pelts of thunder struck the ground, producing charred craters in the ground. It was almost misty, a white haze filling the battlefield. Die you bastard! A black-haired man yelled. With his shout a burst of lightning sprouted, targeting a nearby figure. A long-haired man dressed in a stylish black robe, a purple streak running down his hair. He held a saber in his hand, pointing it upward. It glanced like the weapon of a fallen angel, black feathers hanging off its ebony hilt, and its blade dyed a deep gunmetal. The cyclone created by the black-haired man raged toward him, ravaging everything in its path. Instead of dodging, the long-haired man raised his saber, a confident smirk on his face. Then he cut, bringing his saber down upon the cyclone as an ear-splitting sound rung through the air. With his attack a brilliant white light flashed and a shockwave spread through the entire room. As the light died down, the cyclone was no longer anywhere in sight. There the long-haired man stood, taking on a victorious pose, a murderous glint in his eyes. He raised his sword once more, aiming it toward the black-haired man. Damn it! The black-haired cursed, his eyes narrowing as he brought his palms forward. Skill, myriad blades. Activating hundreds of dozens of spectral swords appeared behind him, and with a single flick of his fingers, they flew toward the long-haired man. Clack, clack, clack. At the barrage, the long-haired man's grin grew larger, and he raised his saber forward, quickly making work of the incoming swords. More and more spectral blades flew toward his and the man dodged with a single swift side step. He pointed his blade to the air before stabbing into the ground as mana began to rage around his body. Whoosh! The long-haired man disappeared, while a torrent of mana burst where he once stood. Then a sudden ping sounded next to the black-haired man. Red flashed in front of the black-haired man's eyes, and he glanced down. There, he could see a blade impaled in his chest, blood squirting out. As he turned his head, he could see the long-haired man standing behind him, a cocky smile on his face. "I'll die if you do first, number two." He spoke. The long-haired man pulled his saber from out of the trench coat wearing man's chest, a notification appearing in front of him. Notice. Player, heart-stealing thief, has won the duel. Damn it. Seal cursed. He leaned back in his chair, the faint light from his computer monitor illuminating his face in the otherwise pitch-black room. Fua. He took in a deep breath, feeling his tensed muscles and strained arm. Closing his bleary eyes, tired from staring at a screen for 40 hours straight, he reflected on everything that brought him to this moment. A moment where he would care this much about a dumb game to bring harm to his own body and well-being playing it. If he from 7 years ago could see him now, he had no doubt that he would slap Seal in the face for being such a fool. Too bad. Seal chuckled. He couldn't help but feel entertained by what he had just experienced. It had been the, 596th time he had challenged heart-stealing thief to a duel, and the 325th loss he had faced. It had to be now, of all times. Those moments playing were exhilarating, one of the few things that filled up this unnecessarily large room. It was a shame that he lost, but it was time to call it a night anyway. Or was it a day already? Ping. Seal heard a notification from his headphones and opened his eyes, seeing that heart-stealing thief had sent him a message. Heart-stealing thief. What were you thinking challenging me? You were going to lose anyways. Reading the message, he could feel the veins popping out of his head. His rival was as annoying as always, not having changed a bit since he first met him 6 years ago. Board servant. Heart-stealing thief. Don't be so glum. You did well. I mean as well as the eternal number 2 could do winking face. Reading his rival's next message, CL's annoyance only grew larger. Board servant. Board servant. I hope you get hit by a truck. Heart-stealing thief. I could say the same for you smiley face. Heart-stealing thief. As per our agreement, I get first dibs on the next floor, right? Board servant. F. Seal wrote in pure rage. He used asterisks in place of the other, more unpleasant characters, so the system wouldn't block his message, but he was this close to plainly cursing. Heart-stealing thief. Ha ha ha, I couldn't imagine being you right now. Heart-stealing thief. You were so close to being the first person to visit the final floor. Board servant, your message has been redacted. Board servant, your message has been redacted. Board servant, SJB Vasing V Bunayan Voyaboisio BNJMKOMOFHTCXDRZ. Salt rubbed in his wound. Seal ended up doing what he had been avoiding for this entire chat log. Of course, the system immediately rejected it, leading him to spam characters in retaliation. To reiterate, it was ridiculous he would get this worked up over a game. Him caring at all was itself odd, and for a game of all things. To calm himself down, he turned his attention over to the shelf near his desk, barely making out a box that was sitting there. Tower of Pandora. This game that had accompanied him for the last 7 years of his life, from the start of his high school years, all the way to the end of his university days. He sat there staring at the box of the game someone gave him so many years ago. In the beginning, it had sat there in that exact spot, gathering dust. Untouched for months on end, until Seal finally tried it. Instant addiction. Those were the 2 words that best described what happened afterwards. He couldn't think of a specific reason as to why, it was more like it just clicked for him. The moment he stepped foot into that world, it was as if he had found a place to belong, like returning to a home he had never been to. He didn't like to brag, but he was quite good at it as well. After years of conquering labyrinths, leading raids, defeating bosses, competing in duels, and uncovering the many hidden secrets of the game, he had gone all the way up to 2nd place. Especially that last one. He did a lot of that. A treasure hunter. Upon his first discovery of an ancient relic hidden amid the 39th floor, Seal had got hooked on the concept of treasure hunting. In hindsight, maybe that was why he was so addicted, but that aside. In his search for more information about the game's world and lore, he encountered entire hidden dungeons, and even societies, filled with many of the game's most valuable and powerful loot. Those adventures and the glory that came from them, every single moment in the game was exhilarating and adrenaline pumping. Even when he had to deal with his less than pleasant rival, he was always having fun. Heart-stealing thief, XD, don't mind if I do then. Heart-stealing thief, farewell then, my dear number 2. TCH. Okay, maybe he wasn't always having fun. At this last message, Seal didn't feel a need to reply. In his quest to become the number 1 player in Tower of Pandora, he encountered a large immovable wall. Rank 1. The greatest player in the whole game. The person that drove him crazier than anyone else in the entire world. Heart-stealing thief. He first gained his fame for clearing the previously wondered to be unbeatable 50th floor, solo. For this achievement, the community gave Heart-stealing thief the nickname, Demon King, from the sheer power he showed in the floor replays. His rival had been at every corner he turned, and in this case, he was literally standing in a corner that Seal turned. Would it have been safe to say he had stolen every item and title he had ever wanted? Yeah, it was. Terrible naming sense aside, Heart-stealing thief was the real deal when it came to skills at the game, and in CL's opinion, in pissing him off. He had spent an entire day cooped up in his room in an attempt to speedrun the 99th floor. He needed to do this to gain the qualifications to challenge the final floor and finally beat the tower, once and for all. Lo and behold, as he reached the 99th floor gate, the final barrier between him and the final floor, he met a familiar face. It seemed like Heart-stealing thief had the same wondered as him and wanted to be the first to clear the tower. After some bickering, the 2 had decided to settle it in a duel. Whoever won would get to be the first person to clear the tower. Would it have been safe to say that his rival had stolen every item and title he had ever wanted? Yeah, it was. There was no other way to put it. Board servant, hurry up. Heart-stealing thief. You're making me want to be very slow all of a sudden. Board servant, if you're not going, I will. Heart-stealing thief. No need to be so impatient. I mean, I already know this since you play this game after all, but you aren't very popular with girls, are you? Board servant. Shut up. Board servant. 3. Heart-stealing thief. Board servant. 2. Heart-stealing thief. All right, for real this time. Seal leaned back, his eyes still focused on the screen as he watched his rival's character slowly make its way over to the gate. This is it, huh? Seal wondered to himself as he watched Heart-stealing thief's avatar disappear. 7 years of his life. While those 7 years weren't specifically dedicated to clearing the tower, It was an objective that he had stored somewhere among the shelves of his mind. He was both glad and upset at the same time. It wasn't as if the tower being cleared would make him stop playing, it was just a shame he wouldn't be the one clearing it. His eyes glazed over as he stared at the blank monitor screen, the sensation of boredom clawing its way into his heart. A pang of pain then hit him, as his eyes returned to normal. I need to take a break for today, or I'm going to go insane. He clicked the switch to turn off his screen, and placed his hands on his arm rests. As he stood up, eyes pointed toward a door, CL's screen turned back on, displaying static. Huh! A bright white light filled up his room, blinding him. He felt his senses start to get weak, his body falling asleep. Before it did, though, he could have sworn he heard a familiar mechanical voice ringing in his ears, the voice of the tower. Ping. The trial has begun. Story theme. What it takes to be broken. Chapter 2. Fairith Seal felt like he was floating in the air, away from everyone and everything. His body was light, and his mind was clear. Nothing but blank space around him. Then a sudden wonder struck his mind. Who was Seal? Or rather, who was he? Faye. A sharp voice rung in CL's ear, a slight tug on his shoulder. Brushing it away, he turned his body over, the voice calling him growing quieter and quieter. Comfort, bliss. What other expression was there to express his condition right now, other than perfect? He had everything he had ever needed. Warmth, softness, and silence. Faye. The voice rung in his ears again, much louder than before. The tug on his shoulder grew more rampant, his body practically being shaken. He shook the hand off, his mouth barely opening. Just 5 more minutes. He was able to mumble out before his entire body slumped, darkness enveloping him once more. Seal felt an ominous feeling on his back, his senses telling to wake up, or else. Though, in his current condition, Seal couldn't care any less about his instincts, his body telling him he was feeling good right now. Oh well, what I am supposed to do? The shaking stopped and the same voice as earlier spoke in an eerie tone. CL's brain kept screaming at him to wake up, but the person wouldn't listen. Shrugging, his instincts made the decision to give up, letting their body do whatever it wanted. BZZT. Ow. Seal yelped. A sudden jolt of electricity jumped from CL's shoulder to the rest of his body, and pain came with it. It wasn't so painful as to hurt him, but more than enough to get him wide awake. As his eyes fluttered open, the light from the outside world singeing them, he got a good look at his surrounding as a wonder struck his mind. Huh, where am I? A large room with white walls and various engravings made in black. Large curtains hung from the wall, and a faint light peeked through the ceiling and windows. A single chandelier hung from the ceiling, made with various metals and what glanced to be gems. This wasn't where he went to sleep. Where was the futon splayed out on the floor? The one he was too lazy to clean up? Or his complete collection of various comic series? His precious figures, not his precious figures. As the sensation of touch returned to the rest of his body, Seal realized he felt a bit odd. He felt much better than usual. His posture was perfect, close to how it used to be. His body also didn't feel like it had consumed 3 bowls of ultra-spicy noodles before a 20-hour gaming session. Turning his eyes down, he then discovered the pure white linen clothes he was wearing. Nostalgic. This wasn't his body, though, not his body in the past. Even under those linen clothes, he could see a set of light, but well-developed muscles. Yeah, he was sure he never had something like that in the past. His mind confused and busy, Seal didn't realize the person next to him, currently staring at his odd behavior. She was a young-looking woman, gorgeous facial features, short bronze hair, and a lapis blue robe covering her entire body. If Seal was to describe her, he would say that she glanced like one of those NPCs you would usually find acting like a mentor figure to the heroes. A mage maybe? Or even a warlock? She glanced at him with a worried and guilty look, like someone whose prank had gone a little too off track. Seal wondered about asking the woman where he was, and more importantly, who he was. Before he could do so, he felt his heart thumping wildly. Ba-dump. Ba-dump. It felt like it was about to jump out of his chest, an intense heat striking his entire body. As he was about to process it, his brain stopped working, another sensation taking over all his senses. Pain. That was the sensation that came next. A heart-wrenching, gut-pulping pain that shook his entire body. His bones were being melted, and his body frozen. Thousands of needles slowly made their way into the center of his body, as they pierced, every so slightly, into each and every one of his organs. He couldn't move, or do anything for that matter, his body succumbing to the continuous pain. Arg! He couldn't help but scream, his body convulsing with every second that passed. He had no other way to express what he was experiencing, except for a scream that even heaven could hear. Although a tiny part of him, somewhere up there, calmed him down. This wasn't even close to the worst pain he had ever faced. Sure, it hurt like hell, but it was nothing compared to that. Faye. The woman next to him yelled in concern, holding his body down. Seal took a deep breath and tried his best to tune out the pain. With that, his breathing steadied, and his body began to calm down. The pain was far from over, though now, his mind felt more at ease. At that moment, as if waiting for this exact event, a stream of memories came rushing through his brain. Events he both recognized, and at the same time, didn't. Memories from when he was a little boy. Running around in back alleys and stealing food. The time his mother taught him to use magic. The time he cast his first spell. His days learning from his private tutor. Everything. All of that happened in less than 16 seconds, and in those seconds, he had relived through 16 years of life. 16 years of someone's life. No, 16 years of his life, 16 years that he had forgotten, somehow. Faireth Aradel. Seal, or rather Faireth, didn't know how to feel about this event. His earlier confusion when he woke up was now gone, but also replaced with an even large curiosity. The same question still stood. Who was he? Seal? Faireth? Or maybe both? Seal had become Faireth, and at the same time, Faireth had become Seal. All the memories belonging to the two melded together, becoming a single coherent narrative. These puzzle pieces of different sets that miraculously fit together, creating a new, whole image. His pain then vanished, going away like it was never there. My apologies, Mother, both for not waking up to your call, and for losing control over my mana. Faireth made up an excuse as he apologized, all the while reassuring the woman. Do not fret though, as I now have everything under control. He got up and turned to his side, to the woman who had woken him up, his mother. Concern was still there on her face, though after seeing Faireth speak normally, she lightened up. Is that so? She spoke. Well, aside from the first thing, don't forget to inform me when you can't control your mana. We wouldn't want another incident happening, would we? Of course, Mother, my apologies once more, Faireth responded. His mother raised her palms, a faint light emanating from them. Then a warmth blanketed over Faireth's body, the light washing over him. After a bit, his mother lowered her palms and nodded, her expression turning light. You're all good now, she remarked with a grin. I can't believe you would forget about our appointment today. I wouldn't wake you up for something as meaningless as a meeting with the royal family, but today is a bit special. There was a mischievous glint in his mother's eyes as she spoke. Her expression had changed completely from when Faireth was spasming, but he honestly preferred this more than her being worried, though he couldn't help but worry at the implications of that glint. I'll be going then, Faye. His mother spoke. Be ready in an hour and meet me downstairs. With that, she left, leaving Faireth alone in his room. Before doing anything, he collapsed on his bed, exhausted with all that had happened in a single morning. He took in a deep breath before muttering, Faireth Aradel, huh? The name was odd to say, but it rolled right off his tongue. He couldn't help but feel a little weird knowing that it was his name, but at the same time it felt correct somehow. Ba dump. Ba dump. His heart started beating again, threatening to jump out of his chest, but it wasn't too weird this time. He knew exactly why he felt this. Excitement, adrenaline, exhilaration. Pandora's Tower, his favorite game in the whole world, and now he was inside of it, as an NPC no less. Faireth Aradel, it was the name of one of many famous major NPCs in Pandora's Tower. In-game he had been the tower's greatest magician, the head mage Silvervale Magic Court. Was it practice? Talent? Yeah, the latter. Faireth's innate traits were busted in terms of magic. Most of his innate traits had something to do with improved his magic. It would take a user a lot of work if they wanted to catch up with someone who was literally born into the world meant to be the greatest magician. It was sort of fitting for him to be in this body, as his favorite class had always been magician. His knowledge in this body's busted traits. He wondered what kind of chaos he could cause. Enough of that. Fairith put an abrupt stop on his wonders as he recalled his mother's words. He needed to get dressed first. Now, where was that wardrobe? He stood up off his bed, his feet touching the soft carpeted floor. He glanced around the room for a moment, some of his memories missing. Odd, but okay. He saw a door tucked away in a corner of the room, and a piece of information was unlocked in his brain as it recalled that a wardrobe was there. Creak, he pushed the door of the wardrobe open and walked inside, taking in the sheer luxury of the room. He had seen nice wardrobes before, but this was on another level. Solely due to the number of clothes it contained, this was above and beyond any wardrobe he had ever had. Maybe I should have spent more. He walked deeper in the room and saw something taking up the span of an entire wall. A large mirror, large enough for multiple people to look at their reflections at once. I'm not a narcissist, but, Fairith muttered as he glanced into the mirror. Why am I so handsome? He admired his reflection in the mirror. Short blonde hair, and well-rounded face, clear of any blemishes, as smooth as a newborn baby. Although he had just got out of bed, his hair was somehow in perfect condition, lustrous even. For a 16-year-old, Fairith was quite tall, standing at 178 centimeters. His hands glanced delicate, yet at the same time accented with calluses. His most defining feature was his eyes, one of the reasons Fairith was such a popular NPC in-game. Beautiful and golden eyes, almost mystical looking with their deep gilded hue. Whoa. He was shocked due to the sheer beauty of the body he was inhabiting. Sure, in-game, Fairith Aradel was already a good-looking character, but the screen did not do his looks any justice. Shaking his head to snap himself out of his trance, he considered something for a moment, before hesitantly raising his arms and sharply pinching both his cheeks. Ow! A jolt of pain struck his cheeks. What was he expecting to happen? Rubbing them, Fairith let out a heavy sigh. This is not a dream. Taking in a deep breath, Fairith walked over to a row of formal clothing. Looking through them, he selected an undershirt, a suit, and a pair of pants. Taking off his shirt, Fairith carefully changed into his formal clothing before leaving his wardrobe. Fully prepared, he cheerily talked to himself. Let's put all these confusing wonders aside. For now, let's finish today's business. Wouldn't want to disappoint Mother. Chapter 3. A light-hearted breakfast. Walking out of his room, Fairith headed out to the vast corridors of the house. Ever spanning, doors upon doors lining the hallways. Although the halls were large and spacious, they also felt eerily empty. Barren, not a single piece of decor in sight. Walking down the hallway, his footsteps thudding on the ground, Fairith navigated his way toward the mansion's dining hall. As he made his way through the mansion's lower floors, he began to get a better feel for the building. For one, the first floor was actually occupied, locks and seals placed on the rickety-looking wooden doors. A lab area, or so he assumed. Walking further down, he spotted a door nicer looking than the rest, the door's frame still in good condition. The study. Noting its location in his mind, Fairith continued walking. That wasn't his goal after all. Finally, making his way to a grand set of stairways, wrapped around, and leading to the common area, Fairith let out a sigh. How much longer do I have to walk to get some food? Grr. He could hear his stomach grumble a bit, a pang of hunger hitting him. Shaking his head to get rid of any wonders, Fairith continued walking, resuming his journey toward the dining hall. It just showed how wealthy the individual who owned this house was. The one and only, Sylvia Aradel, and speak of the devil. Good morning, Mother. Upon reaching the dining hall, Fairith gave a respectful bow and greeted Sylvia. Just by instinct, his body had immediately got into noble mode upon seeing her. He walked over to the dining table and took a seat opposite of her, tucking in. Morning, Faye. You better now? Sylvia responded with a wry smile. Fairith nodded at her question and turned to his meal. Though she inquired a perfectly innocent, and in some cases, kind question, every single fiber of Fairith's being told him not to reply. Simply trusting his instincts, he nodded and grunted, his eyes pointed down at the tablecloth. Sylvia Aradel, the tower's greatest summoner, begrudging noble of the Silvervale Kingdom, and his loving mother. Her clothes had changed, from the blue robe she wore earlier to a more formal-looking dress, dyed a dark cyan. A suit or armor came walking in from the hall's entrance, its helmet removed to reveal a ghoulish purple mist from inside of it. The suit of armor was carrying a tray fitted with utensils and food, respectfully walking over to Faerith. Living armor, spectral spirits that were given a vessel inside of a suit of armor. One of these monsters could kill every single player on the tower's first floor 5 times over, and still have enough power to regenerate itself to full condition. In a word, this monster was terrifying. Just as Faerith was thinking this, a few more living armors walked into the room, each of them carrying a separate tray. When he tried to recall why such a powerful monster was acting like a servant, he dug up a memory from his past. He had been 6 and Sylvia had hired maids to help around in the mansion. 3 days passed, and she had them fired, on accounts of them being incompetent. In truth, Sylvia had just found them too difficult to train and simply gave up on doing so. She ended up opting to summon some of the most powerful monsters in the tower, to act as housekeepers. A renowned summoner for sure, but Faerith couldn't help feel that his mother's talent in summoning took away her skills in something. Another one for team antisocial. Cutlery and plates were placed in front of him, alongside his main breakfast entree. Faerith had been so caught up in his wonders that he had forgotten how hungry he was. A bowl of bright orange pumpkin soup was served in front of him, an aromatic, slightly sweet, and savory smell hitting his nose. Starting to salivate, Faerith picked up his soup spoon and dug in, the creamy and luxurious soup thoroughly coating every inch of his mouth. Savoring each and every spoonful in the middle of him eating, Faerith snuck a peek of Sylvia. She was currently tinkering with an artificial artifact, otherwise known as arcane implements, man-made magical items powered by mana. Sparks and flames flew from her side of the table, an explosion seemingly occurring once every second. Multiple spell circles were in the air, all of them meant to augment the tinkering process to make it easier. How Faerith wished he could be her right now, his mouth watering more at the artifact than it was from the delicious food in front of him. A part of him was also glad that she was busy with the implements. Bless his ears, heart, and soul. Finishing up his breakfast, Faerith placed down his utensils, the living armors cleaning up after him. As the plates were taken away, he spotted a slight mischievous glint in Sylvia's pupils. Her eyes momentarily turned from the magic implement. Damn it. More explosions and mini-fires, until finally, Sylvia placed down the arcane implement, the magic circles around her disappearing. She had a satisfied smile on her face, staring at the implement like it was her pride and joy. Faerith's eyes also scanned the implement. He didn't understand a single part of it, but he was sure of something: it was special. So, Faye. Sylvia's sudden voice caused him to jump a bit from shock before then returning to normal. He turned away from the arcane implement and faced Sylvia. How are magic studies? They are well, mother. He responded. Why the sudden interest in his magical abilities? Now that he wondered about it, what were his magical abilities? He understood what she meant and how he was supposed to activate it, chance, and mana, but he didn't know how to do either of those things. Focusing in on his body, he felt his mana circuit completely dormant. When he racked his mind, he couldn't remember how to use a single spell. How odd. He hoped that Sylvia wasn't going to suddenly test his magic, or he was, in a word, doomed. Luckily for Faerith, at his reply, Sylvia simply nodded with a small smile. Odd. Then her expression took on a much more ominous and mischievous look, Faerith gulping just from looking at it. There was a good reason why he always hesitated to say that Sylvia was a loving mother, and the reason was this. Since he was young, one of his mother's favorite pastimes was to tease him, and she did this a lot. You would have wondered she ought to have stopped by now, but no. It had only grown more rampant the older he got, the more Sylvia discovered what exactly ticked him off. It was like an art form to her. He didn't mind it that much, but still, something meant to piss him off certainly did its job very well. Whenever his mother made this expression, Faerith knew that she was going to go into teasing mode, hence the reason he didn't reply to her when she first greeted him. Faerith raised his fingers so one of the living armors would fetch him a drink. He was preparing to be here for the long run, and without anything to distract him, he wasn't sure he would survive. Clasping the cup of water in his hand, Faerith braced himself for the hellstorm. That never ended up coming. Very well then. Sylvia spoke with a satisfied expression, her head bobbing up and down. Wait, what? Why was his mother suddenly acting happy, and what was with that look of approval? Oh yes, Faye, I have some business to take care of before I head to the palace. Do you mind going ahead while I take care of it? Sylvia spoke. Of course, mother. He spoke with a firm tone at his mother's sudden words, his eyes brimming with confidence. He had remarked it on a whim, to reassure his mother that he could be entrusted with such a simple task. A survival instinct, maybe, to protect him from being called out on his indecision. My coming-of-age ceremony was last year. I'm technically an adult now, so you can trust me in completing such tasks. As he finished talking, Fairith felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly regretted speaking so grandly, bringing his glass of water up to his mouth in hopes of passing by Sylvia's next few sentences. You're right. How could I forget something that happened so recently? Silly me. She paused before widening her smirk. Say, speaking of being an adult. A devious smile was placed upon her face, Fairith coming to the realization that he was correct in his suspicions all along. I was going to inform you that today's discussion with the royal family will be about your fiancé. As she finished her statement, Fairith nearly choked, his drink spilling onto his clothes. He was more than shocked by Sylvia's sudden announcement. He had expected it to be something else, something less like you're getting married, and more you're an idiot. He tried to speak but stuttered, and before he could get out a response, Sylvia quickly stood up from her seat. It's getting quite late, I must be on my way. Sylvia hurriedly remarked, a wide grin splayed across her face. I'll be seeing you at the palace, Faye. With that, his mother left, disappearing from Fairith's sight. He was glued to his seat, his mouth still gaped open. Everything had just happened so fast, too fast. He reeled in shock, a slight migraine building in his head. She can't be serious, right? Seeing as Sylvia had already left, Fairith tried his best to regain his cool, standing up from his seat. No use in thinking about it now, he muttered to himself. Organizing his wonders, he made his first order of business a new pair of clothes. Or just two. Be safe, several. Walking back toward his room, he peered outside of the window overlooking the town. If he was correct in his thinking, the path to the royal palace should pass a certain spot he had business with. Why not? Adding that to his list of agendas, Fairith changed into new clothes, packing another set inside of a brown satchel. Finished with all of business, he walked back down into the common area, heading the opposite direction of the dining hall, to the front door. Regardless of everything else that had happened this past hour, with every step Fairith took, excitement and adrenaline coursed through his body. He walked out the front door with bated breaths, anticipation firm on his mind. The 76th floor of the tower was all his to explore for the next few hours. Why wouldn't he, a game addict, be excited? As he laid his eyes on the magnificent horse-drawn carriage parked right outside his home, his anticipation only grew. Let's get going then. Chapter 4. Welcome to Bronzewall. Fairith rested his head on his arm, leaning against the hard wooden handrail of the carriage, his gaze turned to the outside world. He enjoyed the outside scenery, taking in the views of the familiar but brand new world. It was a shame he couldn't make full use of this amazing view, the urge to vomit continuously welling up inside of him. The air inside of the carriage was stale and stuffy, making Fairith feel quite unpleasant. It was difficult to breathe, every moment close to torture. At first, he could ignore this, choosing to focus on the fact he was inside of the Silvervale Kingdom, and was about to see it with his own eyes. Sooner or later, he couldn't scratch that horrid sensation weighing down on him, the nausea taking over and filling his wonders. He felt a bit guilty, because ignoring everything else, he was inside an otherwise grandiose cabin, fitted with all the space and amenities one could need inside of one. The treatment he got before he boarded the carriage was also nothing short of royal. When he left his house, Fairith was greeted by a coachman who led him to a carriage prepared especially by the royal family. It was crafted of beautiful cedar wood, the royal family's signature white rose emblem proudly displayed on the carriage's back. Honored as he was by this treatment, Fairith could no longer stand being inside of the cabin. Surely the novelty had worn off. A moment longer inside the carriage, he suspected, would cause breakfast to be a concept of the past. The scenery was nice though, the silhouettes of various buildings making their way into the carriage. The city was bustling, vendors and shops running. Across the street, People haggling and buying. All sorts of people were here. Both citizens from Silvervale and another demographic, one Faireth knew particularly well, players. The two groups mingled in harmony, the atmosphere loud but peaceful. As he glanced out the window, a familiar sight came into view. Faireth put on a wry grin, a grin that, if anyone who knew Sylvia would say, reminded them of her. Opening the carriage door, Faireth called for the coachman. "Excuse me, Mr. Coachman." Faireth spoke in a cold, aloof voice, his expression shifting completely. It was his instincts kicking in once more, changing Faireth's intended tone to the one it was now. The coachman glanced behind him, facing Faireth, whose head was sticking out of the carriage. He was mildly terrified, mainly from Faireth's tone, so languid and uncaring. He had heard rumors that the heir of the Aradel household was both aloof and cold-hearted, but this frigid sensation was something else altogether. "How may I assist you, young master?" The coachman nervously responded to Faireth's call. He had an emotionless expression on his face, a visage that showed neither joy nor anger. Faireth put his hand out of the window, in it a gold coin he took out of his pocket. Putting his index finger to his lips, he tossed the coin to the coachman. "I would appreciate it if you didn't mention this to anyone." When he finished speaking, and before the coachman could react, Faireth jumped out of the carriage, landing amongst the crowded street. As he landed, he could see the shocked expression of the coachman, which he thoroughly ignored. Getting up onto his feet, Faireth made his way into the crowd, blending right in. In the blink of an eye, he was completely gone. Far enough away from the carriage, Faireth took in a deep breath, his mind not exactly used to such quick movements. His body, on the other hand. For a magician, this is quite a nice body. He was quite impressed by the physical capabilities of his body, robust and full of energy. It was surprising, considering he was going to be a magician in the future, but perhaps that was a different matter altogether. Taking in a deep breath, Faireth admired his surroundings. If his memories weren't wrong, Faireth was currently in the middle of Bronzewall City, the capital of the Silvervale Kingdom, one of the if not the most well-known residential floor in the tower. This specific scenery was quite nostalgic for Faireth. He dug up pleasant memories of him running around this exact city to find his rival's hidden home. You see, Tower of Pandora allowed players to purchase specific zones inside of certain floors, allowing them to own the land there. The floors that allowed players to do this were primarily those that contained residents, another name for the people originating from the tower. Thus, these floors were given the name, residential floors, by users, the reason being, well. In the end, Faireth never did find Heartstealingthief's home, but it was an entertaining stint either way. His attention turned away from himself, every fiber of his being admiring the vibrant atmosphere and the bustle of the crowded stalls. Faireth felt a light impact on the side of his body. Crash. My bad. A dull voice came from the short figure that bumped into Faireth. The figure wore a hood, its face completely covered, but just from its voice alone, Faireth could tell that it was a he. Standing up, Faireth watched as the figure picked himself off the ground and continued walking. Instead of letting him go, Faireth reached his arm out and grabbed the figure by his left wrist. Reaching his free hand into his pocket, Faireth confirmed his previous wonder. The pocket, previously containing a bag filled with coins, was now empty. Pulling the figure closer to him, Faireth pinned its other arm down. Upon apprehending the pickpocket, Faireth quickly snatched back his bag, returning it to his pocket. Turning his attention away from the bag, Faireth glanced at his pickpocket. Messy brown hair and dirty clothes, a childish face with a large frown plastered on top of it. The pickpocket had been a mere child, a serf at that. Faireth had a frigid glare on his face as he stared at the boy. Annoying. Before he could decide what to do with him, Faireth heard a shrill shriek coming from the crowd, directed straight toward him. Aiden. The source of the voice was a young woman, somewhere between 20 and 22, with long wavy brown hair. As she approached Faireth and the pickpocket, a clear look of anxiety was displayed on her face. They glanced at the ground before bowing and apologizing to Faireth. My apologies, Sir Nobleman. She continued to bow down before grabbing the pickpocket, who was named Aiden, by the collar, making him bow down as well. My younger brother was foolish to try to pickpocket you. Is there anything I could do to make you ignore our transgression? Her face hardened for a moment, before continuing. Please sir, I will do anything Tututuru. Before Fairith could respond to her, the sound of trumpets blared out, catching the attention of every passerby. Soon, a carriage could be seen, accompanied by what glanced to be an entire platoon of knights, all of them marching in unison. Their boots thudded against the ground, creating a shock wave of sound with each step. Most of the crowd, Fairith included, made way for the carriage, staring at it as it passed by. Soon a major migration occurred, as several stalls and shops closed, their owners and workers carrying what seemed to be large tents or carts heading in the direction of the carriage. Lots from the crowd followed suit, leaving the bustling square abandoned, empty in numbers, excluding a few outliers. Noting this, Fairith turned his attention back to the girl and her younger brother, the former slightly trembling at Fairith's gaze. "Anything, huh?" Fairith audibly mumbled, as the girl expectantly and nervously awaited Fairith's next word. Gulp. "Do you mind telling me what was going on just now, with the carriage and the stalls closing?" Upon hearing Fairith's request, the girl's face turned to shock, then to confusion, then back to being anxious. Looking up at Fairith, she hesitantly answered. "It's for the festival, sir." "Festival?" Fairith repeated, causing the girl to quickly continue. Each and every one of his words was languid in nature. Every single utterance and syllable from him driving a pike deeper in the girl's chest. She wasn't just anxious, she was terrified. Her brother just had to have an encounter with Noble, a rather scary one at that. "Yes, sir," she nervously explained. "It's the yearly festival held to celebrate the nation's birthday." "What was the deal with that carriage?" Fairith inquired. The girl took a deep breath before continuing her explanation. "It's Her Royal Highness, the third princess." "The third princess? What is she doing here?" Fairith interrupted the girl. "This is a new event. She's one of the sponsors of the festival. Today she's here to launch the event," she responded nervously. "Very interesting." Upon hearing Fairith's mutterings, the girl took in a deep breath of air as her body tensed up. Noticing her discomfort, Fairith reached into his pockets, the same one which held the bag which was very recently stolen from him. Taking out a silver coin, Fairith held the girl's hand and placed the coin in her palm. "Your information is much appreciated." Fairith thanked the girl before turning his back, ignorant of the look of complete shock splayed across her face. When Fairith grabbed her hands, she had first expected him to execute her, something she had seen happen countless times. Not even in her wildest dreams did she expect something like this to happen. The noble not only forgave her, he thanked her. Her eyes remained wide as she stared at Fairith's back, the latter turning around to leave. Abruptly stopping, Fairith turned around and faced the young boy named Aiden. "A word of advice. You probably shouldn't pickpocket people. Even if they look like easy prey, most nobles aren't as forgiving as me," Fairith solemnly remarked, directing his advice toward the boy. The boy named Aiden glanced back at Fairith with an annoyed stare, to which he shrugged off. He didn't particularly care about the boy's well-being, but a small part of him tugged at him to do something. Noblesse oblige, was it? If Aiden didn't want to accept his advice, it was on him, not Fairith. With those words, he turned around and walked into the crowd, disappearing once more. The two were left staring in the space he once was, unable to respond to Fairith's provocation. "Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Butterfly effect or something. Whatever, it's a small price to pay for that much information." He slipped out of the crowd and headed toward a nearby alleyway. This was where he needed to be to finish what he came here to do. While Fairith may have never been in Bronzewall's alleyways, Seal had it memorized like the back of his hand. He made his way through the twisting and turning pathways akin to the greatest labyrinths, and headed towards the slums. Speeding through the back alleys of Bronzewall, Fairith felt a droplet of sweat run down his back. It was fortunate that he memorized these pathways, knowing them as well as the back of his mind, else he would have been lost ages ago. That mad dash to find Heart-Stealing Thief's hideout wasn't a waste after all. How much longer does this go on? Fairith cursed in his mind, his feet growing weary after a while of running. The in-game map did not do these back alleys any justice. He didn't even know how long he had been running, but it must have been centuries at this point, the same dirty walls and pebble roads at every corner he turned. He was sure that it didn't take this long to get to the slums, especially since the path he was taking was considered a shortcut. Maybe he shouldn't unconditionally trust his memory. That aside, the Bronzewall slums, considered the landfill of the otherwise beautiful city. The unfortunate souls that lived here were those who worked as serfs, fulfilling the unreasonable demands of their lords and masters. Not that Fairith cared, but most of the people in the slums ended up being used by the big bads of Tower of Pandora, turned into human sacrifices to summon the ones they worshipped. An unfortunate fate indeed, but what could he do about it? For now, at least, he was as powerless as them, which was exactly why he needed to head to the slums. One very important piece of his mage build, one that if the Fairith Aradel got a hold of in-game would make him unstoppable. At last, as Fairith turned the corner of yet another alleyway, he locked eyes with a pitiful sight. Broken homes and a dirty street, littered with droppings and trash, the slums sure fit the description of a landfill. As he stepped foot into it, Fairith could feel the gazes of locals focusing on him, making him regret his choice of not bringing a disguise. Their gazes felt like thousands of spiders crawling around on his back, creepy. It was a jumble of different negative emotions. Fear, despair, hatred, malice. It swirled around like a whirlpool, a heavy feeling chaining his chest. Taking in a deep breath, Fairith tuned out their existence, making his way further down the trodden path and toward the laboratory. In time, Fairith found himself in front of a decrepit-looking building, the laboratory at long last. Let's finish this then. Chapter 5. Ancient Alchemist's Alliteration. Hidden Pieces. Fairith had first discovered their existence on the 39th floor of the tower, the first one ever found, the Horn of Asterius. Hidden on every single floor and stage of the Tower of Pandora were multiple items or events extremely useful to the player. These could range from stat-increasing consumables, artifacts, equipment, or even skills. There was a lot unexplored about the hidden pieces in the tower, but in his search, Fairith had concluded something about them. Every hidden piece had a relation to or had to do with something that happened in the tower's past, long behind the days of any players. Due to this reason, and this reason alone, he had hunted down every single hidden piece he could get clues on. In the end, it became the reason for his immense strength, though that was never his intention. By employing the abilities of him and the 700 million users of Tower of Pandora, the community were able to discover a plethora of hidden pieces. Using this knowledge and the realization that while he wasn't technically a player yet, he was still on the 76th floor of the tower, which meant that he had access to a few pretty good hidden pieces. Right in front of him was one of those hidden pieces, or, to be more accurate, the location of one of those hidden pieces. Behind, or rather under, this shabby-looking hut was something much more impressive. The abode of a genius alchemist, whose greatness could not even be surpassed by the legendary player, Hawkquill. Ancient Alchemist's Lab, a mini-dungeon found on the 76th floor of the tower, hidden amongst the cruddy slums. Fairith climbed the rickety steps up to the house, the battered door creaking open with his touch. Entering, a putrid smell entered his nostrils, even worse than the one from in the slums. An odor worse than that of a rotten carcass, not that he would know what that smelled like. Pinching his nose together, Fairith walked deeper into the dimly lit house, not a single thing in his sight. Should have brought a torch. Regrettably, he clicked his tongue and walked deeper inside. This was the fault of not having a plan, but he could adjust. Inside of this house was a single hidden trap door. Impenetrable, impossible to open without its password. It goes without saying that, of course, Fairith memorized it. Doing so was one of the sole joys in his life. Reaching around by tapping his feet on the ground, he continued walking until he encountered a different textured ground. Clang. When he tapped his feet, he could hear the gonging of hard metal. The sound reminded him of steel. Noits closer to brass. Whatever it was, this was the thing he had been looking for. Stepping back a little, Fairith crouched down and faced the metal trapdoor. There wasn't a handle or dial in sight, no way of entry. Without much wonder, he held out his hand, high fist pointed down, and banged on the trapdoor twice. Clang, clang. It quietly gonged. After doing so, Fairith opened his mouth, his hand hovering over the trapdoor. Wehoza, Ailswe, Unome. As Fairith softly spoke, a small gust of wind flew from under his palm, enveloping his entire arm. A faint light began to illuminate the darkened house, its source, the trapdoor in front of Fairith. Narcissistic bastard. His pupils lit up as he watched the trapdoor slowly lull to a stop, its maw now stood upright. Fairith retrieved his hand, eyes locked on the entrance below the trapdoor. There was a single ladder hung on the side of the narrow entrance, leading all the way down to the lab. When Fairith peered down, he couldn't make out a single detail of the lab below, the light only going so far to help him see. Gulp. Fairith took in a deep breath, turning around him to make sure no one was around. Then with a worried gait, he entered the chute, his hands hanging off the slippery ladder. As he reached the bottom of the ladder, the lab coming further into his view, Fairith quickly realized that something was wrong. Someone has been here before me. Recently as well. His eyes scanned every corner of the visible entrance hall, various oddities that he could list off the top of his head. Several things were missing: the various jars of alchemy ingredients, eyeballs floating in a pool of acid, shrooms, claws, essences, and powders, gone. Other things were out of place. Beakers, vials, and pipettes strewn across the various stone tables. A recently used mortar, a pestle filled with a vivid green powder, a vial of water next to it. Mandrake root. Whoever was in here knew what they were doing. The exact missing ingredients Fairith determined to be ingredients for a brew known as Warrior's Grace. Judging from the unfinished mortar full of mandrake root, it seems like whoever it was didn't finish. Then, a wonder hit Fairith. If someone else was here before him, and knew what they were doing, was there a chance that they had gotten their hands on the hidden piece before him? Not wanting to find out the answer of that question, Fairith began running past the brewing area, going through a sharp corridor that led to the lab's main attraction, the garden. He passed by the cold stone walls, devoid of color. Several jars and containers of ingredients were still here, giving him a small sliver of hope, though his body felt otherwise. Even while running, Fairith couldn't help but admire the laboratory. As a magician himself, and as the son of one of the tower's most prolific ones, he appreciated the sheer care and love that went into the construction of the lab. Sure, it glanced cold and bland, but behind that was a wicked streak of efficiency that he could get behind. The many extraordinary and almost unheard of pieces of equipment, unique in design as they were in function. He suspected it was the nerd in him speaking, but he could spend hours in this place uninterrupted, just admiring the scenery. Wait, no, focus. Realizing that his pace had slowed down due to admiring the lab, Fairith slapped himself on the cheeks, trying to regain his focus. He turned one more time and was met with a brightly lit room, a glass door shielding it from the outside world. Shit. Fairith cursed in his mind. One of his worst fears was realized. The Guardian was gone. Though he was unprepared to face it, the only plan surfacing in his mind to just grab the hidden piece and leave. The fact that it was gone meant that whoever was here was strong enough to destroy it. This is not good. Coming to a realization, Fairith slapped himself again. Of course, they were able to defeat the Guardian. I noticed the mandrake roots, didn't I? So why wasn't that something I considered? Arg. Going through the 6 stages of grief in a few short moments, Fairith regained his cool, taking in a deep breath. In his anxiousness his brain had short-circuited, leading him to making the dumb decision that led him to this moment. Okay Fairith, calm down, he remarked to himself, closing his eyes for a few short moments. Darkness enveloped him, the uneasiness fading from his body. When he opened his eyes once more, Fairith's visage was sharp. He glanced at the large glass room in front of him. The garden of the ancient alchemist's laboratory was finally in front of his eyes. A greenhouse of sorts, which perfectly simulated sunlight and weather conditions. This was the place where the ancient alchemist grew his ingredients, changing the dome's properties for every ingredient to make sure they were at their peak. It went without saying that every ingredient inside of the greenhouse was top tier, the rarest and most valuable ingredients found in droves. Opening the glass door and stepping inside, Fairith let out a sigh of relief. Every single plant inside of the dome was harvested, not even one left in the ground. This was disappointing, but that didn't really matter to Fairith. Because the most important part of the dome was still here. Stood on the far north end of the dome was a large tree. Bushy and bright green, without a single flowering fruit. It was a normal enough looking tree, but behind that ordinary appearance was possibly one of the most incredible hidden pieces in the tower. The Tree of Ent. Unlike what the name suggested, the tree was not connected to the sentient tree monster of the same name. Instead, it was a tree that grew special leaves, which when brewed could create a potion that increases the drinker's innate mana capacity. While the description might have not sounded special, It was because Fairith didn't mention one important detail about it. In Tower of Pandora, it was impossible to increase your mana capacity without artifacts, and all those did was store mana. No, what the tree of Ent allowed was for the drinker to permanently increase their innate mana, the amount of mana inside of their bodies. Walking up to the tree, Fairith glanced through the bushes of bright green leaves, trying to find one that was red instead. After a minute of searching, he came upon a single red leaf from the tree of Ent. Good, this is enough. Now, while I'm here, let's brew something. It's been quite a while already, I better head back to the carriage. Fairith mused to himself as he walked out of the ruined home. The sky was darker than it was before, the bright blue sky turning a shade of cobalt. He made his way out of the city center, looking for the carriage he had been in just earlier. He walked around for a bit, straining his eyes to search for his carriage. Soon he met eyes with a conspicuous carriage adorned with the emblem of the royal family, as well as a familiar coachman who was currently in the middle of having a mental breakdown. Fairith approached the carriage and called out to the coachman. As Fairith called out to him, the coachman's face turned to shock, then relief, and Fairith couldn't sworn that he saw small tears running down the coachman's eyes. Thank you again, coachman. Fairith plainly thanked the coachman from out the window, but this time, only his voice was audible. Understood, young master. The coachman stiffly responded before returning his focus to the road. How long until we reach the palace? Fairith inquired the coachman. About 2 hours, young master. The coachman politely answered. I'm quite tired, it might be best to get some rest before I arrive. Also, what's with my manner of speech? Well, whatever. Deciding to get some sleep, and escape reality, Fairith closed his eyes, the slight rocking of the carriage lulling him to sleep. Having woken up, after having a short rest in the carriage, Fairith's gaze and attention turned to the view outside his window. It seemed like the celebrations weren't only taking place in the city center, but in the outskirts as well. Banners were strewn across the air, displaying the emblem of the royal family. Street vendors were setting up shop, and passers-by would line up in queues to buy food. The faint waft of street food drifted into the carriage, filling it with a pleasant aroma. People gathered around makeshift tables drinking and merrymaking, while a bard regaled countless stories and legends. Leaning back in his seat, Fairith tapped his right index finger on his lap, deep in wondered. Who was it that discovered the laboratory before me? In the game I was first to discover it, even the NPCs had no idea about it. There are only two possibilities. A local was able to deduce the password, as well as locate the entrance for the lab in a very short amount of time, or there's someone else like me here. Fairith paused his wonders for a moment before muttering the last possibility to himself. It wasn't impossible. In fact, it was the complete opposite. If Fairith was able to come to this world, it was very likely someone else was able to do so as well. The problem was the identity of this person, and whether they would be a danger to Fairith or not. Fortunately, Fairith already had a candidate for the identity of the mystery person, the only other person with him on the 99th floor. Heart-stealing thief. To Fairith it made complete sense. He came to this world after heart-stealing thief had gone up to the 100th floor. If it was in fact heart-stealing thief who was here, Fairith was in luck. Putting their differences aside, in a situation like this, Fairith wouldn't have hesitated to work with even his worst enemy, not to mention the greatest player in Pandora's tower. Hopefully, that bastard feels the same way I do. Fairith was hopeful that when he found his rival, they could work together in figuring out why they were inside Pandora's tower in the first place. That's right, my priority is to figure out why I'm in this world, and why I'm in this body. Speaking of this world. Before Fairith could continue his train of wonders, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of the coachman. Young master, we have arrived. Snapping out of his daze, Fairith peered out of the window, an invisible grin on his face. Chapter 6. A celebration, surprise, and headache. The royal palace was full of people. Crowded, dozens of carriages lining up in front of the front gate. Each one was better than the last, with more and more ornaments decorating each carriage, as the line went down. Carriages, none as beautiful as the one Fairith was in, but still interesting nonetheless. How tacky. Fairith wondered to himself as he watched noblemen trotter out of their carriages, led into the palace by a butler or maid. Gold, gold. Everywhere. Gaudy accessories hanging off every nook and cranny of their body. If they had the ability to, Faireth suspected that they would place gold on some other parts of their bodies. The richer you were, the higher your position was, the more accessories you possessed. This was a part of noble culture Faireth always hated. He was always upset when he saw it, disgusted even. They laughed among themselves, stuck in an echo chamber of wealth and greed. He had always hated interacting with nobles for exactly this reason, his excuse for not going to the academy like every other noble child. 2 lives where he didn't go to school. Who would have wondered? The royal family went all out for this celebration, one that Faireth didn't really recall. It was shameful. As someone who prided himself in knowing the lore of Tower of Pandora, he could not remember an event like this existing for the life of him. His carriage lulled to a stop, the coachman stepping off and talking to a nearby butler. After this happened, the coachman returned to the carriage, and the door to Faireth's cabin was opened. "Greetings, young Master Faireth. My name is Victor." An old man wearing a neat black suit greeted him, bowing upon seeing Faireth. "I've been assigned to escort you this evening." "Pleased to meet you, Sir Victor. I'll be in your care," he respectfully responded. As much as he hated acting like a noble, he needed to do the minimal to maintain appearances. Though that got him thinking. Why did he do something as stupid as jumping out of the carriage when he could have simply inquired the coachman to stop for a while? It seemed like rushing inside of the laboratory wasn't the only bad decision he made during his stupor. Putting those wonders aside, Faireth stepped out of the carriage, a-weeing, and gaping at the majesty that was the royal palace. When he ignored the pests that were other members of nobility, the palace truly glanced like it was at its best. Bright red banners rimmed the wall of the entrance hall, with the royal family's emblem embroidered on each of them. Blue crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each of them masterfully crafted. There were accents on the walls, made of a silver alloy, faintly shimmering from being hid by the sunlight. It truly fit the image of grandeur befitting the title, Royal Palace. "Please follow me, young master," Victor spoke, interrupting Faireth's train of wonder. He nodded, Victor walking into the main hall. Reaching the main hall, Victor bowed and allowed Faireth to roam as he pleased, walking to a corner occupied by other butlers and maids. The main hall was a room filled with loud chatter. To Faireth, it sounded like the scratching of a chalkboard, every second passing, the sounds screeching in his ear. Trying his best to tune out the noise, he turned his attention to the people of the main hall. Among the crowd he spotted a familiar face, surrounded by people. "Greetings, mother," Faireth remarked, approaching Sylvia. By what she remarked this morning, he had assumed that she would come later than him, but it seemed like timeliness wasn't his best trait. Nevertheless, he was glad that his mother was here before him, never happier to have her presence around. "Greetings, my son." Pausing her conversation with a group of people, Sylvia gave a reply to Faireth. The air around her was much different than it was this morning. She gave off an aura of coldness, the epitome of the perfect noble. No longer did she have that posture of laziness and lack of care, something that always befuddled Faireth when he saw her sudden transformation. His mother was surrounded by an odd group of people, not exactly nobles, as indicated by their lack of excessive accessories, but instead players. There were 3, one a young-looking man who glanced to be in his 30s, sporting ruddy hair and a dignified appearance. Another, a young woman, looking about the same age as the previous man. She sported wavy blonde hair, her clothes fully white. She gave out a warm aura, filled with kindness and empathy, a kind, tender smile on her face. The last person was a large figure, a man who glanced somewhere in between 10-60. A scruffy face and large bulging muscles peeking beneath his undersized formal wear. "Greetings, my name is Faireth Aradel. Pleased to meet you." Faireth took first initiative to introduce himself, seeming as courteous and respectful as possible. This seemed to work as the expression of the 3 individuals lightened upon seeing Faireth do this, their impressions of him seemingly high. The first man introduced himself first, holding out a hand for Faireth. "I'm Maxwell, a player from the Goldwing Guild. I'm pleased to meet you as well." Theodore spoke with a polite smile. Faireth took his hand and shook it, nodding all the while. "Diana, from the Church of Charity. An honor to meet you." Diana spoke, giving Faireth a slight bow. "Name's Theodore, but my friends all call me Theo. Good to meet you, kid." Maxwell spoke, his large hands patting Faireth on the back. During this interaction, Fairith surmised the basic core traits of these people. Granted, that was also because he knew them as NPCs in Tower of Pandora. A habit he had obtained during his childhood, one he couldn't shake off, even till now. As the three players mingled with Sylvia and Fairith, he could feel the envious gazes of surrounding nobles, their eyes filled with malice and hatred. They couldn't stand the wonder of non-nobles being inside of the royal palace, talking to Sylvia especially, a revered figure among nobility. Jealously maybe, most of the pests here would love a chance to talk with Fairith's mother and get in her good graces. What was ranking when you had the favor of someone affiliated with the literal rulers of your kingdoms? Tututuru. A loud trumpet blared, a young esquire making his to the middle of the hall. The room went silent, the chatter halting almost entirely, all gazes pointed toward the esquire, the people's breaths bated. Good evening, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to interrupt the festivities, but please make way for the king and queen. The esquire concluded his talking, standing still in the center of the room. It was still silent, but just for a moment, as the loud stomping of footsteps slowly crawled its way in. Thud thud thud. A row of knights appeared, marching into the hallway. Their footsteps resounded throughout the room, echoing off the walls, the ground shaking with each step. In a moment, they split into two columns, a path made between them. The esquire coughed, drawing the room's attention back to him. With a steady tone, he spoke. It is my greatest honor to present His and Her Majesty Therion and Adelaide Silvervale. As the esquire finished speaking, he walked out of the room's center, going over to a corner. Then two figures emerged from within the pathway of knights. Two majestic figures. The king and queen of the Silvervale Kingdom walked side by side as they entered the main hall, exuding an aura of royalty, their gaits full of poise and manner. The king, Therion Silvervale, wore the official uniform for royal duties. A tunic embroidered with various protective engravings, and a white coat engraved with the emblem of the royal family. His signature platinum blonde hair was well groomed, appearing even more majestic when paired with his clothing. Next to him, the queen, Adelaide Silvervale, wore a gorgeous red dress, a black sash hanging from her waist. Her straight black hair glanced smooth and luxurious, even better groomed than Therion. Looking at the two, nobody would believe that they were over the age of 30, despite both being well into their 50s. The same went with Sylvia, but she didn't want others to mention that. What stood out to Fairith was the lack of the royal children, the many sons and daughters of the royal family. He understood why a few of them weren't here, some of them inside of the tower, but it was odd that those who were available didn't attend the event, especially the third princess. Therion had a large smile on his face, but Fairith noticed that his eyes were slightly bleary, a dark sag under his eyelids. Nevertheless, he kept up appearances, grabbing a glass of white wine from a nearby butler and raising it into the air. On behalf of me and Adelaide, as well as the rest of the royal family, I, Therion Silvervale, would like to thank everyone here for attending, he announced with a boisterous laugh. We are honored that so many of you would partake in this celebration of our kingdom, the nobles and the players who so graciously accepted my invitation and used their time to attend this event, he continued. These are a glorious 2 days that celebrate this great kingdom, and the people who make it so great. Paise be Her Eminence Uriel, and cheers, to Silvervale. Raising his glass higher in the air, Therion made a toast, his voice booming through the entire hall. To Silvervale. The crowd fed off his energy, even bitter rivals shouting in harmony, cheering for Therion. Fairith was blown away by the king's presence, his absolute charisma and command over the room. A ruler not only in name, Therion Silvervale truly showed the majesty of a king. That Therion, always making a big show out of things. Sylvia muttered from under her breath, a faint amused smile on her face. Fairith agreed, and what a show it was. The crowd settling down from Therion's speech, the king placed down his glass and walked around the hall, greeting nobles and players alike. Fairith could see the three players' gazes focused not on Therion, but instead Adelaide, an equal display of reverence on each of their eyes. Well then. Sylvia suddenly spoke up, addressing the three players. It's been a pleasure talking to you three, but I must be off. We have some business to take care of. Of course, it's been a pleasure for us as well, Marquis Aradel, Maxwell responded. Yes, thank you, Sylvia. Diana joined in, saying goodbye to Sylvia as well. "We'll be seeing you," Theodore remarked with a chuckle. He glanced over his shoulder to where Adelaide was, being bombarded by a crowd of players. Sylvia nodded and turned to Faireth. "Now let's go then." She beckoned him, turning around and walking out of the main hall. Faireth quickly bowed to the 3 players and hurried after her, afraid that if he was too slow, she would leave him behind. The two walked down a few corridors, Faireth following behind Sylvia, who navigated them to their destination. Realizing that he had no idea where they were going, Faireth decided to ask. "Speaking of which, Mother, where are we currently headed?" "The Royal Chamber, of course," she quickly responded. "The Royal Chamber?" Faireth repeated Sylvia's answer, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Of course, I told you this morning, didn't I?" she responded sarcastically, her tone mocking Faireth. "That we would be having an audience with the royal family." This answer confused Faireth, who had wondered that his mother was referring to the festival from earlier. Then again, it was a mistake for him to assume anything when it came to Sylvia. "I had just assumed we were only here for the celebration," he spoke to Sylvia, his tone slightly dizzied. Little did Faireth know, he had fallen straight into Sylvia's trap. "Wow, completely ignoring the engagement thing, huh? I wonder who raised you." She began teasing Faireth, causing him to stop walking. "An engagement?" Faireth stuttered out. This was always what ended up happening when he was left alone with his mother for too long. He was lucky that this morning she was busy, truly very lucky. "You really hate that word," Sylvia noted coyly, displaying a wry smile all the while. "I wondered you were only trying to tease me earlier, Mother," Faireth retorted, his ears red. "Tease you? I would never do such a thing to my dear son," Sylvia remarked with a hearty laugh, causing Faireth to stare in disbelief. "I really prefer Mother. When she's not constantly trying to tease me." "Oh, we've arrived." Sylvia spoke, stopping in front of a grand olive wood door, its details carved and indented. She turned to Faireth, a large smile on her face. "I forgot to tell you. We aren't meeting with the royal family." She paused to let out a wicked grin. She held out her hand and knocked on the door. "Knock knock." "You are." When Sylvia uttered those words, Faireth felt outsmarted. His brain wasn't functioning as he wished, simply short-circuiting when he tried to think up a retort. "Go on then." Sylvia opened the door and pushed Faireth inside, the latter unable to do anything as she did this. Bang! The door was shut behind him, no way of escape. "Mother," Faireth cursed her in his mind, contemplating what he should do. Cough, cough. Ahem. Faireth heard a cough come from behind him. He was so lost in his wonders that he forgot that he was currently in the royal chambers. Holding in his breath, Faireth turned around, making sure his face glanced calm. When he did, he saw the figure that coughed, asking for his attention. She was sitting at a small table, sat dead center in the chamber. She glanced young, around his age. Long, straight, platinum blonde hair, and a slender face. Beautiful. Faireth was caught off guard by the first wonder that came to his mind, his eyes admiring the girl in front of him. She almost glanced like Adelaide. No, she glanced exactly like Adelaide, but with the same defining features as Therion. His mother did say that he would be meeting the royal family, not exactly the king and queen. With all her traits considered, Faireth could only determine the person in front of him to be one person, the third princess. Faireth walked over to the girl, his eyes locking with hers. She had an artificial smile on her face. Faireth could tell as with her, she was judging him. Out of nowhere, it was as though the image of his rival had overlapped with the girl sitting in front of him. Suddenly, the cogs in Faireth's brain stopped moving, and his entire being froze. At that very moment, the image of the girl overlapped with someone else's. Without much wonder, rhyme, or reason, he blurted out. "You." Chapter 7. A heart-stealing thief Voom. The whirring of an ebony blade shone in the dark cavern, an ominous gleam coming from its edge. Claire navigated forward, dodging the attacks of the gigantic creature using nothing but simple button commands. As she neared the beast, a quick click with her pinky finger and the blade was pointed upwards, miasma spewing from within it. Skill, concept, carnage, activating. Crash. A loud explosion, the gigantic monster disappearing into small particles. She had made it look easy, but the monster in front of her was a boss of the 98th floor, one she had been farming for days on end. A perfect clear, if I do say so myself. Claire had a satisfied smile on her face as the monster's body toppled to the ground. Lots more efficient than previous rounds, all that analysis and planning hadn't been for naught. Walking up to the corpse, her avatar's hand hovered over the creature's body. Claire clicking a series of buttons in quick succession. This is somehow harder than the real thing. Skill. Mammon the Harvester. Activating clicking the last button on her keyboard, the monster's body disappeared into particles right in front of Claire's eyes. She opened her menu and glanced at her inventory, scanning the list of item drops she got from the boss. Items. Vial of Demigod's Blood, X20, Ambrosia, X1, Essence of Death, X1. Yes. She inwardly cheered upon seeing the item Ambrosia on the list. She had grinded this boss for so long for this single item drop, and finally she got it. You have accomplished an extraordinary feat, a godly heist. You have been given title, Thief of the Deity's Treasury. Additional reward pending. Broken amulet. A broken amulet. She muttered. Hovering over the item's name, she took a closer look at its description. An amulet belonging to, currently broken, how interesting. Claire muttered under her breath, a faint tinge of excitement visible on her face. She turned her attention to the amulet's image. A snapped golden chain, some of the coating coming off, revealing its silver insides. Hanging halfway from it was a beautiful piece of engraved silver, shaped like a pocket watch. There was what seemed to be a button on the very top of the amulet, a dial-like design with its intricate ridges. It's quite good looking as well, good job developers. Closing the tab, Claire fell into wonder. This probably means that this is hidden quest of some sort. I can't wait till Servant hears about this, his face is going to turn red. All while I'm getting a new class, is this my lucky day? She paused her wonders for a moment and reopened her inventory, curious of something. Speaking of which, do I have enough materials for the class? Ascension. In real life, Claire stood up and went to a nearby coffee table, picking up a notebook and pen lying there. She sat back down in front of her monitor and opened the notebook up, navigating to the page where she constructed the next path ascension for her character build. Bingo. Cross-checking between the notebook and the items in her inventory, she let out a large cheer in her mind. How long had it been since her last class ascension? Too long. The answer was too long. AC 10, the ultimate class rank for any player in Tower of Pandora, and after months of work, she was going to be the first person who reached it, but before that, clack, processing teleport request to the 38th floor, confirm yes, no. Clack yes. Claire decided to head to the 38th floor. It had been a while since she had been there and she had some business to take care of as well. Besides, there was a certain type of romance in having her final class ascension in the same place she had her first major ascension ceremony. Entering the 38th floor as her avatar materialized into the game world, its particles slowly loading in, Claire took a good look at the surroundings of the floor. Small was a word that came to mind when describing the 38th floor. For a residential floor, it didn't have much going for it other than its location. She much preferred Silvervale, with its nice view and bustling atmosphere. Still, this was the first floor she got her footing inside of this game, that she truly fell in love with everything it had to offer. That small town, nearby to a mine which was the entire purpose of this floor, was where most of her best memories of the game took place. That was of course, excluding the story floors. Considering her options, Claire chose to first carry out the ascension ceremony. She really couldn't wait any much longer, the anticipation killing her. Let's do this then. Opening her menu, Claire clicked the ascension icon, before submitting the materials she had obtained. Submitting, Ambrosia X1, Phoenix's Feather X1, Demon's Heart X1, Dragon's Claw, X10, Essence of Death X15, Demigod's Blood X15, Demon's Horn X50, confirm yes, no. Clack. She resolutely pressed the enter bar on her keyboard, excited for her brand new class. She had done a lot of calculation and research for it to come to this point, making sure that her final ascension ceremony was also her best. Calculating, waiting in anticipation, her breath held, Claire watched as the game slowly churned through the statistics for her class ascension. Detected additional material, broken amulet, consuming material. Class Ascension success. Confusion washed over Claire as she read the game's notification. Usually, when she ascended, she was given multiple options of how to ascend, but this time, the ascension had just finished without that screen appearing. Not to mention the notification saying that the broken amulet she had just obtained earlier was consumed. With caution, Claire opened her character screen and glanced at her class. Player. Heart-stealing thief status, normal class, candidate. Innate traits. Skills. Titles. Candidate. What kind of class is that? Glossing over the last 3 stats, Claire's eyes were focused on a specific part of her status window. Opening the description for the class, Claire expected there to be some sort of explanation for what she saw, but to her dismay. Class. Candidate. To unlock more information, please clear the 99th floor. To unlock more information? Mind in disarray, Claire closed the screen, her eyes turned down to her notebook. My perfect plan. She wailed. Regaining herself, Claire fell into wonder, reading over the class description once more. It isn't odd for Pandora's Tower to do something like this. There are plenty of unique classes that exist after all. Even so. Ping. Cutting off her wonders was a sudden notification in her in-game inbox, a message coming from one of her in-game friends. What's this? Claire clicked the notification, opening her inbox. Mail sent by Lenlenlen04. Hey thief. You gotta to see this. Apparently, board servant is trying to clear the 99th floor. He's on live broadcast right now. Thought you might want to know, cuz. He's gonna get your spot as rank 1 if he clears it before you. What? Claire yelled, standing up from her seat. She couldn't believe it. First the case of her class up, now her spot as number 1 was being contested. Her wonders spiraled as she closed the message. Why couldn't she just enjoy clearing a floor, and not be forced to deal with the world collapsing around her? It's that bastard servant as well. Not only was her spot as number 1 being contested, but it was being done by someone she considered her arch nemesis. Taking in a deep breath, Claire rested her head on her palm, contemplating her next actions. If I let him claim my seat without doing anything about it, I would never hear the end of it. So, that leaves only one other choice. Making her decision, she returned her hands to her keyboard and mouse, a confident smirk on her face. Your message was confusing, but, thank you, Len. Clack, clack, clack. I'll show him the consequences of messing with number 1. Processing teleport request to the 99th floor, confirm yes, no. Click entering the 99th floor. Watching as her character materialized on the 99th floor, Claire stretched her arms, her usual routine every time she attempted a trial. I wonder what kind of trial it will be this time. Inspecting the room she had been teleported into, Claire noted the large gate stood in the far north end of the room, along with several pieces of decor, from lights to paintings. The walls were adorned with patterns of flowers, colored a pleasant woody black. Maneuvering her character forward, looking around for any object that might be of interest. After inspecting every nook and cranny of the room, she decided to open the gate, her fingers hovering over her combat buttons. Creak. The sound effects of the gate opening rung out, as a purple mist entered in from beyond the large wooden doors. Tisk. Clicking her tongue, Claire begrudgingly moved her avatar into the mist, when suddenly, the sound of a notification rang before her eyes. Class, candidate, is reacting to illusionary mist, dispelling effects. In a few short moments, the purple mist previously blocking the door disappeared, but before she could express her shock, another notification appeared in front of her. Class, candidate, is interfering with the laws of the tower, prepare to be teleported. Again. Claire was still surprised, her eyes slightly gaped, but after that first notification, she knew that there was something more to the amulet she had received. Whatever it was, she decided that she could leave it for later. Her number 1 priority right now was to beat the 99th floor before Servant did. She would beat any challenge the amulet threw at her, and beat the floor in record time. Soon her avatar dematerialized, and a familiar loading screen filled up Claire's screen. In a short she was transported to another location, her avatar inside an eerily similar-looking room from the last. The same dull patterns on the wall. Decorations all in the place they were before. All of this to say there was one key difference. Instead of the room being black, it was instead colored a deep ominous purple. That's certainly something. The room wasn't too aesthetically pleasing when compared to the previous one, but if the vibe they wanted to portray was creepy, well then, they certainly succeeded. Class, candidate, has begun its trial. A unique ascension trial? It was so very interesting. An ascension trial that had something to do with the penultimate floor. Grabbing her notebook and scribbling a few things down, Claire's attention turned back to the room she was in. She repeated her previous action of inspecting the room, her eyes moving up and down, and still finding nothing. Shame. That left one option, the only obvious one in the entire room. She walked up to the conspicuously placed gate, just like she did in the previous room, and opened it. Instead of mist coming out as she had expected, the doors opened to reveal a grand hallway, filled with 5 doors, pairs of them standing opposite each other, and one at the very end of the hallway. Cautiously going through the gate, Claire brought her character into the hallway. Thud. A loud crashing sound effect echoed, causing Claire to turn her character around, only to see the gate that had been right behind her, completely gone. Instead of freaking out, Claire took a deep breath, leading her avatar down the long hallway. If there was a door at the very end of a room, she sure as hell was going to open it. Upon reaching the door, Claire attempted to open it, the door not budging and a notification popping up in front of her face. User. Heart-stealing thief. Is missing 4/4 keys quest. The 4 Guardians, commencing. Chapter 8. A meeting with 4 Guardians, a quest, so, I'll need keys to continue. Upon seeing the quest pop up, Claire closed the UI window, contemplating her current situation. I assume I'll get them through some of these doors, she had suspected beforehand that the other 4 doors were important for something, but it was in her creed to always try the least obvious option first. She navigated her avatar to the door nearest her, facing the left side of the hallway. Then, she entered the room, curious of what this trial might entail. As Claire entered the room, she spotted the figure of a well-dressed man, sat on a rounded wood table, a fireplace illuminating the background. Like clockwork, a line of dialogue appeared before her, options for replies listed right next to it. Bartholomew's. Oh, a visitor. Please sit down and make yourself at home. The NPC greeted Claire, a smile on its avatar's face. When she read the quest title, Claire had already made a meander of what it would entail, but the NPC in front of her was more interesting than she initially expected. Bartholomew's. I already know what you're here for, a key, am I right? As his dialogue finished, an animation of Bartholomew's twirling a key in his hands played, a playful smile plastered across his face. Bartholomew's. I do not mind giving it to you, but first you must defeat me in something. Bartholomew's. How about a game of chess? Chess? Upon reading that word, Claire's body perked up, her eyes even more focused on the screen. Quest. Game Master's Curiosity. A quest pop-up appeared as the NPC finished speaking. It seemed like she needed to complete this to get the key. 2 dialogue options appeared on screen in front of her, giving her the choice to accept the quest or deny it. I accept. Lillian clicked on the button that remarked yes. Even if it wasn't mandatory, she would never pass up a game of chess. Quest. Game Master's Curiosity. Started as soon as she accepted the quest, the NPC began speaking, its tone joyous. Bartholomew's. Oh goody, it has been a while since I have played with another person. As Bartholomew's dialogue finished, a screen popped up in-game, displaying a chessboard. Claire's mouth curved up into a smile, anticipating the game. Stretching her hands into the air, she surveyed the board, planning her first move. Let's do a classic. Pawn to d4. Claire began the game, making her first move. The pieces on the screen moved quickly, the NPC moving in almost an instant. She moved again, moving another piece forward to put pressure on Bartholomew's. Oh, this is tough. Her face was contorted into a focused frown, every part of her focused on the match. Clack. More pieces moved on the board, Claire and the NPC moving in tandem, going one after the other. She had to commend whoever developed the eye for this chess match. It had been a long time since she's played an interesting game. She furiously jotted down possible moves on her notebook, scribbling and scrawling of numbers and letters splayed across it. Knight to b2, in time, her pace sped up, or rather, the NPC began to slow down. With every move Claire made, the NPC was taking more and more time to make a move, almost a slog compared to the game's beginning. The disparity between the two boards growing larger and larger, Claire's side still strong in pieces, she decided to end the game, having had enough fun. And this is. She clicked on the chess piece, the possible places for it to move showing up on screen. Moving her cursor, she moved it to the NPC's one blind spot. Checkmate. The screen flashed for a moment, the chessboard disappearing and replaced with the view of an enthused Bartholomew's. Clap, clap, clap. Bartholomew's. That was absolutely splendid. In all my years playing chess I have never once faced defeat. Bartholomew's. Here is your key. I wish I could offer you more, but sadly there is nothing much of value here. Bartholomew's. I wish you luck on getting the other keys. You have obtained item. Key 2. An item went into Claire's inventory, the NPC giving her a wave to see hour off. Claire smiled to herself and left the room, satisfied from that game. It had been easy, also odd as a challenge, but if that was all she had to do to pass this trial, then it would be a piece of cake. 3 more to go. It was a dimly lit room, devoid of decoration. Sat in the center of it, straight on the hard-looking floor, was a man with dark red skin, 2 large horns protruding from out of his head. His eyes were closed, arms and legs crossed in a meditative position. Agaras. Excuse me. Claire clicked on a dialogue option that popped up next to the next book. In response to Claire's actions, Agaras pointed to a tome next to him, causing a wall of text to pop up on Claire's screen. It was jumble of nonsense unreadable to the naked eye. Before she could even attempt to decipher it, a line of red flashed across her screen. Crash. A loud sound blared from the game, Claire's eyes widening as she watched her avatar get flung across the room, the health bar on her screen going down to critical. That chess game had made her too relaxed, unprepared for battle. Agaras. Ha ha ha, gets them every time. Agaras. You looking for this? Agaras. Defeat me in battle and I'll give it to you. Quest. Battle Maniac's duel request. Started a quest pop-up appeared, not giving Claire a choice between accepting or denying Agar's challenge. As soon as the pop-up disappeared, a red health bar and the number 6006 appeared above Agar's head as the giant began to move. Thud. Thud. Crash. Claire quickly got into action, using a godly healing salve and activating her abilities. She was luckily able to use healing items while in battle, the game recognizing this quest as a boss battle instead of a duel. Thankfully for her, the class ascension did not affect either her stats or skills, letting her play just like normal. Skill. Calamity Strikes. Activating Whoosh. A flurry of slashes was sent toward Agaras, chipping away at his health. When he sent attacks back at her, Claire skillfully dodged, using the small gap in between Agar's attacks to counter him. Skill. Concept. Demonic. Activating soon, Claire's avatar was clad in an aura of demonic energy, boosting her speed and damage. I have 15 seconds. Claire eyed her health bar, before furiously tapping away at her keyboard. Skill. Concept. Charge. Activating skill, 1000 ripples. Activating. Skill. Calamity Strikes. Activating skill, cut. Activating. Skill chain. Tempest. Recognized a barrage of attacks was launched toward Agaras, and with the help of the skill concept, charge, knocked his health all the way down to 10. Just one more attack. Claire swiftly changed her equipment, switching from a longsword to a dagger. Waiting for Agaras to recover, Claire consumed another health potion before watching for an opening. Agaras. Very good, but can you dodge this? Soon a large aura of energy surrounded Agaras, as he prepared his ultimate attack. Seeing this as a chance, Claire swiftly moved towards Agaras, skillfully dodging all the projectiles coming at her. Skill. Backstab. Activating in a few short sequences, Claire moved behind Agaras, coating her dagger with a thin layer of mana. KRSCHK. Just like that, Claire easily defeated Agaras, his body disappearing with particles of light. Then, Agaras respawned, sitting in the same spot he was in when Claire entered the room. Agaras. Ahaha, what a wonderful battle. Claire's health and mana bars were healed to full, as Agar's avatar made a wide clapping motion, congratulating Claire for her victory. Agaras. Here child, take this key. You have obtained item. Key 4. The NPC remained laughing sitting down, not seeming like it was going to stop anytime soon. That was certainly unexpected. A sneak attack from a boss was not unheard of, but this just took the cake. The thing that irked Claire was that it wasn't a tough fight. The reason it brought her to any form of danger was because she wasn't paying attention, but with a single healing item, she had been able to bring the boss down to its knees. These challenges are easy, almost too easy. She put those wonders aside, leaving the room and heading right into the next one. 2 more left. She wondered to herself, entering the next room. Sage of the Seven Skies. Greetings, child. How may this old man help you? Claire was greeted once more by an NPC dialogue box. This time the one talking to her was an old-looking man in a green tunic, sitting on the floor atop a single red throw pillow. Funnily enough, the game didn't give her any choices to respond, so she opened the dialogue box before choosing a reply. It didn't matter much what she chose, as she always had the choice to retry. Greetings, Elder. I came here to get the key for the door at the end of the hallway. Sage of the Seven Skies. I can definitely get one for you, but before that, would you listen to my request? It would seem like her response was a success, as she instantly got a response from the NPC, as well as a quest. Quest. Old Man's Tale. It would be my honor, Elder. She once again clicked a dialogue box to move the conversation forward. Sage of the Seven Skies. Oh ho ho ho, very good then, what shall I have you do? The NPC spoke in a cheery tone, as its avatar stroked its chin. Sage of the Seven Skies. Would you listen to one of my stories? Lady Elder. Claire once again clicked on a reply. Quest. Old Man's Tale. Started Sage of the Seven Skies. Where should I begin? Well then. This story starts with a young boy, who knew not of the world. Full of innocence and joy, just like a child should. A quest pop-up appeared, informing Claire that she had begun a quest, and then the NPC began speaking. Sage of the Seven Skies. One day, the gods received an oracle. That one day, a being would come into existence, that could drag them down from their thrones in heaven. Sage of the Seven Skies. That being was that very young boy. Frightened by what they heard, the gods approached the boy, hoping to raise him themselves, lest he comes to kill them. The NPC paused, only showing up in its dialogue box. Sage of the Seven Skies. That's where the story ends. Sage of the Seven Skies. Tell me, child. The NPC, who had previously stared only in front of it, turned in the direction of Claire's avatar. Sage of the Seven Skies. What do you think happened at the end of that story? Claire watched as a long list of responses popped up on the screen. Soon a timer popped out next to the dialogue options, ticking down each second. Under the pressure of time, Claire chose the answer she wondered was most correct, not thinking much about it. Don't know, Elder. Her avatar responded. Sage of the Seven Skies. Is that so? Please do not worry, I am not trying to test you. Even I haven't deciphered how that tale would end. Sage of the Seven Skies. A tale older than this very tower. Sage of the Seven Skies. This key is for you, child, for listening to this old man's tale. Quest. Old Man's Tale. Clear quest reward delivered. Key 3. After the NPC finished its dialogue and gave Claire the key, she quickly left the room. One more challenge to go. If it's like all the other ones, I'll be out of here in no time. With that wondered in mind, Claire entered the final door of the 4, entering a pitch-black room. Claire once more interacted with the door, but instead of finding a figure and a line of dialogue, all she saw was an empty room devoid of anything or anyone in it. She wandered around the room, searching for literally anything inside. When she stopped walking for a moment, a message popped up. You have already gotten 3 of 4 keys, so just take the last one and don't bother me. Claire tilted her head. How curious. As she closed the message, a notification popped up in front of her. You have obtained item. Key 1. You have obtained 4 quarters keys. Quest. The 4 guardians. Clear. Before Claire had the chance to process what was going on, her avatar was transported right in front of the last door in the hallway, interacting with it automatically. Conditions met, teleporting player. Soon, Claire's avatar was transported to a corridor, with a peak of light coming out of the other side. There's not much use thinking about it. She mumbled, walking down the empty corridor, eyes wandering around the room. As she got nearer and nearer to the light, Claire spotted a large iron gate, just like the one she used to enter the floor. That's it. Upon laying her eyes on it, Claire ran toward the gate, the end. Dimensions have crashed. You have encountered another user. You've got to be kidding me. Claire cursed under her breath, seeing the notification in front of her. This was the last thing she wanted to see right now, especially since she knew who the other user was. Board servant. Heart-stealing thief. Good to see you too, pal. Servant is here as well. Claire was relieved. She had managed to catch him just in time. Inwardly, of course, she was seething, but she couldn't lose her cool here, lest she was to end up losing. Board servant. You were supposed to still be on the 98th floor, how are you here already? Heart-stealing thief. It's just a difference in skill, my friend. Board servant. Skill difference my ass. I've been doing this for over 30 hours. Heart-stealing thief. What can I say, maybe I'm just better than you. Board servant. You know what, I don't care anymore. We both got here at the same time, what do you want to do? Heart-stealing thief. Rank 1 and forever rank 2 team up to conquer the 100th floor? Board servant. Over my dead body. You know that only one person can attempt floor 100 at a time. Board servant. You just want an excuse to be the first one in the gate. Heart-stealing thief. You want a duel for it? Winking face. Board servant. Heart-stealing thief. Whoever wins gets to go first. Board servant. Sure. Heart-stealing thief. I'll send you an invite. You have sent a duel request to user. Board servant. Request has been accepted. Prepare to duel skill. Concept. Demonic. Activating. Her avatar had its skin ooze out a purple mist of miasma, black veins popping out of its body. She went all out from the star. This duel wasn't just whoever got to clear the tower first. No, it was Claire defending her spot as number 1. Skill. Cut. Activating Chapter 9. A rude awakening. Boom. Two forces collided, creating a symphony of destruction. Sparks flew across the screen, a clash between Claire's purple miasma and Servant's blinding strikes. Skill. Shadow Step. Activating, Claire rushed forward, going straight on the offensive. Her avatar slipped into the shadows, her screen turning dark. With precise control, she clicked a few keys. Who knew that all her reflex training would someday be used for a game? Clang with a damning tap, the view on her screen returned, her avatar right in front of Servant. She immediately attacked, her blade colliding with the handle of Servant's reinforced staff. Seeing the red flares on Servant's palms, she stepped back, an array of fireballs appearing behind Servant. Damn this treasure hunter. 500 total, that's how many fireballs she could make out on screen. What kind of nonsense is this? A wicked grin grew on her face, the pace of her clicking speeding up. The fireballs flew toward her, coming in from all directions. Staffs were annoying in the sense that she had to try to avoid the attack, lest her health takes a hit. Skill. Rending. Activating, she initiated a quick button combo, her avatar raising its blade into the air. A black flash appeared around her, destroying a majority, but not all the fireballs. Crash. A few stray ones hit her avatar, her health bar dropping into critical. Arg. Claire winced. She wasn't fast enough earlier, and it had cost her. She no longer had leeway for any offensive tactics and was forced into a defensive position. During the time it took for Servant to regenerate his mana, she moved back, moving her blade into her inventory. Equipping a devilish-looking bow, she drew and aimed. Skill. Punisher. Activating, a brilliant purple aura formed around her bow, slowly charging and expanding. Timing it just right, waiting for Servant to pick up his staff once more, she fired. Whoosh. The arrow flew like light, exploding into shards and knocking Servant's avatar into the ground. A grin on her face, Claire re-equipped her blade and began running. Both were low on health, so this was her last chance to kill Servant before he could make a comeback. Seeing Claire's offensive, Servant started casting again. The realization that the spell wasn't instantly told Claire that it was a big one. That didn't matter though, because fighting with her rival for so long, she knew exactly what to expect. Board Servant. Die you bastard. Checkmate Servant. Skill. Beelzebub the Gluttonous. Activating another one of the signature skill her class gave her access to. Or actually, her previous class. A ghoulish gray covered Claire's blade, slicing straight through Servant's cyclone. Skill. Shadow Step. Activating darkness covered Claire's screen once more, but now it was in commemoration of her victory. 2 clicks were all it took. Servant's back appeared on Claire's screen as she impaled her blade into it. His avatar slowly turned around and Claire typed a quick message into the chat box. Heart-stealing thief. You first, number 2. Both her and Servant's health bars disappeared from view, a notification popping up in front of her. You have won the duel. Mission clear. Claire stood up from her chair and struck a guts pose in celebration of her victory. A large grin on her face, she sat back down on her chair, turning the pages of her notebook to a page filled with tallies. She jotted down a stroke in the column with her name above it, the number of tallies overshadowing the column next to it. Glowering in her victory, she quickly sent a message to Servant. Clack clack, heart-stealing thief. What were you thinking, challenging me, knowing you were going to lose anyway? Bored Servant. Claire smiled to herself while sending a few more back and forth messages between her and Servant. Basking in her victory for a little longer, Claire slowly walked her avatar towards the gate. Heart-stealing thief. All right, this is for real this time. Claire interacted with the gate as a pop-up message appeared. Would you like to enter? Yes. No. Click the final floor. Let's do this. Claire braced herself as she confirmed her action, her heart pounding in anticipation. A system notification pinged her upon her confirmation. Commencing transport. A bright light filled up her room, her vision growing dark. My head is on fire. Are you all right, my lady? Don't mind me, Dahlia, I'm just thinking of something. As you wish, my lady. Inside a well-lit room sat a young woman, who glanced to be around 16 years old. She had long platinum blonde hair and a slender face. Her ethereal purple eyes, like amethysts, who drew in whoever stared into them for too long. Claire, or rather Lillian Silvervale, the third princess of the Silvervale Kingdom. Her head was pounding, her eyes drawn to the mirror in front of her. This isn't real, right? This couldn't be real. She was currently in internal conflict, her head rested on the heel of her palm. Her eyes slightly dazed, she pinched her right cheek with her free hand, the pain biting her cheek more than it should have. Ow. It had been 1 day, or more accurately 1 night, since Lillian had gained her memories, or more accurately regained her memories. She still didn't know what to call it, the phenomenon that she found herself in. The sensation was indescribable, it was as if she was herself, but also not herself. Just trying to make sense of it punctured a hole through her brain, but only a truly crazy person wouldn't have tried to consider what happened to themselves if they found themselves in her situation. It had happened suddenly, just as she was about to get into bed, that wave of pain hit her, taking all her effort not to vocally express her pain. She was truly lucky that it was at night and that she was alone, because the few hours after that were some of the weirdest times of her life. No way it's real, I lost to Servant and went insane, and that led to whatever's happening right now. She was still locked in debate, deciding whether she was currently going insane or if the sights and memories she had were real. Yet she couldn't deny the reality of it. She felt pain when she pinched herself, and to top that off. But if that's the case, what the hell are these memories? Next to her was her personal maid, Dahlia, whose current duty was to groom her hair. Later today she was going to a meeting for the festival she was helping organize. The one that had taken her months to get approval for. She remembered all of this, alongside the memories she had of Claire. She remembered the game that she loved playing, the one she had got to the very peak of. Her rival, whose constant bitterness brought her hours of entertainment. The game she was in right now. A dead NPC, what a fitting role. She had to face it, Lillian was inside Pandora's tower. All the evidence, or at least her memories, pointed to it. She didn't know whether to be more freaked out by the fact that she was inside of her favorite game, or that she was an NPC in remarked game. I'm done, my lady. Dahlia spoke, interrupting her wonders. After being informed that her hair was done being groomed, Lillian stood up from her seat, her hand placed on the top of her forehead, swiping a stray strand of hair away. Thank you, Dahlia. She spoke, turning around. Dahlia bowed and walked out of the room, leaving Lillian alone until she called for her. She tried stretching her body. It still didn't feel quite right, like she was controlling a puppet instead of her own body. Some training might help, but I don't want to ask Mother. She walked away from the mirror and went over to a nearby window, peeking out into the palace courtyard. Outside were the royal knights in the middle of their training. Amongst them, Lillian saw a familiar face, her older brother, the second prince, currently sparring with a fully armored knight. Training for the tower, I see. With them were also some odd figures, a pair of elves, one a drow, and one a high elf and a single wolf beastman. The three of them stood out due to the clothes they were wearing. The black cloak, wrapped around the beastman's body, and the futuristic-looking suits worn by the elves. The elves at least glanced like they ripped straight out of a science fiction novel, written by some avant-garde author. The three of them couldn't look any more different than the knights, yet to Lillian, and to the people of this world, it was a perfectly normal sight. I forgot about mother and father inviting players. Is it for the celebration next month? Slapping her cheeks, Lillian walked over to her bed, pulling up its cover to reveal a single leather-bound notebook hidden under it. Retrieving it, she grabbed an arcane implement that acted just like a pen. Maybe they should have just called it a pen. It was a shame that residents of a tower's floor had limited access to their windows, else she wouldn't have to do something as convoluted as hiding a notebook. Jotting down a few notes, she returned the notebook under her bed, locking it with its front handle. Fua. She yawned, stretching her arms slightly. I better head downstairs. With that wondered in mind, Lillian opened her door and walked down the crowded hallways of the royal palace, making her way to the dining hall. Greetings, father, mother, brother. After finding a good time to jump in, Lillian greeted the three, giving them a bow before heading towards the table. Good morning, my daughter. How are you today? Her father was the first one who paused the conversation to greet Lillian, a wide smile on his face. I'm well, father. Responding to her father, Lillian took a seat next to her brother, who was using the pause in his conversation to stuff food in his mouth. Good morning, Lillian. Chugging down water, food still in his mouth, her brother, George, hurriedly greeted Lillian. Good morning to you too, elder brother. Turning to her side, Lillian returned his greeting. The three resumed their conversation as Lillian sat in silence. She waited as she was served a plate of cured meats and a glass of water. Cutting into the meat with her knife, she placed it into her mouth. This continued for a while, with Lillian eating and drinking, while her family was engaged in conversation. Oh yes, Lillian. Out of the blue, Lillian's mother, Adelaide, called out to her. What is it, mother? Pausing her meal, Lillian responded to her mother, an expression of curiosity on her face. It wasn't often her parents called for her, not for a lack of care, just for their sheer lack of time. Though it is mother this time. I hope she doesn't invite me to training. How are the preparations for the festival going? Adelaide inquired. Pleasantly surprised by her mother's question, Lillian responded. The preparations are going well, mother. I will be meeting with some of the planners later today. Lillian didn't need to think much to answer her mother. The festival was something she had been planning for months now. Even if she had two memories, it would be a sunny day in Hades if she forgot about it. Wonderful. I'm very excited to see how it turns out. Adelaide smiled in satisfaction, an expression of pride and delight on her face. Thank you, mother. Lillian nodded to her mother, placing her attention back on her meal. Stall for time, Lillian, stall for time. She watched her father finish his conversation with George, noticing his gaze shifting to her. My daughter, I have been meaning to ask for a while, but how old are you currently? Therian inquired. An odd question, but she didn't mind much and responded. I turned 17 a few months ago, father. Lillian paused for a second before responding to her father. Unlike the festival, she never could remember how old she was, not to mention the age kerfuffle with her new memories. 17. Her father repeated her answer with a wry smile on his face. He slightly chuckled, Lillian tilting her head in concern. Is there something wrong, father? She inquired. No, don't mind me, Lillian, just thinking about something. Assuring her everything was fine, Therian turned to Adelaide and started talking to her. Lillian, no longer in the eyesight of her parent, turned to her brother. Brother, I've been meaning to ask, but how is your training? Lillian took the opportunity to make small talk with George, asking him about his training with the Royal Knights. Maybe it was the gamer in her speaking, but Lillian felt an intense urge to talk with every major person she encountered, just like one would talk to an NPC in a game. On an additional note, she also wanted to satiate her curiosity. Tower residents in-game usually joined the tower on behalf of their people. the Silvervale family following the same tradition, being too young to participate, or so she assumed. Her parents never gave her details on it. "Oh, it's going well, I guess. Why?" George responded, food still stuffed in his mouth. "I was just curious, brother. I saw you training outside earlier after all," Lillian spoke. "Is that so?" George nodded while muttering to himself. "When will you be heading into the tower, brother?" Lillian prodded. "In a month or something like that. Just before the kingdom anniversary as well, damn it. The old man told me it was a good time to leave. So I've got no other choice," George nonchalantly responded, shrugging his shoulders. Lillian couldn't help but be entertained by him throwing shade at their father while answering her question. "Interesting. I wish you luck in your training, brother." Lillian spoke with a sincere tone. "Thanks, Lil, sis," George responded. Looking at the clock at the wall, Lillian finished up her food, standing up from her seat. "Well then, father, mother, brother, I must be going now, so please pardon me." She spoke while performing a slight bow, leaving the room soon afterwards. "Dahlia, what's my schedule for today?" Stepping out into the corridor, Lillian reunited with Dahlia, who held a large stack of papers in her hand. While walking, Lillian inquired Dahlia about her schedule, which Dahlia began listing out, referencing the information found on a piece of paper. "You have a class with your private tutor in around an hour. After that you have 1 hour of free time before meeting with the event planner. You will then attend 2 tea parties back to back, one hosted by Duke Russells and one hosted by Marquis Cromwell. Both these parties will be important for you to secure resources for the festival. Then you will meet with the temple head to get permission to borrow their clerics, before returning home to do paperwork." Unfazed by the long schedule, Lillian continued walking, briefly thanking Dahlia. "Thank you, Dahlia." A large smirk emerged from Lillian's face, her walking pace increasing. "Responsibilities, responsibilities, responsibilities. Let's get started, shall we?" Chapter 10. A visit to the slums. Tantara. The sound of a trumpet rang out, marking Lillian's arrival. The carriage she was in moved at a steady pace, making its way through the crowd. "Make way for the arrival of the third princess," an esquire yelled at the crowd. A path cleared for Lillian's carriage. Lillian's ears turned a light shade of pink as she heard the announcement. She was more than used to the embellished and exaggerated compliments of her from other nobles, but the sheer volume of had embarrassed her. Leaning back in her seat, Lillian observed the surrounding landscapes of Bronzewall. The people crowding the street, their daily lives going on as usual. The medieval-style buildings, in tandem with the common use of arcane implements. Street vendors summoning entire restaurants out of small box-sized carts. "It's been 2 months already, huh?" she muttered, her pointed toward the ceiling. 2 whole months had passed since she had first obtained her dual memories as Claire and Lillian. She had those months, working, planning, and lying low, doing all the duties she usually did as third princess. She was confident in saying she had readjusted to the lifestyle, early mornings, and late nights. Time flew quickly when you were busy, and even that word was an understatement for the responsibilities of her job. The ride in the carriage had been pleasant so far, smooth and relaxing. She found moments like this invaluable in the middle of her work, the perfect opportunity to relax. Looking down at her lap, Lillian took out a leather-bound notebook, flipping through its pages until she found the section she was looking for. Tree Event. She read off the page. The notebook Lillian was currently holding was the culmination of 2 months of recollection and notation. A journal containing information on hidden pieces. At least, the ones she remembered Servant talking about. She had worked on this journal for 2 whole months, jotting down all the information she could recall once per day. She had been avoiding going to any of the locations listed in the journal, preventing herself from seeking out any hidden piece. Today was different. She was finally going to attempt to obtain one. Specifically a leaf from the Tree Event. She had already prepared all she needed to conquer the mini-dungeon that was the ancient alchemist's lab, borrowing a few items from the royal treasury. The carriage came to a halt, and the door to her cabin opened. "Please follow me, my lady," Dahlia spoke, guiding her master out of the carriage. "Thank you, Dahlia," Lillian remarked with a smile, looking out at the empty field they were now in. This was going to be the venue for the festival she had been working on these past 2 months, and the excuse for her to get the hidden piece. She spotted large metal beams, and the mages carrying them, their staffs gripped tightly in their hands. There was an entire crew dedicated to furnishing the field, all for the express purpose of making it the perfect venue for the festival. From some quick observations, Lillian deducted that it would take them a few hours to get it ready, noticing the absent head organizer. Dahlia, it seems like it will be a while until the stage is ready, so I'll wander around the premises until then. Lillian spoke. These few hours were her only opening to getting to the lab, so she had to move quick. Please inform Simon and George of my whereabouts. As you wish, Master. Dahlia responded with a bow, leaving Lillian to wander off on her own. Left alone, Lillian couldn't help the slight smirk that went up on her face, heading back to her carriage to grab her pouch. Standing some ways behind the carriage, she glanced around her to make sure no one was there, and took off her heels. Reaching into her pouch, she pulled out a pair of running boots, placing them on her feet. Then she reached back into the pouch and retrieved a large brown clock, placing it over her body. As much as I hate magicians, dimensional magic is awesome. Time to head to the slums. Lillian muttered, fully dressed up. Her face was completely covered by her robe, identity fully hidden. Who needed glasses when she had these? She turned her attention to a location in the distance, specifying a spot and locking it in place. She then spread the mana in her body, isolating her core and spreading out the small amount she had. A warm sensation enveloped her body, strength filling her. This was one of the techniques her mother had taught her when she inquired for training, a unique skill only she could teach. Strengthening. Mana was used to reinforce her body, improving its characteristics by many folds. Even without a window, skills are easy. Lillian smirked and crouched down on the ground, her eyes still focused on the same location as before. Just like I practiced. She kicked off the ground, her body flying forward. Whoosh! Wind blew through her face and adrenaline through her body, the empty field now out of sight. She stopped moving, her legs in intense pain. Another skill her mother taught her, rush. The skill came at a cost though, as evident by her aching body. Right, now that I've left. She wondered to herself while observing her surroundings. No longer was the field in sight, just as she had wanted. She jerked her head around while searching for something, her eyes eventually locking onto it. An alleyway. She tried another form of strengthening, this time focusing her mana onto her legs. She then ran again, heading straight into the alleyway. She made her way through a single straight path, entering and leaving through multiple multicolored doors. This was a shortcut that only she knew about, the only method to get to her hidden home back in Tower of Pandora, and the best path to take when traveling through Bronzewall. A putrid smell entered her nose as she stepped foot into the slums. Due to her hood, none were paying attention to her, but she still couldn't shake off the bad feeling she got while she was here. It was disgusting, almost nauseating. She trudged through, eventually making her way to her destination. She stopped in front of a decrepit house, walking up its steps and wandering around till she found the hidden trapdoor. Wehoza, Ailswe, Unome. Saying the password, the trapdoor creaked beneath her, and Lillian jumped straight inside. Crash. Her body fell against the hard ground of the dark laboratory, though she didn't feel any pain due to the reinforcement of her legs. Channeling mana to her eyes, the laboratory lit up, every detail clear in her eyes. Picking up a glass beaker from a shelf, she glanced at it briefly before placing it back down on a table. Passing by jars filled with alchemy ingredients, Lillian headed deeper into the laboratory. A short walk later, not particularly long with the use of rush, she came upon the lab's indoor garden. Glass walls shaped into a dome, and a large metallic ball on the top. The lab's very own artificial sunrows of plants lined the soil, paths running down each channel of soil, and of course the reason she had to sneak into the palace's treasury. It glanced like a bundle of green mist, floating around the garden like a guard dog. Floating smoky ember eyes with a sharp gaze. This is why I hate magicians. The ancient alchemist wasn't foolish enough to leave the garden they spent years working on alone. And out came this thing. The druid phantom, an amalgamation that one might call a disaster, or one of the most brilliant creatures to ever trample over the laws of the world. Lillian placed her pouch on the ground and dug around inside, pulling out a few items. A spear, a sword, multiple daggers, and finally a tinted spherical vial. Placing her hand on the spear's handle, the sword and daggers hung on her waist. She opened the door into the garden, attracting the phantom's attention. Here goes nothing. Gruarh. When it noticed Lillian, the phantom made a disgusting, visceral growl, its misty body turning toward her. She pointed her spear forward, putting distance between her and the phantom. Then, the first move was made, the phantom's body undulating and rushing toward Lillian. Its misty and blobby form wrangled around, a spike of fear striking Lillian's body. This was only natural when she was faced with a creature many times her level of power. She kept the spear pointed forward, easing up her mind to focus on battle. Lillian swung her spear sideways, intercepting the phantom's charge. As the tip of the spear hit it, a portion of the phantom's body started melting, like acid was splashed upon its body. Its eyes contorted, and the phantom stopped moving. The phantom backed up, putting a distance between it and Lillian. As they were, phantoms couldn't be hurt by ordinary weapons, not even mithril or orichalcum could damage its body. There were only a few things that could hurt it, more specifically, clerics, or the type of weapons Lillian had on her right now. Incorporeal subjugators. Weapons with an enchantment or modifier placed on them that allowed mana to be funneled into the it, to gain the ability to directly harm spirits, mists, or phantoms. Who needs skills when you've got a treasury? It was now Lillian's turn to go on the offensive. Spear still pointed forward, she grabbed a dagger from her waist. Channeling mana through her arm, she threw the dagger forward, aiming straight for the phantom's eyes. Thwack. Seeing the dagger getting flung at it, the phantom dodged, its body morphing to the side. Lillian quickly followed up her attack by throwing two more daggers, throwing them in two separate directions. Thwack. Once more, the phantom dodged, its body squirming and forming a straight line. It was a tough opponent to hit. Now, with the knowledge that the weapons Lillian possessed could damage it, the fluke from earlier couldn't be recreated. Still, Lillian couldn't help but feel like the phantom's guard was too low, severely underestimating her skills. She sent mana down to her legs. It was now her turn to charge forward. She placed a hand on the sword at her hip, ready to use it at any moment. Lillian let go of her spear, sending it down toward the ground. In those few moments, she launched herself forward, bother her hands on her sword. A light blue wave formed behind it. While she could use every type of weapon, both in-game and in this life as well, the sword was the one weapon she knew the best. She thrust her sword forward before making a wide slash. The phantom, having not anticipated this sudden attack, tried to dodge, but part of its body was grazed by the tip of Lillian's sword. More of its body melted, its sharp eyes turning a dark shade of crimson. Lillian had a grin on her face, seeing as her surprise attack was successful. She pointed her blade forward, as if to challenge the phantom. Grua. The roar of the phantom echoed throughout the garden's glass walls. Lillian bent her blade, both her hands tightly gripping it, and charged forward. Chapter 11. A battle and an encounter with a slash to the side. Lillian swerved her body, aiming the blade upwards in a continuation of her attack. The phantom split its body into two parts, escaping her grasp. She continued to swing, the dark glint of her blade making trails in the air. With every broad swing, the phantom dodged, and her attacks grew slower. She tried to jab the sword forward, noticing that when she did, her body leaned forward alongside it. Way too heavy. Lillian could feel her arms getting tired from just briefly swinging the sword, its hefty weight putting a toll on her underdeveloped arms. Though her maneuvering was acceptable, at this point she regretted not just using the daggers she had thrown earlier. She knew that her mana was running low, a few more uses of her skills, and it would be gone. Annoying, but something she would have to work around, as she needed just one more burst to carry out her plan. Her swings continued, the blade whirring through the air, and the phantom dodging each attack with ease. If she was a magician, this might have been easier, but alas. Unlike in-game, the attack patterns of the phantom weren't predetermined. As Lillian continued to attack, the more it learned, and the better it could avoid them. Being non-corporeal meant that the phantom could do a lot more than just dodge to avoid Lillian's attacks. If its purpose wasn't to defend the laboratory, she suspected that it would have just fled by now. The phantom's body split once more, opening like a book. Then out of its crevice came a white, hazy mist. While in the air it just floated, but like a giggling jester, The phantom let out another puff of mist, this time an ominous foggy black. Boom! When the two mists mixed, a large, ear-piercing explosion rang out in front of Lillian as she hurriedly jumped back to dodge. The phantom's body closed again, regaining its cubical shape, before floating around. It was toying with her right now, waiting for Lillian to get tired so it could end the battle in one fell swoop. It wanted her to know that at any moment, it could kill her. TCH. Lillian clicked her tongue, cursing not at the phantom, but at herself for her carelessness. She ran forward again, this time, aiming not for the druid, but toward the back of the room. Her eyes went toward the daggers she threw earlier, simply lying on the floor. She leaned her body down, grabbing them from off the floor without stopping her movement. Whoosh! She threw one toward the phantom, making it stop to dodge her attack. Those few seconds were all Lillian needed to carry out her plan. Her body moved toward the direction of a field of root plants, small leaves sticking out of the soil. She aimed toward a section of plants with, specifically, two muddy green leaves sticking out of the soil. Mana flowed through her legs. The field was quite far from where she was, and if she was a second too late to reach it, the phantom would have her head first. Lillian kicked off the ground at an astonishing speed, all for a split second. Upon reaching the field, Lillian made her way to the plant that she was eyeing, grabbing onto its stem and pulling it out of the ground. What she dug out was a brown, bell-shaped plant, with a grotesque-looking face, along with a pair of small arms and legs. The mandrake. A rare plant that only a few alchemists had access to. Shriek. The mandrake started screaming, its shrill voice hitting Lillian's ears. It was annoying, especially since she was right next to it, but her slightly pained face couldn't compare to the phantom's reaction to the plant. Almost immediately, its body started writhing, struggling in pain. It stopped moving and its form started shifting violently, going from shape to shape in rapid succession. The screams on a mandrake, one of the few weaknesses of incorporeal monsters. This was one of the few times in the last 2 months where her game knowledge had actually been useful. The mandrake being an addition. Developers added to the laboratory to assist weaker players with defeating the druid phantom. At that moment, she began to move even faster than before, having only a few seconds of time to finish the battle. It was impossible for her to defeat the phantom. That was obvious before she even entered the laboratory. Its current form, which she was currently struggling with, wasn't even the strongest it got, far from it. Lillian placed her hand on the tinted vial at her waist, popping open its cork to reveal its empty interior. Now it was just a matter of time. If incorporeal were weak to the shrieks of a mandrake, what was the solution to that problem? Well, for the creature to turn corporeal. This was a key concept Lillian was relying on for this entire battle, hoping that her hunch was correct. CRCK. CRCK. Upon hearing a few crackles come from the phantom, Lillian wanted to jump for joy. The druid phantom's body began to morph, its misty body condensing into a block of matter. It now glanced like a stump of wood lying there on the ground. A few moments later, that stump of wood also began to shift. Arms grew out of its sides, a head from its top, and 2 legs from its bottom. The stump of wood shifted to a humanoid body, spiked and gnarly. A mouth emerged on its head, the same floating eyes as earlier, hovering just above it. The druid phantom's second form, and the key to Lillian's victory. With one swift movement, Lillian stabbed her knife into the mandrake, as its face warped and disappeared. She then tossed the mandrake's now non-sentient body toward the phantom and began to run toward it. A very basic rule when it came to spiritual transitioning: it's a bad idea to do it around mandrakes. As the mandrake hit the phantom's still developing physical body, it began to shake. Parts of it were now transforming back into mist, some parts still made of wood. Its existence was now unstable and, more importantly, ripe for harvesting. With a wide smile, Lillian thrust her sword forward with a single hand, impaling it into the phantom's body. Then she held out the empty tinted vial, and something odd began to occur. The mist that made up the phantom's body began to condense into a liquid, flowing into the vial via tiny droplets. It was slowly fading out of existence. The phantom reverting from mist to wood, and finally to its original state as a potion. Lillian opened her pouch and tossed in the vial containing the guardian, letting out a sigh of exhaustion. Slumping down on the ground, she lied back and inquired in her glory for just a moment. Mission clear. Standing right back up, she glanced at the wide garden full of unharvested plants. While the mandrake was useful for combating the phantom, there were other uses for it. I have some time. Lillian pulled another mandrake out of the ground, immediately stabbing it with her dagger. Stuffing it into her pouch, she glanced out at the vast field, letting out an audible sigh. One down. Just a million or so more to go. Resigning to her fate, Lillian's face made a wry grin, placing the mandrake inside her pouch and walking down the row. She continued harvesting the mandrakes until all of them were gone from the ground, every single one tossed into her pouch. Time to get the rest, I guess, she muttered. Standing back up, Lillian walked over to the other plants, this time without her knife. It would be a shame if she left here with only the mandrakes. So, crouching down, she pulled out more plants of various colors and sizes out of the ground. Can't forget this, she remarked, walking up to the large tree at the back of the garden. She skimmed through it for a moment until she found the unique colored leaf she was looking for. Upon finishing, she returned to the main area of the lab. I don't think I can carry the rest of this, Lillian spoke, looking out at the oodles of lab equipment and materials. Although she had access to a dimensional bag, she could only carry a certain number of items at a time, and the weapons and hundreds of plants really didn't help with that. While she was disappointed, Lillian knew she could always come back the next day if she wanted the rest of the items. She already got what she was here for after all. Deciding to come back the next day, Lillian left the lab and trudged through the slums, heading back to the festival grounds. Upon reaching the festival grounds, with her clothes changed of course, she was met with a frantic Dahlia who had been searching for her. My lady, where have you been? Sir Simon has been calling for you, Dahlia hurriedly remarked. My bad, I will head to the stage immediately, she responded as she hurried toward the stage. A few members of personnel came up to her and led her to the cleric in charge of the amplification field. Hooked up to the amplification field, she made her opening speech, the crowd cheering as she finished up. Immediately heading to the cleric to get the amplification field detached from her, Lillian rushed out from the stage back to her carriage. I'll come back tomorrow anyway. A summons from mother and father takes priority. Climbing aboard her carriage, Lillian was led back to the royal palace. We've arrived at the palace, princess. A voice woke Lillian up, getting out of her seat and sitting up straight. She glanced next to her and saw Dahlia standing outside of the carriage door, waiting for her. Thank you, Dahlia, Lillian responded, rubbing her eyes. She got out of the carriage, heading straight toward her room. For whatever reason, her mother and father had summoned her today, and she didn't know the reason why. She believed that she didn't have to attend the kingdom anniversary until the day after, but maybe she was wrong. She dropped her pouch off at her room and was forcibly dragged by Dahlia to change her clothes. I'm just meeting with mother and father. Why does Dahlia have to dress me? Lillian had a frown on her face as Dahlia dressed her up like a doll. Every single makeup product in the tower, placed on the table in front of her. You look beautiful, Your Highness. Dahlia spoke with a beaming smile. Lillian glanced at herself in the mirror, still weird. She was wearing a gorgeous charcoal black dress, a white sash tied on the center of her waist. Beautiful was an understatement for how she glanced, if Dahlia's proud smile was anything to go off. Thank you, Dahlia, but isn't formal clothing good enough? Lillian inquired. Don't worry about it, Your Highness, just head to the royal chamber. Your parents are waiting for you, Dahlia responded, twirling Lillian around one last time. Her maid had a faint smile on her face, giggling as she glanced at her. Lillian wasn't too clear to why Dahlia was behaving that way, but didn't really ponder it as she had to get to the royal chambers very soon. Dahlia let her go and Lillian headed towards the chambers. Upon reaching those grand doors, she knocked. Knock, knock, greetings mother, father, it's me. She spoke, asking for permission to enter. From inside the room, she heard a loud voice coming from Therion, his voice deep and booming. You may enter. Slowly, she opened the doors and walked into the royal chambers. She found Therion and Adelaide waiting for her, sitting on a small round table in the center of the room. Slowly approaching them, Lillian spoke up. What is it, mother, father? Sit down, Lillian. Therion beckoned her over, inviting Lillian to take a seat in front of him and Adelaide. So, why we called you here? He began to speak. There is someone important we want you to meet, and this just happens to be the day he's at the palace. He continued. We want you to talk with him for a while and tell us your impressions of him. I understand. Lillian responded. It was a simple enough request. She had done so many times over the past few years. How hard could this one be? Thank you, Lillian. Therian spoke. I'm sorry, but we must be going now. Turning to the clock on the wall, he and Adelaide stood up. Best of luck, mother, father. Lillian remarked. You too, my daughter. Therian responded with a smile, before leaving the royal chambers, leaving Lillian all alone sitting in front of a teapot. Time passed with not much happening, Lillian staring out into space. I'm bored. She couldn't leave though, as that would sully the name of the royal family. Just as she was about to fall asleep, salvation came in the form of 2 knocks on the door. Knock, knock creaked. The door opened, and out came a beautiful-looking boy. Blonde hair and mysterious golden eyes. His gaze was sharp, but all the while aloof. She noticed him staring at her from a distance. Feeling a bit awkward, she coughed to grab his attention. Ahem. Snapped out of his daze, the boy shook his head and began walking toward her, taking a seat opposite to her on the tea table. Lillian prepared herself for conversation as usual, putting on a respectful smile. She glanced up and locked eyes with him, and suddenly, felt a jolt of pain, like a current of electricity running through her head. She recognized this sensation. It was familiar, almost identical to the one she had when she first gained her memories. As this happened, her brain flared into overdrive, a slew of information traveling into her consciousness. She was dazed, but one wondered went through her mind at that very moment. Board servant? Running on pure instinct, an unsettled tone of her voice, Lillian blurted out, You. Chapter 12. A conversation. Unbeknownst a sudden lapse of her memory, Lillian found herself forgetting what she had been doing. She remembered a scream. Or was it a yell? A jolt of pain ran through her brain, and she fell out of her daze. Once more, she was met with the sight of the boy opposite her. She recognized him. He wasn't someone she knew personally, but knew as an NPC, a resident. Ferrith Aradel, the magician. She hadn't recognized him earlier, for whatever, but now memories came flooding through her mind. She didn't know what to say. Ferrith had an aloof expression on his face, not one showing much emotion, but inoffensive enough. She could empathize with that glare. Oh, how she wished she could act like him as well. A sense of camaraderie formed from this short interaction. What was I doing again? She recollected her memories and remembered her parents instructing her to talk with the boy. Why not? She wondered. Although he was her enemy in-game, she had always enjoyed Ferrith's storyline, and who knew? What if talking with him here would help her understand her current situation as well? Now, how should I start this conversation? Good evening. She spoke. My name is Lillian Silvervale. Pleased to meet you. Ferrith's eyes blinked for a moment before his mouth opened. Greetings, Your Majesty, he remarked, bowing his head down. My name is Ferrith Aradel. It is my honor to have met you. His tone showed not a hint of sincerity, but not like Lillian minded anyway. It was much preferable to the feet-licking she always encountered when dealing with nobles. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. She appreciated his honesty, but was also confused. This was not the Ferrith Aradel she remembered encountering in-game. He was always so much more lively, full of energy and confidence. The boy in front of her was much calmer, calculated even, everything from his posture to tone screaming artificial. They sat in silence for a while, neither party having any idea what to say. So, I wondered he was supposed to talk. What's going on? Lillian's mind screamed for assistance. She had assumed that Ferrith was here because he had some sort of business with her, that he would be the one to strike up a conversation. Ahem. She coughed, drawing attention to herself. Ferrith's gaze was trained on her, those golden eyes piercing into hers. There was something about the way he carried himself that reminded her of someone. Odd to think about now, but this was most reminiscent of how Servant was when she first met him. Even in a chat log, she could recognize people's intentions and emotion. It was skill, or rather a habit, she wished she didn't have, a curse and a blessing all at once. So, what brings you here today? Lillian inquired, hoping to strike up some small talk to replace the silent room. Ferrith glanced a bit puzzled by her question, his eyebrows raising just slightly. My parents instructed me to come here, he answered. I wasn't given much information aside from that. Is that so? Lillian responded with a slight curve of her lips. The same goes with me. What a coincidence. Fairith remarked, his hands placed on the table, tapping it just slightly. Other than this, what brings you to the palace? Lillian inquired, leaning her head back. The yearly celebration, of course. He responded with a languid tone. If it was up to me, I would much prefer to be at home. Being around nobles isn't my favorite way to pass time. Lillian chuckled slightly. She couldn't have agreed more. If it wasn't for her duties as princess, she would have lived a life far away from other nobles. Their cruelty and two-faced nature were more than enough to drive her gut to its limits. She felt sorry for her parents who had to manage those monsters every single waking hour of their lives. This two-faced floor she lived on. Made strong by the smart, but ruled by the stupid. Those gardens toiled away inside every single day, from Bronzewall to Goldhoard, brought her and her people so much fortune. So why did the slums still exist? I'm betting my parents forced yours to participate. Lillian remarked with a light laugh, a small grin on her face. You're an Aradel, right? I heard that our parents have always been close. Really? Fairith inquired with a smile. I wouldn't have wondered that about them after seeing them in the main hall earlier. As rhetoric as that statement obviously was, she couldn't help but agree on how different her parents presented themselves in public and in private. She glanced up to see Fairith looking at her with a wide smile. My mother is the same way, so I understand your plight, he spoke. Lillian couldn't help but put on a smile as well. Coincidence after coincidence. How entertaining indeed. The conversation had turned out much more pleasant than she had first anticipated. It was, oddly enough, fun. A nice break from talking with nobles. She was currently enjoying herself, something she would have never expected when this conversation began. Full of coincidences, are we? Lillian's voice echoed in a small, well-lit room. Sat around a small table were three of the most powerful figures in all of Silvervale Kingdom. Sylvia Aradel, along with Therion and Adelaide Silvervale. They sat next to each other, their gazes focused on a small screen, on it an image of Lillian and Fairith talking with one another. If Fairith was there, he would have recognized the screen as the arcane implement Sylvia had been tinkering with that morning. It was a spy cam, or a security camera, whatever you might want to call it, hooked up to another arcane implement placed inside of the royal chambers. I think we made a good decision, Syl. Therion spoke, smiling at Sylvia who was sat next to Adelaide. She gave him a grin in response to his statement. The only person in that room that glanced the slightest bit perturbed was Adelaide, her eyes sharp as she watched her daughter and Fairith talk. She felt unease at the idea her husband had suggested, having only given her approval for this meeting as a trial of sorts. Unlike Sylvia and Therion, she was worried about the two children. Not to sound overprotective, but having climbed the tower longer than the other two, she had a very different view on it. It was a shame, but politics were politics, and they needed to keep sending their children to the tower to compete with the residents from other floors. They needed players to look up to Silvervale, to ignore the filth inside of it, and to trust in the kingdom. Just today they were having talks with Theodore of the Thunder God Guild, the latter hoping to set up a guild base in their kingdom. This deal would skyrocket their reputation among the residents and players of the tower, so it was vital that it succeeded. Besides that, she was also hoping to be able to train Lillian for a while longer. These past 2 months had only reminded her how much potential her daughter had for combat, even with her lacking mana capacity. Just one more year of training and Lillian would have been at a level unseen at her age in the tower. Not only would it have allowed her to do better during the tutorial's second and third rounds, but also make her a capable successor to her skill. An engagement between Lillian and Fairith. That was the idea Therion and Sylvia had first approached her about. Not to use them as political tools, but to build a bond that could be used inside of the tower. So that both children could have someone they could depend on to clear the tower's many trials. Are you sure this is a good decision? Adelaide inquired the two, interrupting their jolly banter. Her eyes were squinted, slightly languid and tired. Sylvia simply smiled in response to her statement, standing up from her seat and wrapping her arms around Adelaide's back. Her eyes screamed of mischief, her signature playful glint exuded from every movement she made. Between friends you're still cold as ever, huh, Adelaide? Sylvia spoke. I'm simply worried about the two. Adelaide responded, her tone sharp. Fine, they seem to like each other enough. Even I've never seen my own daughter show this kind of behavior in front of me. That's not the point though, she remarked, turning her head to stare Sylvia in the eyes. They're unprepared. Then we'll make them prepared. Sylvia responded with an impish smile. We only have 3 months, Sylvia. Adelaide spoke, her fists clenched. Sure, we can announce their engagement next month during the Feast of Realization, but then what? Even George had 2 years of training, and you're giving the two of them not even an eighth of that. That's because it was him. Sylvia responded. These are Lillian and Fairith we're talking about, and we both know how talented our children are. Plus, she added, we'll personally train them. Sylvia had a smug smile on her face, revealing the secret weapon she had hidden all this time. Even Adelaide had to admit, personal training from the three of them toppled anything the two would get if they were trained by even the most powerful knights and mages in their kingdom. Even so, she remained unconvinced, firm in her beliefs. I agree with Syl. Therion joined in, no longer just watching the two speak. Why did Silvervale agree to make you its king? Adelaide inquired sarcastically. That's your fault, isn't it, dear? Therion responded with a cheery voice. Adelaide sighed, taking in a deep breath. Her two friends were as firm in their decision as she was with hers. In this situation, it was 2 against 1, and she knew that in the end, she would have to compromise. Fine. She spoke. I'll agree on one condition. 3 months of training. No less. Adelaide spoke in a firm tone. At the end of the 3 months, we'll have someone test them to see if they're ready. Sylvia and Therion smiled at each other and nodded. Deal. Sylvia remarked, letting go of Adelaide. So, Therion spoke up. Who'll be testing them? Adelaide's eyes turned sharp, a smile on her face. The two hadn't bothered thinking about that part before they agreed, and that was exactly what she wanted. I will. She spoke, emitting a large killing intent throughout the entire room. Therion and Sylvia's eyes widened, but they soon began to laugh at Adelaide's statement. The three had come to a decision. Now it was up to Lillian and Fairith. I heard that today's festival at Bronzewall Square was your doing, Fairith remarked. Lillian's eyes widened as she heard his statement. Not many nobles, other than the ones she explicitly negotiated with, knew about the festival she organized. It was more so her gift to the common folk than it was for nobles. You know of it? She inquired. Fairith nodded his head, as he leaned back in his chair. My carriage passed by it when I was heading toward the palace, he spoke. You put on quite the spectacle. Lillian felt a dose of joy when she heard him say that. She did in fact, work hours upon hours on that festival, and to hear someone not involved in it compliment her on it, brought her a glimpse of happiness. Much appreciated. She remarked in thanks. Creaked the door to the chambers opened and from it emerged 3 figures. Her parents, and someone she never wondered she would see again. Sylvia Aradel. Greetings, His and Her Majesty. As she turned behind her, she saw Fairith knelt down, as he greeted her parents in a respectful manner. Realizing that she was still sitting down, she came to her senses and followed his actions. Greetings, Mother, Father, Marquis Aradel, she spoke. At ease, you too. Therion spoke with a chuckle. Lillian stood back up and returned to her seat, Fairith doing the same. Both their eyes were placed on the three, wondering why they suddenly entered the room. Mother. Fairith suddenly spoke up, his eyes on the odd object in Sylvia's hand. Why is that arcane implement in your hand? Maybe we should just cut to the chase. Therion remarked with a wry smile, looking at Sylvia with a displeased expression. I say Adelaide informed them. Sylvia spoke with a pout going behind Adelaide and pushing her forward. Adelaide had a resigned expression on her face, and what felt like a migraine slowly developing in her mind. Lillian had never seen her mother make this face before, so this was somewhat of an interesting experience. I believe Fairith had already been informed, but we haven't told Lillian anything. Adelaide spoke, preparing herself for a large announcement. What? Lillian couldn't help but be confused, none of the dots connecting in her head. Something Fairith knew, and she didn't. Through their conversation, she had completely forgotten that Fairith was meant to have some business with her, having not spoken a word of it to her. When she glanced at Fairith behind her, she saw the pained expression on his face, what glanced like someone going through the 6 stages of grief. The 3 of us have had some talks, and we decided something. Adelaide remarked after a long pause. We want to get the two of you engaged. Chapter 13. A memory regained that girl. Faireth wondered to himself. His mind wandered around, his attention begotten from the surrounding sights. He couldn't get his earlier encounter with Lillian out of his mind. He felt like there was something wrong with him, something with his memories or wonders. A piece of his mind stolen from him. The third princess had always been a figure he was fascinated by, her story and life, something he endlessly pursued when looking for treasure. A story of tragedy, one where she died at the hands of the villains of the story. A ripple in a chain of events, he and other users referred to as the Day of Reckoning. The day the tower stopped moving, signaling the end of the world as players knew it. He tapped his fingers on the hem of his shirt, his wonders falling back to the same place it had been before. If I exist in a time before the Day of Reckoning. Faye. A voice perturbed his wonders, piercing his ears as it grew louder and louder. Faye. Faireth fell out of his trance, looking up to see his mother grinning at him as they walked through the palace corridors. She had a smug look on her face, her eyes scanning Faireth's body. Finally, you're listening to me. She spoke. Why couldn't you hear me earlier? Was it just you being distracted? Or perhaps your wonders were taken up by a certain princess? She's not wrong, but I'd rather stay silent than admit anything. I remember it like it was yesterday, when you were locked up in your study all day, refusing to come outside. She spoke. Now you're busy thinking about a girl instead of listening to me. That's because I was in my room all of yesterday, he responded with an icy tone. Besides, where do you think I learned it from? The two of them bickered as they headed to their respective rooms, though even in conversation, Faireth's wonders still managed to wander off. I should take a quick walk later. As Faireth and Sylvia left the royal chambers, Therion and Adelaide, having returned to the main hall, Lillian decided to head back to her room. She requested that no one enter, wanting to be left alone for a little while. She laid in bed, her head facing the ceiling of her room, wonders rushing through her mind. I can't go to sleep. Her eyes were wide open, red almost from how long she had been awake that day. Her mind constantly ravaged by passing voices and memories. Her body was uneasy, as it rustled and tossed, every crevice of her body uncomfortable. Even after a day of work and battle, the latter especially taxing on her body, she couldn't get her mind to shut off. Her head turned over to her cabinet as Lillian got out of bed and walked toward it. Inside were various unimportant knickknacks, as well as one item that stood out of place. The single dagger she kept from her earlier foray into the ancient alchemist's laboratory. Its dark and smooth metal handle drew her in, whispering into her ears to pick it up. She wanted nothing more right now than to go outside and have a stroll, as she hoped her wonders would flow into the wind like the fallen leaves of a long-deceased plant. Taking this with me can't hurt, right? She grabbed the dagger from her drawer, placing it on a small hook on her nightgown, one of the nifty perks of having a parent who was battle obsessed. Then, her attention turned back to her bed and the notebook she kept under it. It was late enough at night, there was very little chance that someone, other than her, would be up at this late hour. Even if there was someone walking about, a small part of her heart hoped that it was Faireth, so she could confirm the hunch that had kept her awake. She grabbed the notebook from her bed, placing it near her waist just like the dagger, and with that, she headed out of her room and into the palace hallways. A faint breeze ran through the palace hallways as a gust of wind caressed Lillian's cheeks. She walked around aimlessly, taking in the fresh air and the cool wind. It was quiet, not a single maid, butler, or noble out like she was. As she continued walking, that silence was suddenly broken as she suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps echoing the corridor she was about to turn. She stopped walking and slowly placed her hand on the dagger she had hung on her dress. With quiet steps, she peeked her head over the corner of the hallway, and saw a familiar-looking face walking opposite her direction. Faireth. A glint shone in her amethyst eyes, like a predator that had found its prey. She closed her eyes and directed mana into her legs. It would have been amazing if doing so would have allowed her footsteps to turn silent, but in this case, speed was the only thing she could use. Whoosh. She used rush, and ran up behind Faireth, making sure to grab onto his chest before placing the edge of her dagger toward his neck. Don't move, she remarked softly. Faireth's arms began to move up, placed up in the air to indicate he wasn't going to try to fight back. Strange. Why isn't he using magic? Hey, servant. She called out. Is that you? A cold metal blade pressed against his neck. Ferrith couldn't pin the exact moment his night went so wrong. He had gone out to have a quick walk, still unable to process the day's events. Fresh air to cool his overheating brain. The next thing he knew, he was here, his arms raised like he was being mugged. His eyes were closed, reading the intention. "Hey, servant. Is that you?" he heard the voice ask. Immediately a smile rose onto his face, a pleasant surprise for sure. That was what he forgot earlier, the realization he came to before his sudden lapse of memory. "Damned bastard." Ferrith spoke. He moved his neck away from the sharp edge of the blade and glanced behind him. Stood there, in her hand, the dagger that was pressed against his neck was Lillian, in the flesh once more. A look of joy flashed across Lillian's eyes as she heard Ferrith's response. She let him go, as Ferrith took in a deep breath. "I never would have wondered that I would say this, but it's good to see you," Lillian remarked with a wide grin. "The feeling is mutual," Ferrith responded, rubbing his neck in the area Lillian placed her knife. He let out a large sigh and stretched his arms. "This has been one crazy day," he muttered, exasperation clear in his voice. "Tell me about it." Lillian spoke. Ferrith stared out into the distance for a moment, as a wonder emerged through the clutter of his mind. "How long has it been since you regained your memories?" he inquired. Lillian gave him a puzzled look before replying. "It's been 2 months," she answered. 2 months. Ferrith was shocked by her answer. He had assumed Lillian got hers around the same time as him, but there was a 2-month gap between them. "I only got them this morning," he remarked, as an equally shocked look passed through Lillian's eyes. "It happened when I woke up, you." "Right as I was about to go to sleep," she responded. Fascinating. Instead of being confused by the information Lillian gave him, Ferrith's brain began to go into overdrive, numerous theories flooding his mind. Out of all of them, the one that sounded the most plausible was that Lillian got here first because she was the first to enter the 100th floor. Why that event though? "How very interesting," he mumbled. He placed that wondered out of the spotlight for a moment. There were much more pressing matters he needed to deal with. So, his rival had become the third princess, huh? So much for that pleasant conversation they had. Here he wondered that he found a useful tool in the princess, but instead he got this. "Hey." Lillian suddenly spoke up, his wonders interrupted. "What?" he responded. "Yeah, you know how, in the future, I'm going to die, right?" she spoke. "It happens on the 52nd floor. I was the one who told you about it," Ferrith remarked, twiddling his fingers, as if to say, "Get to the point." She did in fact die in the future. It was one of the more interesting pieces of lore he found during his treasure hunting. When he shared that on the forums, he remembered players immediately hounding it, theorists in all parts of the community concocting a new brew. Heck, when he first told Heart-Stealing Thief, his, or rather, her, mind was blown as well. Still, he didn't think Lillian would still remember that factoid he told her so long ago. "Never mind that. Anyway, I've been investigating this world and comparing it with my memories of the story." Lillian continued her point. "It seems like we're in the period before the main story of Pandora's Tower." Information clicked in Ferrith's head as Lillian spoke. He instantly realized what she was getting at. Even if they arrived at different times, it seemed like their wonders lined up. "A time before the revelation happened, right?" he spoke. "Don't just flaunt your knowledge, number 2. Lillian spoke, a glint of mischief in her eyes. As he mentioned before, when it came to people who annoyed him, there was no one who even came close to his rival. Yeah, he spoke. "You were going to say that we're in a time during Gerald's journey through the tower, right?" "Oh, so you understand number 2. She responded, ignoring his words. "So, number 2, lore master, eternal loser, I remember you saying something about the tragedies that happened during this time. Other than mine, of course." Ferrith groaned and rubbed his head. If he knew how to use magic, he still wouldn't be able to do anything. Royal palace, royalty, princess, all that stuff. "The cult of Demiurge," he reluctantly answered. "One of the reasons I couldn't get my hands on Excalibur," she angrily muttered. Ferrith was hit by a migraine when he realized that her death wasn't the reason she cared about the cult. Though, he couldn't blame her for being upset. The cult of Demiurge also made it impossible for him to get Guy Bold. He was still a little upset about that. A flash sparked through Lillian's eyes as she began moving, her head pointed up to the sky. A tower of 100 stories. She grandly spoke, pacing around Fairith. And I believe this is one of them. I believe you haven't forgotten the announcement my mother made earlier. She stopped walking and spoke with a smile. I think it's an interesting idea. Especially. She paused. With all the benefits it might bring us. Number 1 and number 2, climbing the tower, clearing its trials one stage at a time. She spoke, her arms moving as she gestured. All the while fighting against the forces of evil, the very world fighting against them. Doesn't that sound like a good story? She stopped speaking and glanced Fairith dead in the eyes, awaiting his response. Fairith paused to think. She was correct. If he wanted to stay alive, comfortably at that, it would be in his best interest to avoid the cult of Demiurge. You're right. He muttered in reply. He stared at the arm she extended. To work together with someone, without having the relationship between a tool and its user. That wonder terrified him, more than he could ever imagine. He glanced toward Lillian, his hands slightly shaky, then decided. Fine. Count me in, he spoke as he took her hand. Consider it your mission from now on to assist me in completing my goals. Lillian remarked with a smile, letting go of Fairith's hand. When did I agree to that? Fairith retorted. When you shook my hand. Don't worry about it too much, just think of it as a continuous quest. Lillian coolly responded, waving her hands as if getting rid of Fairith's complaint. All right then, with that taken care of, our first order of business, Lillian remarked, as she smiled at Fairith. Taking out her notebook from within her pocket, she flipped through the pages before showing it to Fairith. Brewing a draft of Ent, she exclaimed, excitement clear in her eyes. Wait, brewing? Wait, so was it you that went to the ancient alchemist's lab before me? Fairith yelled. I'm pretty sure it was. Lillian responded, a smug smile on her face as she raised her shoulders in a shrug. Even in another life, you take away the things I want, Fairith muttered in a dejected tone, his head pointed down. Stop being so gloomy, number 2. I still have all the ingredients, also I was in the middle of a point. She remarked as she nudged at him. Like I was saying, we need to brew a draft of Ent so we increase both our mana capacities. Have you done anything else other than the tree of Ent? Fairith inquired with a tone of slight annoyance. Don't worry, only the tree of Ent. Lillian responded. Though I do have an entire notebook filled with info about the hidden pieces I remember. I'll be the judge of that, Fairith remarked as he eyed the notebook. Anyway, our next goal right after that. She spoke. A blessing from a deity. How do you plan to do that? Fairith inquired. I'm so glad you inquired. She exclaimed brightly before explaining her plan to Fairith. Listening to her, Fairith could only shout in disbelief, astounded by the insanity of her idea. You're crazy, he yelled. Not letting Fairith refute her plans, Lillian backed up, getting a distance away from him. See you tomorrow, number 2. She remarked with a grin. With that she walked away into the corridor, he back leaving Fairith's sight. It's going to be a busy few months. Interlude. A fragment before the reckoning. There was a rumble that shook the world. The tower wept. Its bearings tarnished. The gods bellowed in anger, and rulers cowered in fear. Roots consumed the world, its vice grip sucking away all the life left of it. The roots, which even the sun could not pass through. The faint glimmers of light extinguished. The people lay on the street, elves, beastmen, dwarves, and dragonkin. Crimson blood made a river where they were buried. Their lives stolen from them. Their power turned against them. So, the tower wept, as the clasp that held it shut became worn out. The humans, they hid. The pain they inflicted on the tower so great that the world would shun them. May it be this cursed world. For kings were made fodder, and queens as kindling. Kingdoms turned to battlegrounds. Homes to asylums. Palaces to ruins. Its once grand image gold and marble, falling where they stood. The pebbles and dust on the ground, only to remind of its previous grandeur. The cobbled remains of its majesty, used as a message. To the priests and clerics of good and of bad. Their temples turned to cemeteries. Their gods to stories. Their beliefs into humor. Stood above it all, so grand and illustrious, the savior of the world. He who was shunned by the gods. His brown hair, common for peasants and rabble. His dirtied clothes, made for mercenaries and adventurers. The calluses of a farmer and a serf. His gleaming sword brings light to the fallen. His trusty shield returns it, which was stolen. For with his gaze, the tower weeps no longer, so, what they say, a man spoke. An androgynous face that could either belong to the most beautiful man, or the most handsome woman. His long blonde hair was slightly charred and cut. His eyes tell that they have seen better days. The faint smile on his face glanced almost dangerous, deranged even. His hands placed inside of a robe which was tattered and bloodied. Fancy yourself an entire legend, old friend? He continued, walking towards another man. Why are you here, Faireth? A different man inquired, watching the approaching Faireth. His onyx eyes glanced bleary. His hand placed at the sword at his hip. Faireth continued to walk toward him as the man's gaze pierced through him. His mind screamed to run away, to flee from the calamity in front of him. The man, though, stayed still, tense, but still. Am I not allowed to visit a friend? Faireth responded in a snarky tone. Or is that no longer the case since you became a hero? His expression suddenly turned grim, the smile on his face completely gone. The princess and the ogre, that was what they used to call us, he went on. A crazed smile formed on Faireth's face as he spoke, a hand on his chin. That familiarity, friends, he had called them. Those memories were fleeting as much as they were vivid, pain striking the man's entire body. Faireth, if his golden eyes didn't scare the man enough. I wonder now, who was the princess, and who was the ogre? Faireth remarked with a pause, staring straight into the man's eyes. Answer my question. The man angrily spoke, the grip on his sword tightening. I think that's obvious, Faireth responded, his tone heavy. Why? The man inquired, turning to Faireth, the man who had once been his best friend. Why would he stop him? Faireth, who he knew lost more than anyone else in the tower, due to the demiurge, would stop him from taking his revenge on them. For hurting his friend. Why? Why? Faireth manically responded. His face glanced like he was laughing at the world's funniest joke. Ha 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 ha. I sure liked you better when you were a nervous wreck, the man remarked to Faireth, his face dour. You know what, me too. Faireth cheerily agreed. He stopped his laughing, his expression turning stern. I wonder why, he muttered, loud enough so the man could hear it. He hurriedly paced around before halting. Could it be, Gerald? Faireth slowly turned to Gerald, his head twisting like a doll inside of a horror movie. His smile slowly faded away from his face, his expression grave. My mother, Lillian, Rollo, Elle, and so many other lives, he remarked, holding back tears. It had happened again. Faireth's personality and emotions swing in uncontrollably. Gerald stiffened himself, staying put, and Faireth came closer to him. Were their sacrifices not enough for you? My kingdom was destroyed, its rulers killed. Even the Valkyrie couldn't survive. The Valkyrie, he yelled out at Gerald, veins practically bulging from his head. Gerald didn't know how to react to Faireth's heavy outburst, his heart sunken. That's not what I meant, Gerald tried to say, attempting to console his friend. You are not a hero, Gerald, Faireth remarked, his tone returning to normal. You are a player. He walked up to Gerald and grabbed him by the collar, a finger placed on his chest. Do not play a part not meant for you, Faireth told him. Gerald glanced his friend in the eyes and began to speak. Faireth, you are the greatest magician in the tower. You've broken every record, every achievement, everything, he remarked with admiration, remembering all the crazy things Faireth had been capable of. Won't you help me? Are you asking as a friend or as a hero? Faireth inquired. To his question, Gerald remained silent, Faireth's face warping in displeasure. Then my answer will remain the same, Faireth answered Gerald, lowering his hand. They are not people, Gerald. They are monsters, he remarked, looking at the view behind Gerald. The elves, nor the beastman, nor the dwarves, not even the mighty dragonkin could stop them, he stated. So, what makes you think we can? Faireth inquired, his face full of despair. What are we supposed to do then? Gerald yelled. His face flushed red with sadness and anger, holding back the raging emotions inside of him. Sit back and let them do more harm? Let them kill the people we love? Let them take everything we want? He continued, stomping his leg on the ground as he spoke. No, we are not retreating. We are regrouping. We will regather our forces. Gain more power. Then strike back. Fairith coldly responded. How much time will that take? While we let them be, they will only get stronger and stronger, Gerald yelled. He walked up to Fairith and grabbed him by the collar. Are you letting Lillian's sacrifice go down in vain? He spoke out rashly. His face then paled as Fairith's expression distorted, regretting what he remarked. Do not bring her into this, Fairith yelled, absolutely enraged. Hundreds of lightning-infused water spears formed around him. Gerald quickly leapt back as spears converged towards him. Fairith still unable to get over Lillian's death this many years later. All Gerald had done was reopen his scars, causing Fairith to go manic. Skill, Guardian's Barrier, activating. Gerald quickly reacted and activated his skill, a familiar mechanical voice ringing in his mind as he did it. A large translucent shield formed in front of Gerald, as the many spears raged toward it. Sparks flew, literally, from one spear to the next. As the barrier crumbled, cracks began forming in it like shattering glass. He raised his sword, retrieving it from its scabbard. Skill, Phoenix Cut. Activating, raising the blade to the air, he sliced down, a torrent of mana flying towards the spears. Boom! A colossal explosion occurred as he did this, knocking both him and Fairith to the ground. No longer having the energy to fight or move, Fairith stayed limp on the ground, as tears flowed down from his eyes. She was a fool. She tried to play hero and failed. Neither she nor the people she tried to save are alive. Fairith tearily remarked, his head faced to the sky. He reached out his hands and tried to grasp something, only to be met with the touch of emptiness. My friend. I do not want you to make the same mistake, he begged, beginning to sob, please. Fairith cried out in agony, his eyes locked with Gerald's. I'm sorry, Gerald responded, his heart heavy. I can't say I wasn't expecting this. Fairith smiled, his tears abruptly stopping. He stood up and wiped the dirt from his legs, then he turned to Gerald. Staring him in the eyes, Fairith wiped his tears. He then opened his window and scrolled through his inventory. Here. Toss. Fairith pulled a spear out of his inventory and tossed it to Gerald. He caught it and gripped it with his hand, his eyes widening. Guy Bolg, he muttered. A legendary spear taken from legend, which Fairith had restored to its current form. The weapon that could kill gods. The only weapon equal in rank with Excalibur. Exceeding in power with even the administrator's arsenals. Good luck, hero. Fairith remarked. He smiled at Gerald, his deranged eyes now somber and clear. I hope we can meet again. He turned around and began to walk, Gerald's eyes boring at his back. Fairith. Gerald yelled out. He needed to talk to him one more time before he left. He wanted to ask his best friend one last question. Will you continue climbing the tower? He inquired. Gerald maintained a solemn expression, awaiting Fairith's answer, or lack of an answer. Maybe, he heard Fairith mutter. It has always been my dream to see what lies at the end of this cruel place. Fairith reached out into the sky before continuing. Without my partner though, I've had difficulties continuing, he spoke solemnly. I will return home for now. I'm sure the other royal children are incapable of continuing what their sister and parents started. Fairith then remarked, trying his best to put a smile on his face. I will be going now. He spoke. He turned around again, his face hidden from view. Thank you, Fairith. Gerald smiled at his friend and thanked him. Watching Fairith leave, Gerald clenched his fist. He couldn't lose any more people, especially his best friend. Even until now, Fairith was watching out for him. Even giving him the spear, he had worked blood, sweat, and tears to obtain. See you, hero. Fairith spoke, as his waving figure disappeared for the very last time. Chapter 14. A demonstration of basic magic. The realization, as scholars would come to call it, would later be an unspoken rule upheld by the tower administrators. At the time of writing this book, not a single floor of the tower has been affected by this phenomenon, though time might just change that flip. As it so happens, the last recorded realization led to the first true genocide of a floor, changing the floor for the rest of time. Silvervale too experienced near annihilation at the hands of players, though lack of sources and data make me unqualified to elaborate on that point. Since the time of its realization, the 76th has been a leading figure among Tower politics, its strong grasp on agriculture and production, making it an economic powerhouse among all realized floors. Fairith clasped the book shut, his eyes tired from the lack of light around him. He placed the book in a pile next to him, stacked high with other similar-sized books. Another one to the pile of useless information. He felt a light migraine make its way up to his head, frustrated by the lack of progress he had made in the past month. He would have wondered that being inside Silvervale before the reckoning would have made the access to information on it easier. A family tree, perhaps. Or even some small details from the mysterious war he keeps hearing about. Nope, none of that, only the same books he found publicly available in-game. Even then, he had tried looking through them all, reading them one by one on a faint hunch that at least one of them would have a sort of extra information. His head titled to another pile, also right next to him, one of the books he hadn't read yet. 2 more months of this and I might go crazy. Fairith leaned forward and flicked on the bulb of the small torch he had with him, a soft orange light illuminating the space around him. His eyes singed for just 1 second as they adjusted themselves to their newly found bright surroundings. As he took a glance next to him, eyeing another, even larger pile of books sitting there, he reached his arm out and randomly chose one from the top of the pile. Ais Yuna. The Church of Uriel. This is a good one, he muttered, opening the book up to its first page. He remembered having read this quite a while ago, one of the few books about the 76th floor that could be accessed from floors below it. One of the few he could access at the very least. It's a nice coincidence as well. Fairith quietly flipped through the book's pages as time passed. Creak. His senses suddenly jumped as a small creak entered his ears. He placed down the book and turned the torch off, being especially careful as to not make any noise. Ba dump. Ba dump. His heart began to race, the loud thumps reaching all the way up to his ears. His fingers curled and eyes wary. Thud. 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 The sound of footsteps headed towards him, louder and louder as time continued to pass. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Time froze for Fairith as time ticked away, the sound of the clock on the wall ringing out in his ears. He closed his eyes and bated his breath, hoping for the footsteps to go away. Found you. He heard a voice whisper into his ear as chills ran down his back. A hand gripped his shoulder tightly. All options of escape blocked out, slowly. Opening his eyes, Fairith met his mother's gaze, whose livid expression struck terror into his body. How dare you skip out on training? She spoke. Fairith turned his eyes away, and here he wondered he found a good hiding spot. Good morning, mother, he remarked with a grimace. Don't good morning me. Sylvia responded as she grabbed Fairith's arm and pulled him out from underneath the table. TCH. Fairith clicked his tongue and straightened out his clothes, sweeping the hair off his eyes. A bright pierced into his eyes, the yellow rays from the sky above singing his pupils. His back hurt and his posture hunched. Fairith stretched his body and prepared for the suffering he was about to endure. Just another day of hiding under tables and running away from training. This is the 29th day in a row that you ran away from training, Sylvia spoke. I can't help it if your lessons are boring, mother. Fairith responded, his voice cold. There went his plans for this morning. He was hoping for just a few hours of relief before the excruciating event called spending time with Lillian. He had run away for an entire month just to prepare for this day, and it just so happens that it's the exact one he got caught. First of all, my lessons aren't boring, Sylvia retorted. Second of all, we're going to have to attend the Feast of Realization later, so today's training isn't going to be that long. Fine then, please lead me to training then, mother. Fairith spoke, letting out a deep breath. He realized that he was acting like a spoiled child, but he had more than a good excuse to do so. Ever since his last meeting with Lillian, he had put all his effort into running away from the reality that would be confirmed later today, something he wished Lillian had mentioned before he agreed to work with her. Begin to circulate your mana. Fairith flexed his hands and took in a deep breath, circulating the air through his body. A cold feeling began to emerge from deep within his body, an icy sensation enveloping his entire body. He felt like he held a tap of water inside of his body, a sensation both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Mana. He concentrated on that tap, an image of it placed squarely in his mind. The world around him began to disappear, turning to a void of darkness. Then the tap began to flow. Like a rushing waterfall, a rush of ice pelted Ferreth's body, spreading across its entirety almost immediately. Cold, so cold. It was frigid, up to the point of being unpleasant. Ferreth heard that he was lucky that his mana reacted this way, as others regaled their experience with mana being more heat-based, being burned instead of frozen. He felt every crevice of his body enveloped by the cold sensation and slowly willed it elsewhere. The flow of mana condensed into his arms and hands. He flexed his fingers, numb and unfeeling, barely maneuverable even with the strongest of wills. Now, move the mana to your right palm, Sylvia's voice instructed. Ferreth did as he was told and willed his mana toward his right palm, the frost gone from his other arm. The surrounding darkness began to shift, a wave of nausea coming over him. Bookshelves began to appear, lined up in a straight line, with several rows as far as his eyes could see. This was neither a trait nor skill Ferreth possessed, not something to add to his already large talent for magic. It was a flaw that had always plagued Seal, both in his previous life and even now. This library filled up his mind and contained all the knowledge he possessed. There was a reason he could keep up treasure hunting for hours at a time without writing any of his discoveries down. A curse he could call it, but also the only thing about him that was worth something. He walked down the shelves of books, his physical body still looking through the dusty shelves to find one he more recently constructed. He pulled out a red-covered book, grasping in his arms. An arcane circle appeared on his palm, dyed a crimson red. Cast now. Sylvia spoke. Ferreth pumped mana into the magic circle, treating it as another limb on his body. The cold began to leave his right palm, a part of him becoming empty. Festus. He did not utter a word, only speaking in his mind, as a brilliant ball of fire appeared in his palm. Step 1, complete. Right, now try with your other arm, Sylvia spoke. Ferreth held his breath and attempted to follow Sylvia's instruction. He tried to create another pathway, one leading to his left arm, yet nothing happened. Neither heat nor cold penetrated through it. His mana was stuck in place, unable to move. The ball of fire disappeared as Ferreth opened his eyes, looking at the concerned gaze in Sylvia's eyes. Silent casting is already amazing, more than I could do at your age, she slowly remarked. Yet I can't help but be a little concerned about your difficulty in multicasting. It isn't easy, but seeing as you did everything else with such ease, it's odd that this is what stops you. My apologies. Ferreth spoke. Another failure with multicasting. No matter how much he trained, even if everything else was perfect, this was the thing that stumped him. We'll try again a few more times, and if it fails consistently, we'll move on to combat training. Sylvia spoke. Ferreth took in a nervous breath. Not combat training again. Ha. Understood, Mother, he responded, hoping for the best. With that, a glint shone in Sylvia's eyes. Maybe I shouldn't have skipped out on training. A blast of wind was hurled in his direction, Sylvia showing a wicked grin. Maybe a little urgency will help you figure it out. What happened with you? Lillian snickered as Ferreth stepped into the carriage. His body was battered and beaten, eyes black and swollen. If it wasn't for his clean and neat clothing, he could have passed off as a serf or slave. Don't ask. Ferreth responded, clutching his head. That mother of mine. How has your day been? Good enough, though I'm a bit injured here on my arm. Lillian responded. Not as much as you though, poor thing. The carriage began to move, slowly rocking down the road and leaving the royal palace. Ferreth watched as Lillian pulled out a gray pouch, retrieving a notebook from inside of it. Hum. Lillian hummed, her legs moving up and down as she flipped through the pages of the notebook, a childish grin on her face. Ferreth watched the various drawings and notes pass by with each turn of the page, eventually stopping at a rough sketch of a temple. Thump. The carriage suddenly jumped, titling to the side for just a moment, before the coachman stopped and opened the cabin doors. My apologies, young miss, young master, he remarked with a bow. A sudden crowd of serfs came through the pathway. Please do not worry, coachman, just carry on, Lillian responded. As you wish, your highness. The coachman responded, returning to the front of the carriage. The carriage began to move once more, rattling forward through the path. After a bit more time, the carriage stopped once more, the cabin door opening and the coachman escorting Lillian and Fairith out. "We've arrived, Your Highness." "Thank you, coachman." Lillian spoke as she and Fairith walked away from the parked carriage and toward a large temple in the near distance. The Temple of Uriel. "We're here." Lillian spoke, the temple coming into view. Marble walls and a grand entrance area, filled with numerous pieces of greenery, flowers, and plants of myriad colors. Atop the temple's spire was a large granite statue of Uriel, standing regally atop the large building. "Shall we head in?" Lillian inquired. "There's no guide though?" Fairith cocked his head in reply. "Also, why did we come separately from Mother and the royal couple?" "Who remarked anything about needing a guide?" Lillian spoke with a grin. "You," Fairith muttered, his eyes widening. No wonder they came here separately from Sylvia, Therion, and Adelaide. He had been tricked. This wasn't their planned visit to the temple. This was a ploy for them to meet Uriel. "You actually bribed a church?" he inquired. "I wouldn't say bribe." She smiled sweetly. "It's more like I convinced them to let us walk in and out as we please, with money." "My apologies for ever doubting your brilliance, Your Highness." Fairith spoke with an exaggerated, regal tone, taking a deep bow. He had lost some of the details of Lillian's plan the day she told it to her. It was either due to his own incompetence, or what he suspected was a self-defense mechanism developed by his brain. The two walked into the temple, greeted by the wandering clerics and priests. "Your Majesty, welcome." A skinny-looking man, donning the common red and bronze uniform of the temple's priests, greeted the pair. He seemed to be familiar with Lillian, greeting her first before Fairith. "Greetings, Priest Dilem." Lillian spoke. "A greeting to you as well, Princess." Dilem bowed. "Nice to meet you, young Master Fairith. I've heard much about you." "Much honored, Priest Dilem." Fairith spoke. "Now, shall we head to the goddess chambers?" Dilem inquired. "Please." Lillian responded. Dilem bowed, then led the pair down a crowded corridor, eventually reaching a jet-black door. "Go ahead, Your Highness." Dilem opened the door, allowing the pair to enter. Then he closed it shut, leaving the two alone. The room was small, short wooden benches facing a large altar, elevated by the means of a few steps. This was a place where Uriel would descend to communicate with her priest, the one truly holy area inside of the temple. Left alone, instead of sitting down and waiting for Uriel to arrive, Fairith walked up the steps of the altar, watching Lillian hold her hand over the wall behind it. There wasn't a puzzle or secret activation sequence. All she did was hold her hand over the wall, and it began to glow brightly. Light flashed for a moment before disappearing. There was now an empty hole in the middle of the wall. Through it, a beautiful garden. The pair walked in and took in the sights. The cramped room led to a large, wide garden, with plenty of fresh air and sunlight. This garden did not show up when you glanced at diagrams or maps of the temple. It was not a hidden room, but instead a pocket, a rift inside space itself. As they continued walking, the air abruptly stiffened, the pair suddenly finding it hard to breathe. Fairith felt a fierce, suffocating aura from behind him, a frigid breath running down his back. As he turned around, his eyes laid upon a majestic figure. Flowing pinkish blonde hair, a flower tiara adorned on her head, and beautiful pure white feather wings protruding from her back. The expression on her face didn't scream welcoming, and the sharp pike spear in her hand didn't help with that. "What are you two doing here?" Chapter 15. A completely normal uneventful day out. "What are you two doing here?" Uriel inquired with raised brows, her sharp gaze seared into Lillian and Fairith. A bead of sweat ran down Fairith's back, a slow, lulling churn in his stomach. It had been a while since he had felt this overwhelming aura, enough to bring anyone to kneel. His eyes eyed the spear Uriel held in her hand. An ivory white with gold accents running along its shaft. Any player would drool over a weapon like this, yet it wasn't even the administrator's true weapon. He took in a deep breath and tried to calm down his nerves. Lillian was frozen as well, her eyes pointed toward the ground. "Would you believe us if we remarked we were lost?" Fairith spoke, a quaver in his voice. As he spoke, Fairith noticed the shade of Uriel's pupils changing color, her brilliant purple eyes turning a deep red. "She knows that I lied." The administrator had used one of the skills she was most known for, the one Fairith came all this way to get. All-seeing eyes. He gulped, paying attention to the increased stiffness in the air. Uriel slammed her spear on the ground below her, causing a tremor to spread throughout the garden. Fairith turned his head over to Lillian, who nodded as her body shook. So, you two would have me believe that you so happened to get into an area exclusive to my priests and stumbled your way into my sanctuary? Uriel inquired. Why wouldn't we? Lillian spoke. Administrator. Uriel's eyes flashed green and widened. Her aura grew even stronger, Fairith finding hard to breathe. Administrator. That word had certainly set something off in Uriel, just as Lillian had planned. Uriel, the guardian of the 76th floor, revered as its goddess, its protector, sent by the heavens themselves. A position that couldn't have been farther from that of an administrator, which both residents and players knew as devilish beings that ruled over the tower floors. Aside from a few oddities, most administrators kept their identities a secret, acting through their followers. Where did you get that information? Uriel inquired, her teeth gnashed together. Why don't you figure that out yourself? Lillian spoke, her gaze turned from the ground to Uriel's eyes, as she slowly walked up to the goddess. I, Lillian Silvervale, give full consent for my memories to be read, she declared, her palm held forward. Uriel's eyes flashed as she held both her hands over Lillian's. Fairith watched in anticipation, Uriel's expression shifting and her aura withdrawn. Another ability that stemmed from all-seeing eyes, giving Uriel full access to view and experience Lillian's memories. The key word there being, Lillian's memories. The concept named skills was truly enigmatic and interesting, and this loophole only reconfirmed that fact to Fairith. His fingers were crossed as time passed by him, hours turning into seconds. Eventually, Uriel let down her hands, falling silent. Lillian stepped back and walked next to Fairith, a wry grin on her mouth. Would it be presumptuous of me to call this mission a success? She inquired. Fairith smiled back at her. We'll see. Uriel's eyes turned up as she stared at both Lillian and Fairith. You two are very interesting existences, she muttered. Do tell, she spoke. Why did you two come here? It's not too special, really. Lillian responded with a smile. We just want a deity's blessing. Uriel's brows furrowed as she thumped her spear down once more. Princess. Uriel spoke in a grave tone. You do realize what you're asking for, right? Sure. Lillian responded, a daring grin on her face. You're the Valkyrie's daughter, yet you don't realize that I never granted neither your mother nor father my blessing. Uriel spoke. What makes you think I will grant, not just you, but the mage here, my blessing? Isn't that something you should answer yourself? Lillian inquired back in reply. Fairith gulped again, watching the two's interaction. Such daring and nonchalant reply to an administrator. He didn't know any other player or resident capable of such a feat, especially if they were armed with the knowledge he and Lillian had. How entertaining. Lillian was determined, confident. That smile on her face only there to boast about how effective her plan was. Even with her less than innocuous acts, when Uriel read Lillian's memories, the princess had already won. Ha ha ha. Uriel guffawed. Her eyes were still sharp, but were noticeably less hostile than earlier. As Fairith had wondered, she was happy with Lillian's reply. I see. Uriel spoke. You're very interesting, princess, you too, mage. Her eyes flashed in multiple colors as she held out her palms. Come here, the two of you. I'll grant you temporary access to the tower window, she remarked, waving the pair over. Fairith stepped forward, Uriel hovering her palm over his head. Administrator? Has granted you a temporary connection to the window? Existing user detected, releasing innate trait in a few moments. Fairith saw a few lines of text appear in front of him, a familiar mechanical voice chiming in his ears. The lines of text quickly flashed by, disappearing from his sight. You two wish for a blessing, right? Uriel muttered. A red light shone from her palms and enveloped Fairith and Lillian, a blanket of warmth enveloping them. Fairith froze for a moment, but then his eyes turned cold and the sensation left his body. Receiving status, type. Blessing, Uriel's chosen, title, Uriel's chosen, granted. Skill, truth-seeking eyes, granted. There you go. Uriel spoke, lowering her arms. Yes. Fairith screamed in his mind. He received the skill he wanted from Uriel's blessing, a predecessor to all-seeing, truth-seeking eyes. If that was all, he would have been more than happy, but then Uriel spoke up. While I'm at it, I should give the two of you a gift as well, she spoke. Seems fit for an occasion such as this. Uriel held out her hands and tore through the space in front of her, a large rift forming there. When he peeked through the small opening, Faerith could see a number of invaluable artifacts and items inside of the rift. A greedy, gluttonous gaze appeared in his eyes, a craving forming his stomach as his mouth watered, and a pang of pain ran through his body. Let's see. What would be good? She wondered aloud. Is there anything that catches your eyes? She inquired, turning her head behind her. Connection to window has been revoked, bingo, Lillian exclaimed. The pair left Uriel's garden. They had obtained everything they had wanted from the administrator and more. Lillian's plan hadn't just been a success, but a jackpot. As expected from me. Lillian spoke smugly, as the pair walked down the now empty hallways of the temple. They had been in the garden for longer than they had though, as all the followers of the temple had left and went to the main prayer hall, doing their yearly ritual for the Feast of Realization. It's getting pretty late. Faerith mumbled. It should be fine. We have a few more hours until we must head back to the palace. Yeah, we should get revenge on that group of serfs that made the carriage shake earlier. You have some pretty good ideas, number 2, Lillian smiled. Psycho. Faerith remarked, sending a disgusted stare toward Lillian as he slowly backed away from her. You're the one who remarked it, Lillian chuckled. Good job earlier, your plan worked out great, Faerith remarked, his tone soft. Though Uriel has always been a terrifying figure to me, so hot and cold, Faerith shuddered. Agreed. Boss battle Uriel was a pain to beat, massive damage output, as well as self-healing, Lillian complained. What were those developers thinking? I know it was part of the plan, but when Uriel released her aura, I was scared of my life. Faerith spoke, his eyes staring into Lillian. You're the one who lied to her. Lillian teased. It was your plan, Faerith retorted. Stopping dead in her tracks, Lillian simply stared into Faerith's eyes, causing him to audibly gulp. Ahem. Quickly regretting his decision, Faerith began to cough. Anyway, he yelled out. We need to find a time to brew the potion, preferably before we head into the tower. Don't worry about that. I've already got it covered, Lillian responded, a wry smile on her face. The city was quite empty today. Barring the guards on patrol, there were practically no residents present. This made it both more difficult and easier to walk around. Any movement that the two made was extra noticeable and suspicious. On the plus side, there were way fewer people that could spot them. Avoiding the guards also meant avoiding anyone who could potentially see them. You should wear this. Lillian spoke, grabbing a dark gray cloak from inside of her pouch. Faerith took the cloak from Lillian, wrapping it around his body. It had a slightly sweet smell, pleasant to his nose. Turning next to him, he saw Lillian wrapped around in a similar-looking cloak. Let's go, she spoke as they made their way into an alleyway. They walked through the cramped alleyways, Faerith following behind the fast-moving Lillian, his breath growing ragged. After what felt like an eternity, they reached their destination. The slums. It was, just like the city, completely deserted, not a single resident in sight. Odd. Putting that wonder out of mind, Faerith continued to follow Lillian, until they reached the ancient alchemist's laboratory once more. They headed down the trapdoor, reaching the lab's main area. Can you hand me the ingredients? Faerith inquired, stationing himself in front of one of the lab's tables. They're all in here. Lillian responded. She placed her pouch on the table and headed toward the other shelves. My turn to take over. Faerith muttered as he stretched his hands. He grabbed a few vials laid out on nearby tables and placed them in front of him. He closed his eyes and returned to that place, bookshelves forming around him. Draft event. He sifted through, searching for the recipe he needed. The shelves began to shrink and disappear, slowly condensing into one, with a book placed neatly in its center. He grabbed it and quickly skimmed through its contents, the information contained inside it traveling through his mind. He opened his eyes and his body began to move, reaching into Lillian's pouch and grabbing all of ingredients he needed. Dimensional storage sure is amazing. Working efficiently, like he had done to process thousands of times before, Fairith lit a small fire and began to extract the essence from the leaf of Ent, leaving it alone to work on the draft's other components. He was completely focused on the brewing process, the world around him turning into a void. After a while, 5 vials were left in front of Fairith, 3 of them full and 2 empty. All we have to do is mix these together, he spoke, turning to Lillian leaned against the wall waiting for him. How did you memorize that entire process? Lillian inquired, her eyes turned to the vials. I never did well on exams, but my mind is an encyclopedia full of useless facts about Pandora's Tower, he responded with a grin. He picked up the first vial, pouring half of it into one of the empty ones. He repeated this with the other 2. The once empty vial was now glowing a translucent azure, deep and dark. He picked this one up once more and poured half of it into the remaining empty vial. Done. He capped the 2 vials and placed them into Lillian's pouch. Let's go. He spoke. They made their way out of the laboratory and back to the abandoned house, slamming the trapdoor down. Upon leaving the abandoned house, Fairith stopped walking, noticing the brilliant sky above him. It was no longer quite sunny, but also far from dark. The sky was just warm, almost pastel. It glanced like it was made of oil paint, various hues and shades of different colors coming together to create a simple, yet stunning view. It sure is pretty. Fairith mumbled. Yeah. Lillian remarked. The 2 of them paused for a moment to admire the sight, standing in place without a single worry in the world. A beautiful view for an important day. Greetings, Princess Lillian, young Lord Fairith. His Majesty has instructed me to fetch the 2 of you. Upon reaching the royal palace, the sky now dark, a butler familiar to Fairith greeted the 2. Please lead the way then, Sir Victor. Lillian responded, as they left the carriage. The 2 were escorted through the royal palace, going in the direction of the royal chambers. This was the moment Fairith had been dreading, for multiple reasons. Still, he steeled himself. He wouldn't want to be the reason the first part of Lillian's 3-month plan ended up failing. It wasn't like he cared, but he wouldn't have been able to live down the humiliation if it did happen. He turned next to him, his eyes turned to the poker-faced Lillian, walking with such ease and poise. They passed by the palace's main hall, currently set up with lots of large circular tables, a variety of figures lounging around, and engaging in conversation. It was quite noisy, enough to hurt Fairith's ears. The Feast of Realization was quite the hectic event after all, and even without it even starting, celebrations were already in full throttle. We have arrived, Your Majesty. Victor spoke, stopping in front of a familiar door. He bowed and left Lillian and Fairith to their own devices, the 2 staring at the door in front of them. They turned to each other and Fairith gave Lillian a nod, prompting her to knock on the door. Knock knock. It is Lillian and Fairith. Lillian spoke. A short bout of silence followed her knocking before a booming voice came from inside of the chambers. You may enter. Lillian opened the door, signaling Fairith to walk in first. The 2 entered the royal chambers where they saw Therian sitting on his throne. Adelaide sat next to him, with Sylvia at a small table at the far end of the room. Fairith walked before the throne and kneeled, his breath shaky. Greetings, Your Majesty. Fairith spoke. The atmosphere was stiff, with not a single creak of squeak. Slowly Therian glanced at Fairith and Lillian staring at them from upon his throne. It's a very important day today, so I believe you both know why I called you here? He inquired. Given permission to speak, Fairith opened his mouth. Yes, Your Majesty. He responded. Very well, then. Therian spoke, getting out of his chair. Let us head to the main hall. The guests are waiting for us. Chapter 16. A glorious feast, a feast of grand proportions. Dance upon a pit of fire. Twirl around a wheel of blades. Grand, golden, and glorious. Fools and jokers, realize your plight. The realization that destroyed this world. Hail! 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 Let the world know true freedom and let its voice reach all corners of the world. Fairith followed behind Adelaide and Therian, leading into the main hall, with knights rimming a paved red carpeted hallway. Treatment fit for royalty. Fairith felt honored to walk upon such a treasured path. Still, his stomach churned in anticipation, his body writhing in anxiety. His mother had stayed behind in the royal chambers, feigning sickness on the pretense of not attending the feast. Oh, How Fairith wished he could be in her position right now. He tried to stave the wonder out of his mind for as long as he could, but today was the day that it would finally be made official. The engagement between him and Lillian, and the consequences of that decision they made a month ago. Why did I agree to this? There was little doubt that he made the right decision, just looking at the benefits of going along with the Silvervale Kingdom, in a climb of the tower, would have justified any price it took. For the demand of constant surveillance, which wasn't necessarily an odd or bad thing, he would have been granted access to most, if not all, the kingdom's vast resources and connections. Though that only applies if I make it through the tutorial. From this moment on, there wouldn't be a single way to take a step back from the kingdom's arrangements. He had essentially signed a contract that waived off his life. It wasn't as if Fairith didn't trust the royal family. Just from this past month, he had been a first-hand witness to their immense kindness and care. Something as simple as Therion taking time off his packed schedule to assist Fairith with training was something he would forever be grateful for. Not them, they weren't the problem. At least, Therion and Adelaide weren't. It all came down to those damned nobles. The soft tunes of an orchestra of strings entered Fairith's ears. With a blink, he realized that he had entered the main hall, the red carpet breaking off into a brilliant marble floor. The atmosphere was more hectic than earlier. The sounds of people chatting, clamoring straight into his skull. I am honored to present. Entering the room at last, His and Her Majesty. An esquire's voice resounded throughout the entire hall, reaching even Fairith, who was tucked away behind a wall of knights. How was it that from so far away, he could still hear the buzzing noise that came from the main hall? Fairith swallowed the saliva that had built up in his mouth, his body slow and languid. His world turned dark, the comforting embrace of that cold void relinquishing the stress and anxiety from out of his body. As he opened them, his eyes turned cold and sharp, a deadly gaze pointed at whoever dared look at him. Therion and Adelaide begun to move, Fairith pausing for a short moment to make space between them. The crowd was obviously waiting for the royal couple to come out first. Anything other than that would have been met with outrage. He suddenly felt a tug on his sleeves, turning his head to be met with Lillian's light smile. I completely forgot she was here. Good luck. She quietly muttered, loud enough so only Fairith could hear her speak. Without waiting for a response, she walked forward, a poised, gentle smile on her face. I hate to admit it, but she's quite incredible. Fairith chased after her, speeding up until he was stood shoulder to shoulder with her. They then truly entered the main hall, or rather re-entered it, the same abundance of tables, but with more people filling up those seats. The people began to stand up, clap, and cheer, celebrating the entrance of the royal couple. Fairith blocked out the sound and he scanned the room, noting the seating arrangements and orientation of guests. He noticed a few familiar faces among the pigsty, Theodore from the Thunder God Guild sitting at a table surrounded by a few others. They were all wearing the same clothes, iron and cyan tunic and trousers, with a patch with the design of a nimbus cloud embroidered on the left side of their tunics. Must be his clan members. On a table not so far away was the saint, Diana, sitting on a round table with a few priests and clerics. It seemed like the church was attending this event as well. Having not known them for so long, for some reason, their appearances brought a glimpse of comfort into Fairith's heart. Not only useful in combat events and story quests. He then began to hear faint murmurs and gossip spread through the room, the crowd not cheering for Therion and Adelaide, eyeing him and Lillian. Why are those people behind His and Her Majesty? Is that the third princess? Who's that boy next to her? Harmless as their gossip was, each word uttered by the crowd made small needles pierce deeper and deeper into Fairith's ears, reaching deep into his skull in a horrid show of pain. He couldn't close his eyes, not right now. There were way too many people watching. Though his head was on fire, pricked by needles, he tried his best to retain his composure, waiting for all the noise to go away. Greetings, my friends. Therion's loud announcement gonged in his ears, as Fairith flinched and glanced in front of him. Therion was stood in the center of the hall, his arms spread out wide and an easygoing smile on his face. I am honored to be here with you on this glorious day, he bellowed. The crowd cheered, the room erupting in noise for just a moment before Therion continued. Today we are here to celebrate, he yelled. For this day we call realization. If you would all take a seat, we have a magnificent meal prepared by the people of Silvervale. including ingredients we harvested ourselves, and of course, the specialties of the other residential floors. Therian made a gentle smile and walked over to a nearby table, Adelaide waving Fairith and Lillian over to take a seat there. Fairith pulled out a seat on the large table, sitting beside Lillian. He watched as the surrounding room followed suit, the standing people taking a seat. Clap, clap. Therian clapped his hands, and out of a corridor a litany of maids and butlers appeared, forming a coil of trays. They weaved their ways in between the tables, setting each one up with glasses, plates, utensils, and most importantly, the first course of the night. Clink, clink, clink. Therian stood up and grabbed a wineglass and fork, clinking it before speaking. For the first course of tonight, our chefs have prepared a beautiful platter of smoked meats. He spoke. Please do give them a try. The spicy cold boar is my personal favorite. The room shifted into a light-hearted atmosphere, the merry people dining and chatting. Fairith felt too nauseous to indulge himself in even a single bite of food, fearing that he might just vomit if he did so. He fiddled around and tried to focus on the event itself, as the connotations fascinated him. The day of realization, the reason this feast existed in the first place. If Fairith was not being misled by the many pieces of literature he read, the realization was an event, or rather a phenomenon that occurred less than one time, once every epoch. The tower, a place of many mysteries, one of them being the origin of its 100 floors and its residents. Stories. That was the only answer Fairith had, one that was more ironic than anything else. A tower of 100 stories, as Lillian put it. Each story existed on one of the tower's floors, self-contained and controlled solely by the administrator that ruled over it. It was theorized that many epochs ago, residential floors didn't even exist, and players simply had to make do with staying in inns. The tower residents held no will aside from the story they prevailed over, a world without politics or strife. It was the realization that gave them will, that gave them a purpose to exist. This very day, many epochs ago, happened to be the first known day of the 76th floor's realization. Clink, clink, clink. Fairith's wonders were interrupted by the clinking of Therian's glass as he stood up to address the room. Our second course of the night, a porridge made from squashes and oats harvested during this season. It is as ripe and delicious as it will be, so please enjoy. He sat back down, as porridge was served in front of guests, a deep amber dish topped with fresh colorful vegetables. Feeling a bit better, Fairith decided to partake in the meal, picking up his spoon and scooping up a mound of porridge. He brought the hot dish to his mouth and let the warm, pleasant sensation spread throughout his body. This was exactly what I needed. He felt a tug on his sleeves, Lillian pulling at him from under the table. What is it? He inquired, using his eyes to talk with her. Lillian eyed her side, pointing at Adelaide, who Fairith noticed was looking at him. He met her eyes before taking in a deep breath. Therian's announcement from above him completely tuned out of his ears. Thump, thump. Fear. A wave of killing intent that would have incapacitated anyone it was struck by. He was barely able to hold in his voice, tormented by pure terror. Why suddenly? Just as Fairith wondered this, the wave disappeared, a small smirk appearing on Adelaide's mouth. Ignoring everything else. Thief gets her habits from her mother, huh? He was being tested out of nowhere at that. He turned his eyes toward Lillian, staring her in the eyes, only to be met with an invisible millisecond-long wink. Before he could take anything, another dish was placed at the center of their table. I must have gone crazy. Clink. To round off tonight's course menu, we have a fantastic tart using fresh apples from Silvervale and this wonderful cream courtesy of our dear friends of the 56th floor. Therian spoke. As he ended his sentence, he received a joyous nod from a guest at a faraway table. Before we end the feasting portion of today's event, I have a few announcements to make. First, I would like to give my congratulations to the Thunder God Guild who are building their guild house over in Goldhoard, he remarked, raising a glass. May both of us prosper through this fantastic event. At Therian's words, Fairith noticed something. The sour looks on the faces of some of the kingdom's nobles as opposed to the quite joyous and celebratory mood of the rest of the venue, especially those of the players there. He left that aside for a moment to reconcentrate on Therian's big closing speech. Second, in a few days, the first floor will celebrate their own day of realization, and I am honored to take a part in it, he remarked with a cheer. Who knows? I might see some of you there as well. Finally, the announcement I am overjoyed to make. He spoke. I'm sure many of you were wondering who the two were walking behind me. If it wasn't obvious, he jested with a grin. With her resemblance to my amazing face. The crowd laughed at Therion's joke before dying down once more. She is my dear daughter, Lillian. He spoke. I'm sure many have heard of her. Now, onto what I've been wanting to say, he remarked, the crowd awaiting his words with anticipation. The other is none other than her fiancé, and I announce that here today for all of you to give them your blessings. Finished with his speech, Therion waved his hands over to Faerith and Lillian, pointing the room's spotlight toward them. Clap, clap, clap. The room burst into applause and cheers, though Faerith could see the hints of greed between the joyous smiles of the people in the room. Enough announcements then, Therion proclaimed. Please enjoy the rest of tonight. With that, he sat back down, smiling toward Faerith and Lillian as a crowd of people began rushing toward them. Faerith could feel his stomach getting queasy once more, nausea filling up his gut. This was the last thing he needed to do today, the end of phase 1 of Lillian's plan. He stiffened himself and readied a respectful smile, greeting the people who approached him and Lillian with kind words. Just a little bit more. Do I have to say it? Faerith groaned. He stood on a balcony, wind flowing through his hair and blowing into his face. He had excused themselves early on the pretense of Faerith being tired, but the celebration was still in full power. Yes. Lillian responded with a smile. It's important. Faerith grabbed his forehead, wondering how he got to this point, facing Lillian, who was leaning against the balcony's fence. He took in a reluctant breath and spoke. I wondered I would find you out here. What gave it away? Lillian inquired with a grin. Faerith was over it and began walking toward her with a stern expression. The plan. He responded, unamused. Boo. We were so close to reenacting the classic scene. Lillian pouted. Do that in your own time. Faerith responded. Lillian chuckled in response and pulled out her pouch, taking out the vial he had prepared in the lab. She threw it to him, holding on to one of her own. Cheers. She remarked with a smile. Cheers, Faerith muttered. To me, the greatest user of Tower of Pandora. Lillian made a toast, walking around with her vial raised to the air. Faerith immediately brought the vial down from his mouth, silent as he stared at Lillian. Fine, fine. She reluctantly spoke, breaking the silence. Looking up into the sky, without any context, no one would have guessed that they were inside a tower. A closed biome. It was vast and ever-expanding, twinkling and shining. Lillian's eyes sparkled, focused on the clear, starry skies. She then turned back to Faerith, a resolute gaze in her eyes. To our continued collaboration, she spoke. Partner. Partner huh? Faerith muttered with a wry smile. That word felt nice. Partner, the two of them were equals that worked together. Sure, I'll drink to that. The two raised their glass and put their vials together. Clink. Crash. Chapter 17. A butterfly flaps its wings. Hellfire. A myriad of flames and fallen souls. The ground turned sooty and scorched. Sparks. Cauldrons full of boiling rock flowing through the seams set upon the earth. Ashes and cinders which enveloped the land, trickling down like the stream of a showerhead, slowly making its way further along the unbeaten path. Smog covered the once clear sky, even rays of gold were blocked by its ever-thick fumes. The world asunder. What accompanied the sight was a chorus. A symphony that shuddered through the very fiber of existence. The pained screams of those cursed and tortured, their cries so shrill, harsh, and sore, eaten by the very world they came from. Faerith stood there frozen, his world spiraling around him, prone to collapse at any moment. His mind wavered, turning blank for more than just a few moments. The darkness that was normally there to save him did not swoop in from the heavens, nothing there, as Faerith was left empty, a hollow shell less than he was just moments ago. Crack. The vial he held in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into a million tiny little shards. His hands clasped open and close, eyes staring out into the nothingness. The stars no longer shone tonight, leaving all but an empty void in the once clear sky. The beauty and brilliance this world once knew crumbled before his very eyes, his legs threatening to collapse on themselves at any given moment. Red, red, red. His vision was filled with naught but terror and regret, his arms reached out to nothing, finding no one he could hold on to. The seams sealing in his memories came undone, each second passing a thread tied of his memory entangling. It was then when his nausea came, a knot tied in his stomach, a pressing, suffocating force coerced against his chest. He found it hard to breathe, even worse than earlier when he was being pestered after Therion's announcement. His head felt like the surrounding landscape, red, hot, fiery, either hit by a Molotov or sprayed by a torrent of lava. It was worse than when he first regained his memories. Years of his life he tried to forget, clawing themselves up his stream of consciousness. All my fault. His vision turned dark, not to the void but to hell, where he deserved to be, where he needed to be. The sins he held were too great to be forgiven. No tears fell as his heart slowly crushed itself, his eyes bloodshot, crimson red. A carnelian gem melted down, seeped into the small cracks on the ground. Slowly, the world came to a halt. The explosions in the sky and the destruction of the ground frozen over, stuck there like a paused video. No stutter or struggle to have the world stop its rotation, as neither it nor the people paused themselves. For a time itself had stopped moving. In this phenomenon, Faerith closed his eyes, falling to the ground and clawing at his knees like a deranged animal. He wanted to. He needed to hide himself, far, far away from this cruel, cruel world. Curled into a ball, writhing into nothing but his own guilt and agony, he sat there in that frozen time, doomed to be chained for eternity. The bouncing of arrows, spears, and blades. Bullets stuck midair, prepared to go forward but without any power. Spells and reams of magic, circles, and talismans, floating on the ground and in the sky, the visages of something more peeking out of their bodies. Blood, the tears of those fallen and bruised, their droplets lying on the cold ground, and the marble floor tainted. Clanging trays and cracked plates, shards of glass forming a death trap. He hid away from all of this, the darkness still far away from him. He was supposed to have forgotten about it. The time put far away from his mind. It was over, done, complete. As far away from his mind as possible, as far away from his life as it could get. The world was supposed to be beautiful again, brilliant, glorious, and shining. There was no brilliance to be found here, only the constant dull gray panging of an emotion called remorse. Bah dump. Bah dump. Bah dump. His heart slowed down, going along with the world frozen in time. Even without sound, the screams that haunted him still shrieked in his ear, blood-curdling, ear-piercing shrieks. Among the noise and static, there was a quiet hum that rang in his ear. Soft and tender, yet without a limit of malice laced in between each beat. You're still here. A familiar voice, from a long time ago, a very long time ago. Would he have called the voice a friend, not even knowing what it was? It called itself a demon, or something like that. Devil, boy. I called myself the devil. Those words braided with cynicism, a pattern weaved of arrogance and sarcasm. Faerith didn't know what it was, even after spending years alongside it. It too forgotten with the passing of the sands of time. Ages since he heard the voice last. What a sorry sight. The devil chided, its sneering voice bouncing around in Faerith's mind. He felt himself being tossed around in his own body, his own mind, beaten and swollen even without moving a muscle. Open your eyes. The devil spoke, as Faerith felt a strong grip hold onto his shoulder. With its tight, suffocating squeeze, he felt himself return, and the darkness he begged for so enveloped him. He still didn't want to open his eyes, afraid of the world it might take him to. Not that he had a choice. A firm tug sent to chest, jolting his eyes straight open as he was forced to take in the sight around him. The landscape inside of his mind hadn't changed much, that same labyrinth of bookshelves accompanied by the aforementioned darkness. Not to say it hadn't changed. As he turned his head around, chest beating, and heart racing, Faerith laid his eyes upon a familiar face, his own. Like he was looking into a mirror, sitting there, on a comfy brown armchair. His legs kicked back and arms crossed, it was him. The same face and body, his eyes golden and hair blonde. Though the clothes he wore were different, a pair of jeans and a multicolored t-shirt, less familiar to Faerith as it was to a certain someone else's memories. He sat there with a relaxed smile on his face, leaning back without a worry in the world. When his eyes met Faerith, a sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he stood up from its seat. He began walking toward Faerith. With every step that he took, the less Fairith felt that he could breathe. Like a force was pushing at him from all directions, he fell deeper and deeper into the ground, his arms laid out like a lifeless corpse. It's been a while. He spoke, the voice of the self-proclaimed devil coming out of the mouth of Fairith's doppelganger. His voice sent shivers down Fairith's spine, goosebumps coming out of his arms. It truly had been a while, and for a very good reason. "Don't make that face," he muttered, looking Fairith in the eyes. The pained expression in Fairith's eyes when he glanced his doppelganger in the eyes, filled with all the disgust and remorse in the world. That was enough to send him into a frenzy, its expression distorting into one of anger. Fairith was pulled by his neck cuff. His body stood upright and floating in the air. He had grabbed onto him, causing pain inside of his own mind. "It's been 8 years since I've seen you last, and this is what you've become," he mumbled, looking at Fairith with distraught eyes, consumed alive by the drivel of this world. His eyes showed not of just spite and anger, his clenched teeth only adding to the mourning in his gaze. Fairith showed a weak show of will, shaking his body just slightly to loosen the tug on his neck. Did a weaker-looking soul exist at this exact moment? "Let go of me," he spoke. As his voice quietly echoed through the tomb of bookshelves, the grip on his cuff tightened as he stared into Fairith's pupils. "You," he muttered, eyes widened as he bore into Fairith's chest, "you are not Seal." He let go of Fairith, the latter falling onto the ground. His hand lying on his face, he began to think, pondering the situation he was in. A devil without vision. A semblance of clarity and calmness returned to Fairith's mind as he flickered in and out of the realms of the dead and the living. "I'm not," he spoke, addressing his doppelganger. Turning around, he faced Fairith, before walking up to him and placing his hand on his shoulder. Feeling around his body. "No, you are," he spoke, his eyes returning to normal. "I was wrong, so very wrong. This body is different, but your soul is exactly as disfigured and broken as the last time I saw it." His eyes twinkled grimly, the machinations of the devil. One Fairith wanted to get away from as quickly as possible. "Your memories," he muttered with a grin. "Do allow me to partake. Arg." Fairith felt a sharp line of pain run up his brain, groaning in the aftermath. He stared as his doppelganger stood there, his head bobbed up and down, eyes grinning like a madman. Time passed just like this, the pain continuing to imprint itself into Fairith's mind. "Oh ho ho," he yelled. "How interesting," he spoke. "How very interesting indeed." The pain left Fairith, though its remains still wandered. His doppelganger glanced at him with a wide grin, as if he was a scientist, fascinated by the sample he had obtained. "A new world," he muttered. Fairith didn't know what to make of the expression his doppelganger showed now. Had he opened a box not meant to be opened? No, it was not his choice, it was never his choice. His heart beat faster and faster upon the silence that filled the room, slowly increasing in pace until he could hear it pry its way out of his chest. "You were broken," he spoke. "So, very, very broken. And you already know, Seal." He cocked his head, twirling his fingers as if fidgeting with something. "Or I guess Fairith now, judging by your memories. I love broken people. You have become so very weak," he muttered, pacing around the armchair. He was sitting in a ruler. "A hunter. That's why I made a contract with you in the first place," he spoke. "I made a contract with a demon in human skin. Now look at you," he remarked, disgusted, "wasting your days away with what? Kindness?" He cursed. "Spare me the bollocks. This place was not built to assist you in being kind." Fairith's doppelganger had a sour look on his face, his arms clenched tightly. Instead of responding, Fairith stayed there, silent, waiting for execution, maybe? For release. Whatever it was, he stayed still, like a soulless corpse. Then, pain struck him. "Oh, what's this?" he muttered, his eyes now widened. Fairith felt a rush of memories flood through his head, but he didn't experience them as much as seeing glimpses of those memories. Treasures? "Maybe you haven't become quite so dull after all," he spoke softly. "Not yet, at the very least. How about this, then? What do you say to another contract?" He spoke, holding out a hand. "Why should I?" Fairith inquired. "Because I know what you want," he answered, letting out a cackle. the only thing you want. Solace. One of the many temptations of the devil, that outstretched hand that offered him the salvation he had begged for. Ferreth's eyes glimmered as he wondered back to that fateful day years ago. Sweat ran down his back, his mouth filled with saliva. Clutching onto his hand, he swallowed his breath, his eyes slowly turning cold. Tools. Ferreth's eyes opened wide, and he witnessed the frozen world. It was still incomprehensible to him, like a cipher, distorted and muddled, a collage of colors floating around in empty space. Then, the world began to move forward once more, those same colors winding and warping. Ferreth. He heard a voice shout into his ears as his eyes dilated and returned to their original form. A panting Lillian, sweat running down her forehead, and her pouch dangled behind her back. I apologize. I don't know what came over me, he spoke. It doesn't matter, for now let's go. Lillian spoke with resolute breath, her head peered out far into the distance. Ferreth took in a deep breath, a frigid cold running through his whole body, eyes curled and frozen. You should get going. My contractor. The devil whispered into his ears. Ferreth tuned him out and coursed mana through his body. I know. When a butterfly flaps its wings, then you should pluck it out of the sky. Chapter 18. A wary escape columns of flames and bursts of explosions. Those moments after she had drunk the draught of Ent had been nothing short of hellish. Why it had happened, she had no idea, but the scene taken straight out of an apocalypse was nothing short of its name. The scenery from the balcony was quite a sight. Magma which spewed from underneath the ground, creating channels in which it could flow. The faint lights coming from buildings turning off, replaced by the sounds of a violent wind ravaging through the area. Smolders of chaos visible from where she stood. Worse yet, was the current condition of the royal palace. Explosions filled up the sky, sharp bursts of loud sound going on and off at random. She could hear the screams of the people who were attending the feast, as well as the loud noises of combat. Swords and shields clashing, bows and spears colliding. Something else she had to worry about, the current state of Servant, who immediately froze when the explosion went out. His eyes turning blank, almost lifeless, reacting to nothing as they stared out into space. Why now? Lillian went into a state of panic, tightly grabbing onto her pouch and going up to Ferreth. Before she did anything else, she needed to get her partner out of whatever state he was in. Servant! Wake up! She yelled in his ears. Ferreth! Shaking him frantically, she continued shouting, but to no avail. She groaned and glanced up into the sky, racking her brain for what she needed to do next. Think, what do I do now? Obsessively tapping her fingers, she reached into her pouch and took out her journal, opening a blank page and scribbling down her wonders. Soon, the page was filled with incoherent drawings and remnants of handwriting, but Lillian's head was now clear. Sweat ran down her forehead, a testament to the heat protruding through the balcony, which, until now, she hadn't noticed. A firm look on her face, she walked back up to Ferreth, ignoring any of the sensations affecting her body. Ferreth! She yelled into his ears, when slowly Ferreth's eyes dilated and he returned from his trance. He otherwise had a cool, collected expression on his face, giving Lillian some sense of reassurance of their safety through this unexpected event. I apologize. I don't know what came over me, he spoke. It doesn't matter. For now, let's go. She quickly spoke, turning heel and facing the glass doorway leading back to the main hall. With a bated breath, she walked forward, ignoring the burning hot handle of the door and creaking it open. She slowly opened the door, revealing the disastrous state of the main hall. Just from the corridor leading into it, she spotted people running around, blood staining the floor and flames singeing the walls. As she walked slowly and quietly past the door and into a tight corridor, Lillian peeked her head and closely observed the current situation. It was, as expected from the sounds she heard, especially with the retinue of knights, their futile attempts to calm down the fleeing guests and fend off the instigators of the attack. Their faces were hidden under the large black hoods of large, indigo cloth robes lined with red strings. In their hands were a variety of weapons, maces, swords, bow, staffs, and more Lillian couldn't list on the top of her head. Demiurge. That uniform was familiar to Lillian, as too was it to Ferreth, as his eyes widened upon seeing them. The main baddies of Tower of Pandora. The big, bad, evil boss, the cult of Demiurge. Why are they here, though? She interrupted her wonders and instead turned to Fairith. Can you do something? She whispered under her breath. He nodded in reply and grabbed her shoulder, putting his mouth up to her ear. Trust me. As he spoke, he pushed her out of the corner, putting her right in front of the cultists and running nobles. Just slightly shocked, Lillian composed herself and reached her hand into her pouch, pulling out a small dagger and placing it under her dress. Who the hell are you? One of the cultists yelled in a muddled, distorted voice, turning the attention of the corridor on Lillian. Staying calm, she began to walk backward, making it seem like she was trying to escape from the situation she was in. Princess! One of the knights yelled out, as he raised a sword and stabbed into the chest of one of the cultists, the latter's body falling limply on the ground. Lillian felt her gut threaten to empty itself at this sight, but remained calm and continued walking backwards. The princess! One of the cultists yelled out with joyous splendor. We finally found you. The cultist spoke in an eerie tone, stepping forward and briskly moving in Lillian's direction. Thank you for saving us the problem of searching for you. As the cultist neared the princess, the nearby knights stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. Intercept him. We can't let them capture the princess. The retinue leader yelled. Run, princess. Lillian didn't obey but instead stood at a standstill, her feet frozen in place as the cultist got closer and closer to her. His comrades didn't allow the knights to come to the rescue of their princess, both parties trying their hardest to destroy the other's plans. Fools! She reached down under her dress and tightly gripped the dagger she retrieved earlier. Damn Fairith. First he was dazed, now he's making me do this. Confident in her combat abilities, she was not. The druid phantom was one thing, but a group of mortals was another. There was a reason she turned to Fairith instead of trying to brute force her way through the corridor. Knowing that the cultists she was faced with were extremely powerful, given as they were able to stand against the Knights of Silvervale, she wanted to avoid confrontation as much as possible. This much is fine, though. Princess! The head knight yelled out. The cultist neared her and reached out his hand to grab Lillian by the shoulder, but before he could, she moved. Schlick! She aimed her dagger toward the cultist's arm, specifically the area in between his arm and hand. With a single swift movement, the dagger cut through his skin, sending a stream of blood down his forearm. Arg! He yelled out, the cultist's face distorted in anger and pain. If there's one thing Lillian had learned throughout her life, it was that no matter if you were a toddler or a soldier, all surprise attacks hurt the same. Without any pause, she moved again, lifting her dress and sending a kick toward the cultist's stomach. With a satisfying thump, the cultist fell to the ground, giving Lillian leeway to use her dagger once more. Kirk! One simple attack, a stab toward the stomach, and the cultist was completely knocked out, blood flowing out of his stomach. He wouldn't die, nor would the pain stay with him for a long time, but for now, Lillian had opened a path for her and Fairith to move forward. The cultists fighting with the guards had become distracted by the sudden counterattack from the princess, in shock at their comrade being knocked to the ground. That small distraction had been all the knights needed to turn the battle fully in their favor, overpowering the cultists. Are you okay, princess? The head knight came up to Lillian and kneeled, blood running down his arms and brushes on his face. Lillian was once more reminded by the loyalty of the knights the kingdom hired, impressed by their dedication to her and others' safety, even in injury. Please do not worry about me, sir, Lillian spoke, trailing off at the end, not knowing the knight's name. This one's name is Ephes Darthan, your highness, the knights spoke. Yes, thank you for your help, Sir Darthan. Lillian spoke, as well as the rest of your knights. Ephes the head knight lowered his head and bowed deeper, before standing up and turning to his squad. Regroup everyone. Cuff all of these cretins and throw them in the north cell. Yes, sir. They responded in unison. As Ephes was about to turn back to Lillian, out of the corridor came Fairith, with a small flicker of flame on his finger. Who are you? Ephes yelled toward Fairith. Lillian watched her partner continue to walk up to her with a languid, cold expression, the flame on his finger growing and shrinking in rhythm. Answer me. Fairith did not reply to Lillian's confusion, but snapped his fingers. The flicker on his finger disappeared, and the world was silent for but a moment. Walking past her and the knight, just like a phantom, Fairith crouched down near the unconscious body of the earlier cultist. His eyes were completely dull, but not in a trance like earlier. Fairith held onto the cultist's arm and lifted it up, revealing the numerous rings on his hand. Plucking one of them off the cultist's finger, Fairith placed a black and red studded ring on his finger. Then he snapped his fingers. Boom! An explosion rang out nearby, drawing the attention of the knights. In those short, fleeting moments, Fairith kicked off the ground, a fireball appearing on the palm of his heel. Just as Fes turned around, Fairith sent his palm toward Fes' stomach, knocking the knight back just slightly. Bam! Fes' eyes widened as he turned his head to Fairith, who had his palm placed over Fes' head. Just before Fes could begin to do anything, a faint, yellow light shone from Fairith's palm, as Fes' eyes began to close. One of the red studs on the ring Fairith harvested earlier turned black, the light going away. Lillian watched all of this happen in the matter of seconds, her eyes following Fairith as he continued moving. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Fairith beckoned her. What you did was counterintuitive to what we need to do, Lillian remarked with a firm tone. What I did was be efficient. You're the one who bothered to act like a princess, Fairith responded. I apologize for my bluntness, but we both are really in a rush, he remarked in a sorry tone, eyes somber. We can't let things like this get in our way. Lillian stood there, staring into his eyes. Apology accepted. Princess. Are you okay? One of the knights yelled, running toward her and Fairith, his sword readied. Fairith held out his palm again, the same yellow light from earlier shining from it. Thud. As the knight was running, his eyes suddenly closed, and he fell on the floor. Fairith nodded in satisfaction, beginning to walk toward the rest of the knights. Their eyes turned to him and like clockwork Fairith held out his palms, more light emitting from it. Then, time repeated itself all over again, the knights falling victim to Fairith's spell. More of the red studs on his ring went black, the whole ring losing color. Other than the knights, the nearby people also fell on the ground, the room falling silent amidst the chaotic sight. He then walked toward the fallen bodies of the palace guests, aiming for an ornate sword lying on the ground. He picked it up and tossed it over to Lillian, the sword impaling itself into the ground in front of her. She held its handle and pulled it out, the heavy short sword comfortable in her hand. Fairith glanced into the further corridors and waved his hand, giving the okay for Lillian to come over. She was amazed by the power of his status spells. She had a theory, but she wanted to confirm what made it so strong. I've been meaning to ask. She spoke up. How are your drowsing spells so powerful? This. Fairith responded, holding out the ring he took from the cultist's body. It's a rare drop from heads. Provides a large boost to status spells, limited use, but still helpful. It was just as she had guessed, though something else still bothered her about the ring. How did you know which one to take? She inquired. Instead of replying, Fairith tapped under his eyes. In a few short moments, his pupils turned from gold to a deep crimson red, a black emblem shaped like a scale appearing on it. Truth-seeking eyes, Lillian muttered. Of course, that's what it was. She was about to say something more, but before she could, a loud explosion rang from her side. Crash. Out of a wall came a large beast, with two sharp, curled horns and angry red eyes. It stood on its two hind legs, its large muscly arms holding on to a gigantic battle axe. Body bloodied and battered, the monsters glanced like it was on its last legs, but as soon as it laid eyes on Lillian and Fairith, its eyes began to flare. With its goat-like body, it leapt off the ground and charged toward the two, aiming its axe down. Lillian quickly stepped in front of Fairith, lifting her sword up to defend herself. She had done it on instinct, knowing that Fairith couldn't possibly get out of the way quick enough. Her stance held with a held breath, and quickly regretting her decision, Lillian firmed her will and took on the incoming monster face on. Shing. Kerchik. Before she got to, though, a sharp projectile flew in front of her face. A silver tip and wooden handle. The weapon wasn't an arrow, but a spear, one that collided with the monster's body, impaling into the wall. From the wall at Lillian's side came a figure, dressed in armor and wielding a great-looking spear. Adelaide. There were light injuries all over her body, but nothing close to the amount of blood drenched into her armor. Lillian, Fairith, are you two okay? She inquired, walking up to them as soon as she saw their tense face. Inspecting both Lillian's and Ferreth's bodies, she nodded and turned back to the monster. She walked up to its pinned body and grabbed the spear by her side, impaling it into the beast's head. Kirk. A guttural, visceral sound rang out as the monster's body went limp, its battle axe falling onto the ground. Adelaide pulled out both her spears and flicked the blood off their tips. "Come with me," she spoke, turning to Lillian and Ferreth. The two nodded to each other and began walking, with Ferreth sneakily throwing his ring onto the ground. Then Adelaide began to move, going forward through the hallway leading back to the main hall. Chapter 19. A regretful plight. Rubble and debris filled the path following the main hall, a blockade against the flow of travelers. Oddly enough, the entire area was free of the horrid screams and explosions common everywhere else in the palace. Whether this was a good or bad thing, Lillian didn't pay any mind, too busy being thankful for the peace of mind as she walked along. She followed behind her mother, weaving themselves between cracks in between piles of wreckage. It was odd seeing the royal palace in this state, her home, which she wandered from day to day, unrecognizable to her. "Wherever are we going, anyway?" Her hands tightly gripped the sword she carried, the patterns on its engraved handle digging into her skin. Sweat dripped down her back, slowly dragging her in and out a state of trance. Why was it that in this wonderful silence, she felt uneasy? Like thousands of insects were crawling on her back, shivers traveling down her body. "Hey," Ferreth whispered, snapping her out of her loop. "We're not heading toward the main hall." Lillian's eyes squinted at his statement, as a question quickly came to mind. "How do you know that?" she inquired. "What don't you understand about having incredibly specific and useless knowledge about the tower?" Ferreth responded. "Look," he remarked, covertly pointing his finger toward the wall. "The wallpaper isn't the same one found in the usual corridor, nor the hidden entrances." Now that he mentioned it, Lillian realized that faint smudges of color coming off the walls had accents of faded gold instead of the silver accents she usually saw in the halls. Gold-accented wallpaper reminded her another corridor, the one leading to and from the royal chambers. "Yeah," Ferreth muttered as if reading her wonders. "She's not planning on taking us to the main hall." Lillian mulled his words over. Adelaide wasn't planning on taking to the main hall, and she was assuming it was for good reason. If a random corridor leading to a balcony was that chaotic, then how would the main hall of the palace be? "Oh yeah, I've seen one of the monsters." Their earlier encounter that had nearly killed them, and probably would have without Adelaide's intervention. A minotaur? It was odd for her too, for as a self-proclaimed veteran of Tower of Pandora, she had never seen the monster in her life. It glanced like another monster in game, the minotaur, but instead of being a bull, it was a goat. Odd. She wondered of asking Ferreth but decided against it, realizing herself to be distracted from her initial wonders. Her mother wouldn't allow her and Ferreth to go to the main hall, which posed a slight problem. As dangerous as this situation was, a part of her brain, and she was assuming Ferreth's as well, was consumed with the wonder of taking advantage of the situation to gain access to some useful items. Sure, they couldn't use them when they entered the tower, but for the supposed 2 months of training they had left, given that this issue was solved quickly, of course, some of the drops from cultists could be useful to obtaining some of the more obscure hidden items on the floor. Wait, no, focus. She didn't really mind being forced into the royal chambers, but it seemed like Ferreth had differing opinions. Efficiency, huh? "Do you have any suggestions?" she inquired. "Of course not. If we followed my suggestions, we would end up dying faster than if we just leapt into a pit of lava." He spoke. "You're the one who makes plans." "A plan, huh?" Crash. Out of the blue, something crashed through the wall. A large boulder, or rather a chunk of wall from the palace. From the opening made by the boulder, Lillian saw a monster. No, a fiend. It had sharp ebony horns and red skin, holding onto 2 sharp daggers, both dyed a deep crimson. Near it was a small boy, hung over a pile of debris, just at the point that it was about to tip over. He was whimpering in fear, his body covered in dirt, and tears running down his eyes. "You two, behind me," Adelaide growled as she lowered her body and raised a spear. Lillian immediately knew that the boy was in danger, and her mind flared up to act. "I need to save it." For some reason, though, her body wouldn't move, like her feet were stuck in tar. In her indecisiveness, Lillian still stuck in her wonders, Ferreth moved forward, charging straight at the boy with a faint glow on his arms. He moved like the wind, lunging forward with his hands spread out. The debris from the fiend's attacks fell to the ground, landing with a loud crash. Ferreth's figure was nowhere in sight, the view muddled by the cloud of dust that erupted. "Ferreth!" Lillian yelled. There were too many things on her mind. First of all, the speed with which Ferreth moved and how he achieved it. From spending a month with him, she quickly discovered that, while he fared better than other magicians, his body was still weak. Another thing, maybe the thing she should have cared about, or his survival. Uneasy, that was the word she would have used to describe her emotions. Though she trusted him, knowing that the Ferreth she knew wasn't one to simply perish from an attack like that, she still didn't enjoy the fact that he didn't respond to her shouts. The debris that completely covered the spot where he stood didn't help with this. Adelaide's eyes began to flare with a fury, as her hand wrapped around the handle of her spear. With a kick to the ground, she leapt into the air, targeting the fiend's head. Swing! The spear cut through the air, sending a wave of energy flying toward the fiend. While translucent, the wave produced an ear-splitting hum, close to a whine, a constant, annoying buzzing in the air. KRCK. The fiend ducked down, a toothy grin on its maw as it sent its body flying forward, its two dagger poised for another attack. Adelaide's wave of energy collided against the wall, creating a loud explosion, and causing more debris to float into the air. Her eyes agitated from her miscalculation, Adelaide held the spear in front of her face, defending from the fiend's attacks. A barrage of slashes were sent toward her, causing her to back away with every slice. Clang! 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 Lillian couldn't even make sense of the battle. Even for her, it was too fast to follow, both fighters fighting with extreme precision and skill. All she got from the battle was the constant clanging that rang out again and again and again. It seemed like both combatants were currently in an equal position, which was odd to her. Why hasn't Mother used any of her skills yet? If Adelaide were to use a single one of her skills, the battle would be over in a second. Thousand Whirlwinds, or Splitting Lance, would do wonders against the fiend, at least Lillian wondered so. With that, something unexpected happened. As the fiend opened its gnarly mouth, an orange glow coming from within. It seemed like just seconds to Lillian, but in that time, a stream of orange flames came out of the fiend, so hot that even from far away, Lillian could feel it singe her skin. Adelaide was sent back, her armor with light flecks of char, and her body smoking. At this sight, Lillian felt something inside of her break, as a well of wonders erupted through her mind, as her very life flashed before her eyes. Of course, she's losing. Me and Ferreth being here is holding her back. No wonder she hasn't used a single skill since the start of battle. It was because she didn't want to hurt us. No, it's not Ferreth's fault. It's mine. I'm holding her back. My very existence caused Mother to get hurt. It's my fault. My fault. My fault. As she wallowed, unaware of the world around her, the fiend, instead of going for Adelaide, went toward her, raising its twin daggers to slay the dazed princess. Lillian! Adelaide yelled from afar. The princess still stuck in her wonders. Her world was colored a bright, blinding white, all her vision gone. Neither her ears nor eyes worked. A one-way ticket to death. Boom! A sudden explosion occurred near Lillian, causing her to snap out of her daze. The fiend was no longer focused on her but instead on a figure from beneath the rubble, a child in his hands. Ferreth. He glanced haggard and wounded, but he was alive, which was all that mattered. In his free hand were fireballs, which he continued to launch at the fiend one at a time. With every blast, his face grew paler, but he also bought enough time for Lillian to recover. Regaining her calm, she put her power into her sword, launching herself forward to launch a surprise attack on the fiend. Mana pumped through her arms. Sore as they were filled with power. Clang! Her blade clashed against the fiend's skin, creating a minuscule wound, from which black blood dripped. She quickly stepped back, knowing that the fiend would go back to targeting her. Blade held in front of her face, she prepared a defensive stance, ingraining herself into the ground. The fiend leapt forward, with Lillian barely dodging its attacks and moving toward Ferreth. She ran with all she could, using more of her mana to use rush. As she moved far enough out of the way, a glint shone in Adelaide's eyes, her killing intent pointed toward the fiend. Swing! From the wall, Adelaide launched forward like a missile, her spear impaling itself into the fiend's head, its black blood splattering across the floor. Just like that, it was dead, making Lillian wish she moved out of the way earlier. Adelaide was badly injured, but her wounds were nothing near mortal. Limping for a few moments, she recovered and walked toward Lillian and Faireth. "I'm taking you two to the chambers," she spoke. Lillian lowered her head, as did Faireth, as he placed the child on the ground. "You two, child, we'll keep you safe until you find your parents." The small boy nodded, slowly walking forward with one of his arms held in his hand. Adelaide picked him up and didn't look back toward Faireth and Lillian as they walked toward the royal chambers. Lillian was left ashamed, a heavy tug on her heart. Why did she have to freeze at that very moment? Intense regret and contemplation filled her as she slowly walked forward, following Adelaide. She didn't even dare look Faireth in the eyes, also ashamed that she wasn't the one to save that boy. "Hey, princess." Faireth spoke as he walked up to her. "Why do you look so down?" "Do I?" she inquired. Faireth simply squinted his eyes. "It's going to be an issue if both of us have problems," he muttered under his breath, quiet enough that Lillian couldn't hear. "What?" she inquired. "Never mind," Faireth responded. "I'm not going to tell you not to feel down, but you need to consider something," he spoke. "We're two addicts who happen to find themselves inside of their favorite game. We're not heroes. We have messed up memories and have no idea why we're here," he continued. "I don't know about you, but I woke up every day looking at this world more like a game than I ever did. Every conversation I had was a character interaction, and everything I did was a quest," he spoke. "I have memories of myself. We have memories of ourselves, but we aren't the same people." "Hey, thief," he remarked to her with somber eyes. "I'm pretty sure you were going on about showing the world the pride of the #1 user." Quiet as his voice was, every word rung deeply through her very soul, causing Lillian to observe herself once more. "Maybe you don't need to show the world, but show me right now," he spoke. "Show me not a princess, or whoever you were in your past life, but the rank 1 player I could never beat." Lillian was silent as his words, her mind completely blank. "We have an opportunity right now." Faireth spoke, his eyes pointed toward a small clearing beneath a pile of rubble. "Let's make a break for it." "It sounds counterintuitive." Lillian spoke. "It's called being efficient, Your Highness," he responded. "Give me just a second," she remarked, pausing her steps for just a moment. For once, she didn't need a notebook to get her wonders out. Everything was laid clear right in front of her, leading to a single answer. "So," he inquired. "I'll lead the way, my dear #2. Lillian answered, her eyes burning with a vigorous fire, her spirit reunited. Faireth was right. That moment of weakness was okay, acceptable even. She was #1, as she would yell that to the world, with no shackle able to hold her down. As she responded, Faireth displayed a giddy grin as he stopped in his tracks, allowing Lillian to go on forward. She pumped mana through her legs and nodded to Faireth, her eyes focused on a single opening through that pile of debris. Complete accuracy, not a single mistake available. With her mind clearer than it had been in a while, she launched forward, her steps silent. She didn't look back, with complete trust in Faireth to catch up with her. Away from Lillian, his eyes still locked over the pile of debris she went through, a cold gaze fell onto Faireth's eyes. As he moved his hands forward, the remains of a spell he cast, a faint aqua glow slowly fading away, shine brightly through the corridor. "That's one problem taken care of, albeit temporarily," he muttered. As the glow faded, he raised his palms once more, and they both began glowing. Without a sound, he disappeared, leaving air where he once stood. Lillian? Faireth? Chapter 20. A lull during chaos, the taste of freedom. An empty birdcage and snapped chains, all the things in the world holding Lillian back, far from her consciousness. Wind rushed through her hair and flushed her face, the surrounding heat and humidity dissipating. She ran forward through those piles of debris, the world passing her by second. Intoxicating the experience was, after one of the worst moments of her life, she got to experience this, something she had inwardly wished and begged for in many moments of her life. It was as Faireth remarked to her earlier, it was in this moment that she didn't have to fulfill her roles of Lillian and Claire, and that she could be herself, whoever that was. The world did not bring her fear, for why would an immortal fear death? Consequences be damned. All she felt right now was an intense urge to explore, To fight, to live. The blood-curdling, heart-stopping sensation of excitement. So, she went on forward onto the battlefield, as hellish as it was. Wait up. Fairith spoke from behind her. I was wrong. A boost in your confidence was the last thing you needed. That's rude. She chuckled in reply. With a sigh, she stopped running, only then noticing how sore her legs were, and how her body was drenched in sweat. Why did I stop? She whimpered, stretching her arms as she crouched on the ground. Taking the chance to breathe, she waited for Fairith to catch up to her, a gust of wind brushing by her face. How are you so fast? He spoke, his breath ragged and voice haggardly. How are you so slow? She responded with a snicker. Seeing as her body was feeling better, she got off the ground and walked up to Fairith, paying no mind to the surrounding area. So, useless encyclopedia, she spoke up. How long until we reach the main hall? Here I wondered Loremaster was your worst, he muttered. A few minutes. We best hurry though, since Her Majesty might try to give chase. He answered. Judging by how fast you are, I can't imagine the Valkyrie taking long to reach us. Let's keep going then. Lillian spoke, getting into running position, her feet slanted down. Wait, I know a shortcut. Fairith spoke as he raised a finger and pointed it around the corridor. Of course, you do. Lillian muttered with a grin. It's close by, come on. He spoke, running forward through the corridor. His sharp eyes scanned each and every corner of the corridor before abruptly coming to a stop. They were met with a sudden intersection, two paths that formed a Y shape, a left and right side, respectively. It's a branching path. Lillian muttered. Okay. This is new to me. Fairith muttered with his eyes widened. He stopped front of the branching pathway, holding out his hand and touching the fallen wall. So very intriguing. You're useless encyclopedia, Lillian pouted. Repetitive much? Fairith bit back. Not at all, she responded. Anyway, which path do we go through? Not sure, I told you. This is new to me as well, he answered. Tapping his foot on the ground for a few moments, Fairith was silent. He glanced up and closed an eyes for just a few seconds, before turning around to face Lillian. How about the right one? Sir, Lillian responded, when suddenly a fierce headache struck her. Blood. Red-hot crimson blood splattered across the floor, dead bodies surrounding. Battered corpses, some unrecognizable solely due to their injuries. Her body was in extreme pain, every muscle and bone aching, her head floaty and dizzy. Her eyes flashed red, again, and again, and again, as images passed by her, magma flowing into her mind. Even with this intense pain, she couldn't move. Her mouth was glued shut, and her body frozen in time. Then, it all just disappeared, her wonders and the scene in front of her, as her view returned to the crossroad, unaware of all that had happened. When she glanced at the right path, an uneasy feeling began to fill her heart, a heavy tug telling her not to go. Wait. She spoke hurriedly. Let's take the left path. They couldn't take the right path, no matter what, and the other one felt safe enough. Lillian didn't know what it was that told her this, but she felt like accepting that feeling. Right then, let's go. Fairith spoke. He did not seem a bit unperturbed by Lillian's sudden change of heart, turning his head toward the left path and eyeing her to go on first. With caution she peeked her head through the crack and crawled her way through the opening, her body eventually reaching an empty hallway, without people or rubble standing in their way. Oh! Fairith gasped, his eyes wandering the corridor. Good job, princess, this is the correct path. Of course, what else would you expect from the esteemed me? Yes, you're amazing. We're just a bit off from our destination, but since we're here, Fairith spoke. Would you happen to have any bandages in that all-powerful pouch of yours? He then fell to the ground, revealing a large gash on his leg, blood dribbling out. Fairith, Lillian yelled. Don't mind me, he responded with a light chuckle. Give me a moment. Lillian spoke hurriedly, dropping her sword and reaching into her pouch. She rummaged around until her hands came upon the sensation of thin web-like material rolled up into a ball. Bingo! She muttered, grabbing the bandage. Stay still. She grabbed Fairith's leg and used a cloth to wipe off the blood, the latter making a pained expression as his body struggled. Arg! He groaned. I remarked, stay still. Lillian yelled, tightening her grip on Fairith even more while she held him to the ground. He continued to struggle as Lillian cleaned off his leg, wrapping it in the bandage and sealing it tightly. There, done. She stood up and let out a deep sigh, satisfied with her work, especially with the little materials she was given to work with. You should stick to fighting. Fairith spoke, staring Lillian dead in the eyes. Her cheeks puffed up, and she began to kick him right on his uninjured leg, fury in her eyes. Stop. Stop, I'm sorry. Your Highness. Please? Fairith stood back up to avoid Lillian's attacks, limping away from her. I'm sorry, he spoke. You better be. Lillian growled falsely. Okay, enough of that. You remarked that we were close. Yeah, we're just a bit away from the main hall. Fairith spoke. Are you sure you're ready? More than you. She responded with a confident smile. Twirling her fingers in between her hair, Lillian picked her sword back up and pointed it forward. Holding it there for a moment, she swirled mana through her body, evenly spreading it throughout. I hope I won't have to use that. Let's go, she remarked as she walked toward Fairith and picked him up, holding him in a princess carry. I hope you don't mind if I do this for now. Wouldn't want you getting more injured. Fairith, unable to do anything, begrudgingly nodded, as the two walked further down the corridor, going toward a faint light from afar. Lillian? Fairith? Adelaide called out, noticing that the two's footsteps were going. She hoped that she was wrong, and that when she turned around, they would still be behind her, simply still instead of walking. Sadly, reality wasn't that kind. Though, was it at all kind in the first place? The small boy was still in her arms, his eyes closed as he was lulled to sleep. Adelaide slowly turned her body for her worst suspicions to come through. They're gone. She cursed to herself, a furrow emerging from her brow. They had been left alone for just one moment, and this happened. What was she to do? The child she was holding still needed to get to a safe place, as was the situation for two other children who had run off on their own. My daughter, I hope you don't follow after me, she wondered to herself, remembering her own days of mischief and tomfoolery. In any other situation, say, on a training day, she would have been livid, but an apology would have calmed her down. For today, especially right now, this was the last thing she needed to happen. She would have though that her daughter of all people wouldn't engage in foolishness in times like this. Always one step ahead of everyone, Lillian should have known the dangers she put herself in by going out. Neither did Adelaide want to pin the blame of Fairith, though in this situation, she would rather accuse him than Lillian. As respectful and perfect as the boy glanced and acted, who knew how he was behind the scenes? He was Sylvia's son after all, no disrespect to her. For now, she would head to the chambers, though she didn't look it. Adelaide was heavily injured, multiple wounds, cuts, and more recently burn marks all over her body. All she needed were a few healing salves and she would be okay. Right after she would chase after the two. I tested him as well. Here I wondered that Sylvia's son would have been unacceptable for Lillian. If she was correct in her assumptions, the two were probably in the main hall, which she could get to easily enough from the chambers. Objectives clear, she headed forward, spears in hand, for, in these few moments, away from all, she was invincible. Careful. Fairith spoke, placing his finger above Lillian's mouth. She stayed silent, opening her ears to listen out into the main hall. It didn't have to be remarked at this point, but the hall was in worse condition than everywhere else they had been in the past few hours. Most of that was, of course, due to the fighting going on. Players and knights standing side by side, fighting off hordes of monsters, fiends, and cultists. It was a bloodbath, heads thrown across the room and death by the second. Lillian observed her heart, noting its stable beating, not a single tinge of uneasiness through her. It was certainly odd, but she didn't mind it much. This feeling of calmness was something she needed to savor. A wonder then popped up through her mind, noticing how crowded the hall was with monsters. How did the cult summon these many monsters in? Fiends. It was most likely why Adelaide wasn't here, and instead, wandered the palace. To do something like this, they would need. Then a wonder struck her. When she visited the slums earlier, it had been early empty. She also remembered the coachman from that morning talk about how serfs had suddenly passed by the cart like they were running from something. She felt a wave of nausea well up inside up as she realized what had happened. All those fiends and monsters. Her vision turned red, her head clear from the rage that welled up inside of her. At first she had simply wanted to get rid of the cult to get her hands on an especially powerful weapon. Oh, and also save her life. Now, she was invested, taking what the cult was doing personally. How dare they do such things in my territory? Though Faerith told her not to mind it earlier, this time she couldn't help but have her identity as a princess well up inside of her, thinking of what her future subjects had to endure. She tightly gripped her blade, raising it into the air before taking a step forward. Wait. Faerith remarked stiffly, holding his hands in front of her. He knew what she was thinking, a little too well, maybe. I'll borrow your words. You doing what you were about to do would be counterintuitive. Lillian gulped and put down her blade, her head cooling down. Yeah, that would have been bad. She spoke, realizing just what she was about to do. Why had she suddenly started moving? It was as if her emotions overtook her, causing her to act on instinct. Interesting, Faerith muttered. What is it? She inquired. Look there. He responded, pointing his finger toward the center of the hall. Placed there, surrounded by a large group of fiends and cultists, was a large magic circle drawn on the ground. It glanced ominous, even without the threat of cultists surrounding it. That magic circle isn't for summoning. I should know. It's used to amplify emotions. Lillian spoke. Right on the dot. Faerith remarked, nodding at Lillian's response. How about you then? She inquired. I'm always cool-headed. He spoke. On his face was a grin unbefitting the situation they were in now, taunting Lillian second by second. You're not. New MBR on E. Shut up. She responded with a grin. So, I'm assuming our goal is to destroy the circle. As best we can. Faerith responded as he raised his palm. He stood there for a moment as the room devolved into further chaos. Then right there, right in between the two fighting groups, was a blind spot. Just like that, an opening. Get ready for combat. He spoke. You don't need to tell me twice. Lillian responded, raising her blade with a killer glint in her eyes. Month 3, on the day of realization. Let's go take down some cultists. Chapter 21. A fierce and foolish battle. A rush of wind, Lillian practically flew as she slid on the ground, gliding past a group of fiends and cultists. Her blade held low as she escaped their gazes, moving faster than the eye could see. Her current goal was to make way for Faerith to interrupt the magic circle, serving as a distraction as he did his thing. This was but one small contribution they could make during this battle, and more importantly, an opportunity to harvest a few good items from the cultists guarding the circle. Kiek. The sound of a blade screeching on the ground, a loud scratching as Lillian brought herself to a halt, eyes primed for combat. She scanned the battlefield, noticing the enemies closest to her. Just from a glance, she discovered that there were only 3 enemies close enough to pose any danger to her. A cultist and 2 fiends, both noticeably weaker than the ones she's faced before. For the fiends, that is. Still, she didn't let her guard down, for while the enemies were weaker, she wasn't much stronger herself. How did Len put it again? I'm underleveled. I'll back you up. Faerith spoke from behind her, a greenish sphere as his palms. With a grin, Lillian made the first move and attacked the fiend nearest to her, sending mana through her arms to amplify her attacks. Clang. Her blade repelled across the back of the nearest fiend as it turned around to move toward her. Lillian leapt back, making distance between her and the fiend as a blade of wind flew toward it, hitting squarely in its maw. Creak. The fiend shrieked out in pain, its shrill voice surprisingly weak. Lillian wondered as she moved to her left, barely dodging a swing from the other fiend near her. She ducked down and pivoted sideways, holding her sword as to inflict some damage as she moved. A gentle, bare cut on the second fiend that attacked her, more than enough for bonus damage. Then another windblade was launched, or rather multiple of them, as a barrage of magic flew toward Lillian. Frozen for but a second, she ducked down again, letting the magic fly above her head and hit the fiend. Crash. Faerith's windblades nicked the skin of both opposing fiends, and Lillian swooped in to finish them off once and for all. Holding her sword in a way that its blade faced the ground, she rushed forward and stabbed into the heart of both fiends, eliminating them in quick succession. 2 down. She couldn't stop moving, as the cultist and fiends further away from her began to move. In just a few moments, she would be surrounded by some rather unpleasant foes, so before then, they needed to get out of here. Done. Faerith yelled from afar, a black box now in the center of the magic circle. Let's make our great escape, princess. Death to the heretics of God. A cultist yelled as he charged toward Lillian, a mace in hand. Lillian ran the pommel of her sword to the chest of the charging cultist before jumping in the air. You mind taking care of that? She inquired. Landing, she ducked down and swept the floor with her blade, before thrusting upwards to stab the cultist in the leg. As she did though, multiple spheres of purplish fire were sent toward her, imminent to hit. Boom! Just before the spheres of fire were about to hit her, Lillian was knocked back by a powerful force, pushing her against the floor. Right above her, the spheres of fire passed by, a millimeter away from her face. Sorry about that. Fairith yelled from afar, as Lillian picked herself off the ground and kicked the fallen cultist in the gut. He was faced with a fiend who was barely being repelled by his spells. Lillian ran toward him and raised her blade, mana rushing toward her legs. Once more, rush. After images trailing behind her, Lillian's sword lopped through the neck of the fiend, letting it topple onto the ground. Her adrenaline at an all-time high, she grabbed Fairith by the hands and picked him up, carrying him in her arms. Again. Fairith rolled his eyes. Hang on tight. Lillian spoke with a grin, more mana entering her legs. With a kick to the ground, she dashed off, charging through the incoming crowd of enemies. She felt the stares of the room focus on her, but she couldn't care less, a massive grin splayed across her face. Thud. Her body rammed several enemies, charging straight through them, some voluntarily getting out of her way. Don't know if this is the right time or not, but I have some bad news. Fairith spoke. The magic circle wasn't what I wondered it was. Lillian's eyes turned grim, realizing what Fairith was leading to. You couldn't mean. I saw a few inscriptions, and its purpose wasn't to just amplify emotions, he continued, it was to collect them. A summoning ritual, Lillian muttered. Whoops, careful there. Fairith remarked, launching a blade of wind toward an incoming fiend. Boom. As you were saying? He then continued. Never mind, you already knew beforehand anyway, Lillian pouted. A shame. Fairith chuckled. He then lowered his tone of voice, his face turning serious as he continued talking. Yes, they're trying to summon that demiurge. Lillian spoke. Sorry to interrupt, but in front of you. Fairith interrupted her, a giant, statue-sized beast in front of them. I know. Lillian responded, you might want to jump. A frown on his face, Fairith leaned his body forward and held out his palm. Light emerged from it and enveloped his legs as Lillian prepared herself to duck below the giant. Boom. The two split up, Fairith jumping to the side, and Lillian lunging below the giant, going right in between its legs. Groa. A roar from the beast, so loud and powerful that Lillian felt herself instinctively backing up. Its disfigured face and sharp teeth, ink-black pupils and pointy horns were nothing to laugh at, making the giant's size the least of Lillian's concerns. She then noticed what she was doing and grounded her feet, the giant slowly turning around to face her. Ba dump. Ba dump. Lillian's heart thumped like raining thunder, her gaze meeting the giant's. Her entire body was covered in goosebumps, fear striking her from every direction. Danger was all her mind screamed, telling her to run away from the threat in front of her. In an act of courage, or maybe foolishness, she stood her ground in front of the towering beast, and instead of fear, her face showed an expression of pure bliss. This was why she played Tower of Pandora. The feeling of being faced in front of unsurmountable odds, and using all her might, wit, and fortune to make it through. Her hands tightly grabbed on the hilt of her blade, she charged forward, the blade raised in the air. David versus Goliath. Odds were that Lillian would lose, but she was more than happy to take those chances. Fairith. Hold the horde off while I fight this guy. That's, Fairith spoke while breathing out. As you wish, your highness. Filled with unwillingness, he opened his palms and began casting, Lillian's attention returning to the giant. So, she leapt into the air, bring her blade down in a powerful strike. Clang. Her blade bounced off the giant's body as she was sent back by the impact. Getting right back up, she charged forward once more, this time without her sword, but just a bag in hand. Attrition. Lillian could not win by overpowering the giant, even with the greatest weapons in the kingdom. That just wasn't how it worked. What she could do, though, was not fight at all, using her weakness to her advantage. After all, The bigger they were, the harder they fell. She leapt left, her foot pressing onto the ground for a moment before meeting the air again, as the giant continued letting down its fists. A jump to the sky, and a hard crash on the ground. Every step she took was torture, but she was close to what she was trying to achieve. Its attacks were growing slower for sure, and Faerith's occasional windblade helped in balancing its aggro. Crash. Arg. Lillian grimaced. It was sudden, though not unlikely, as the worst possible thing happened. She was sent crashing into the ground with a swing of the giant's arm, at the wrong place at the wrong time. Shit. She cursed, trying to feel out her body. Pain enveloped her, rocks thrown against her bone. There were definitely a few broken bones here and there, but nothing a healing salve couldn't fix. Though that could only happen if she got herself out of this predicament. Thud. 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 Interrupting her wonders was a sudden loud march slowly entering the main hall, every step reverberating the room. Please don't be more cultists. Groaning, she turned her body over, not minding the giant behind her. Out in the distance was a legion of knights, hundreds if not thousands of phantasmal beings in beautiful suits of armor, wielding various weapons, swords, spears, bow, axes, and more. Leading them was a lone figure dressed in a blue robe, the one and only Sylvia Aradel. The room's eyes were turned toward them, as knights, cultists, and even monsters stopped what they were doing to take in the sight. Sylvia raised her hand into the air and snapped her fingers. Creak. The army of phantom knights yelled out, as they began charging forward into the battlefield, targeting nearby cultists and monsters. Lillian spotted a platoon of 50 or so knights march toward her direction, as arrows were fired above her, hitting the giant. After fighting the phantom druid earlier in the day, Lillian wouldn't have wondered she would have been glad to see any more, but reality was surprising in that way. The front lines of the knight platoon raised their weapons and charged toward the giant, targeting each of its limbs and head. Elegant. For knights in bulky armor, the phantoms were well coordinated and swift, the last one especially. Purple trailed behind each of their thrusts and swings as they thoroughly slayed the giant. If that wasn't all, a flash lined the sky, as a familiar figure appeared in the hall, a look of rage in her eyes. For a moment, Adelaide stared at Lillian and Faerith, and in that moment, Lillian felt that she was about to die. Adelaide swung her twin spears wildly, wiping out hordes of fiends and monsters. Now, this was the Adelaide Lillian was familiar with. In seconds, due to the contributions of both Sylvia and Adelaide, the cult's forces were thinned out, leaving only a few cultists left amid battle. They'd surely won, right? Lillian wondered so, but when she glanced into her mother's eyes and the grim expression on her face, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Thief, thief, thief. Faerith spoke hurriedly, grabbing Lillian's attention with a desperate expression. Calm down. What is it? Lillian answered coolly. No time to relax. He spoke in a hushed tone. I wrong, very, very wrong. What? She reflectively muttered. During battle, did you notice how weak our enemies were? He inquired. Yeah, I guess. They did seem a little too easy to defeat, she responded. Damn it. Faerith cursed, his face scrunching. The magic circle in the center was a distraction. This entire main hall was a distraction. For who? For idiots like us. Everyone not in the main hall would assume that it would be there where the conflict was. That's why they placed the magic circle there, to draw people's attention to it. So, they placed all the filler enemies in this room, and put their main magic circle somewhere else. Lillian spoke. Not magic circle. Magic circles. Faerith corrected. The magic circle is so large because it's part of an array, otherwise they could have easily fit that kind of design in something a quarter the current one's size. Damn it. Why didn't I notice sooner? Faerith cursed. It was as he remarked this that the air in the room changed, the survivors of battle not even given a moment to celebrate their victory. Heaviness fell and more thumping occurred, but this time, Lillian knew it wasn't a good sign. The walls to the palace came crumbling, revealing the moonlit night. From the distance an army marched forward. Cultists came in droves, their hooded figures accompanied by eerie weapons. Behind them were a dozen or so monsters and fiends, all of them more threatening than the ones in the main hall. They came in droves, thousands of monsters coming at a time. Twin-bladed fiends, and the same giants that Lillian faced earlier but in larger quantity. In the center of the horde was a lone raven-haired figure, carrying a dark wooden staff, coiled around a golden orb. Lillian knew the identity of this man and had to hold back her nausea. One of the 4 great leaders of the cult of Demiurge, Yaros the Tempered. This was one of things Lillian recognized from the game. Yaros also responsible for the second collapse of Silvervale in-game. Almost immediately, she felt a powerful killing intent come from her mother, as Sylvia's knights regrouped, reforming their legion to combat. Greetings, Silvervale heretics. Yaros spoke with a grin, a hand placed on his chest. We are glad you have gathered here on this magnificent day to witness the rebirth of the one above all, and to contribute to our efforts. The Hall growled at Yaros' words, enmity striking him. Lillian didn't feel any of that hate, only a churning in her stomach as the ground rumbled below her. Do you feel that? She inquired Faireth. Yeah, he responded. We're too late. The whole hall began to shake, worse than the appearance of either of the 2 armies. A miasmic, evil, disgusting smog filled the air, suffocating and dense. Then Yaros spread his arms and began to speak. Be honored to be saved by the kindness of the one above all, Yaros declared, his eyes manic and red, a toothy smile on his face. Bow before our might scum, as you heretics will soon be purified. A form gathered in the center of the room, right above the magic circle Faireth destroyed. It was too intangible to have a form, but its very presence was suffocating. Lillian felt all her energy being drained, suddenly languid and tired. The world then crumbled even further, explosions ringing out left and right, chunks of wall sent flying. During these few moments, Lillian didn't know what to do. She suddenly felt powerless, unable to do anything. It would have been so easy for her to collapse to the ground and give up right that second, letting fate take care of the rest. What would it matter if I died? Lillian. Faireth yelled to her, snapping her out of her dazed state. Give me your bag. What? Lillian responded. She didn't know what he was thinking in a situation like this. Hurry up. Faireth remarked back, his voice growing louder. Given no other choice, Lillian trusted her gut and let go of her sword, letting it clatter to the floor. Servant's voice was the only thing that kept her sane in those few moments, giving her enough energy to throw her pouch toward him. The pouch gently glided through the air, innocent like a dove. It was one of the few things in the world that remained carefree amidst destruction. It slowly descended before falling straight into Faireth's arms. Lillian then watched as Faireth dug into her bag, rummaging through it like a madman, until he finally got what he wanted. He pulled his hand out and in it a vial filled with an inert green liquid. He held the vial tightly in his palm, before suddenly crushing it. Crack. The vial shattered, shards falling onto the floor and digging into Faireth's hand. Blood dripped and green mist flew into the air, until finally, silence. There was not a muffled yell or bloody scream left in the world, completely quiet at the scene in front of Lillian. In that moment, the world came to a stop. Chapter 22. A pause between Calamity's nightmares. The phantoms and geists of destruction surrounded Faireth, striking at his soul second by second. A draw of agony and despair, the life sucked out of him. Swirling around like a brewing cauldron, chilling and hot at the same time, his blood solid but hot. He was sinking deep into a pool, chased by a beast on hind legs, sharp eyes tracing every pulse in his body. Bleeding bleary cries of the dead, and he was young once more, in the body of a child. Pain pricked at his heart, but it remained beating still. Thump. 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 Like ripples in a pond of clear water, his heart remained steady, practically numb to the pain. He didn't know when, or why this happened. Just a few hours ago he would have been agonizing from this pain, but the pricking and stabbing seemed to keep him conscious. Just as he was about to sink, that burning pain reminded him of himself. The feeling of being chased gave him a reason to continue running, and to be a child once more innocent yet aware of the world's deadly plights. In the middle of life and death, neither particularly pleasant, but a reminder of each other's existence. A paradox was the only thing that kept him sane, or insane, depending on how you glanced at it. You're holding on better than I expected. In his ears were the whispers of the devil, who cried solace. A prickly feeling, his own voice used against him, bouncing off the walls of his head. While he might plead insanity from the tempter, his own fallacy led him to choose to make a deal with the most terrifying being in existence. He bet that even the cultists of Demiurge weren't as foolish as him. The compliment didn't feel like much when heard from the devil's tone, so tired and uncaring. Fairith didn't know whether to be flattered or offended. His eyes were dull as he continued to run forward, spells in his 2 hands, multicasting which was cryptic to him, available to him in a heartbeat. The blades of wind launched forward, a gust passing by him as they flew. Stressed out of his mind, he continued to move even when not targeted by the hordes of monsters and the giant behind him. A balance between supporting Lillian and fending off the horde, as much as he abhorred the first bit. Were magic circles complicated? Yes, and no Fairith forgot the latter bit whenever he glanced at one, too accustomed to the idea that they all had to be magnificent constructs crafted by geniuses. That very fallacy had been one of his biggest blunders today. He closed his eyes for a moment and entered that void of darkness, surrounded by tall wooden shelves. His mind and body were at odds with each other, the two desynced from the rhythms that they ticked. Without a moment's delay he flicked his hand as the bookshelves dispersed, leaving a lone book sitting on a pedestal. Picking it up, Fairith opened his eyes, now with 2 fireballs in his hands. He flung them forward, an explosion ringing out from afar. He repeated this once more, his eyes blinking before blades of wind appeared in his palms. The horde thinned out. He turned around and flung one toward the giant, nicking it. As Fairith's wind blades hit the giant, he watched as Lillian swept in with her sword and thrust at it, knocking the colossal back. That girl is competent, though anyone would seem like it after you. Oh hush. Fairith ignored the irate voice of the devil, snapping his fingers to produce more spells, as he danced with the enemies, sending the horde of monsters back where they came from. Don't be so offended, contractor. The devil's voice echoed. Sometimes, the truth is harsh. You little. Fairith cursed. Am I incorrect? The devil jabbed. He wondered whether he should start casting more than 2 spells a time, even knowing how suspicious it might seem. You fool. The devil muttered. I know, it was just a wondered. Fairith responded to the devil's jeering, receiving an incorporeal roll of the eyes in response. Yes, a wondered you would have most likely carry out if ever given the chance, the devil chided. TCH, bastard. Anyway, contractor, you might want to focus wit on what's in front of you. Clang. The sound of clashing forces. As he turned, Fairith watched as Lillian turned up her blade to defend against the giant. Unlike how it may have glanced, one of the two were clearly winning, and Fairith knew that fact would turn the princess careless. That girl is going to get knocked back, the devil spoke. I know, aren't you going to do anything about it? Why would I? It's a crucial event for the princess's awakening. His blunder had not been wonderful, but at the same time, as he pondered for a bit longer, he realized that it could become an absolute boon. His plans had changed. He knew that there was a problem with the magic circle, but he wouldn't try to inform Lillian until later. Right until the moment when it became too late, when it would be worthless to attempt anything else, would he strike, leaving the results up to fate. Why do something so complicated? The devil inquired. The risks are much higher than the marginal results you'll get. Isn't there anything you do for a reason you don't understand? Fairith responded. Of course not. What am I? Immortal, the devil remarked. Never mind then. Well, for me, these are one of the things I can't help but follow. A game that's easy to beat isn't one worth playing. Besides, the results aren't marginal. Freedom is a sweet elixir that will capture you with a single whiff. I was hooked at the idea before the elixir ever graced my presence, and I'm sure the princess feels the same way. At least, he hoped she would agree. I'll be looking forward to it then. The devil spoke. You're giving me the hope that I made the right decision. Do as you please then. Fairith remarked to the devil before fully tuning its voice out of his mind. More spells and more destruction, and still his mana was aplenty, a never-ending spring flowing further on. He weaved a melody of destruction, its notes ringing soundly through the air. Crash. When he turned his shoulder over, checking on Lillian, he watched as the giant slammed its fist forward, just barely touching her, as she was sent crashing into the ground. Lillian. His instincts flared as a voice yelled in his head, a fiery sensation traveling down his arms as he sent a burst of fireballs and wind blades toward the giant. As this happened, the horde continued moving toward him, thinned but not gone. Fairith was left shocked for just a moment, before regaining his braces. He had been expecting it, planning it even, but seeing it in person drove him to make another worthless blunder. She'll be fine. I need to worry about myself. He turned his attention back to the horde, doing as he had been, and attacking. Then a thumping struck the ground below him, the marching of a large army traveling in tandem. He felt the large mana signature which marked the marching's origin, a mass of high-concentration mana traveling into the main hall. Wonderful. Mother's finally here, another piece of the puzzle in its spot. He watched her legion of phantoms march forward to fend the cultists away from their hall. Each step they made caused the hall to rumble, their weight shaking it. He was glad to see the spectral knights used for their actual purpose of battle, instead of housekeeping. Fight after fight passed by his eyes, none of particularly of interest. Therion was not in sight, as he expected, and Adelaide had entered the hall with blazing glory, destruction following her path. Fairith was still waiting for one more thing. Just one more puzzle piece to complete everything. So, as he wished, they soon came, in the form of a larger, louder, and scarier army. The true figures of the cult, not the red herrings they placed in the hall. As they arrived, the leader of the cult, the man he recognized as Yaros, began speaking. Fairith ignored the cult leader, instead choosing to focus on the army behind him. Odd. Why isn't that here? The hinge of his plan wasn't here. Cult summoners that were supposed to be present to build a new magic circle in the center of the hall. Monsters and fiends, yes, but not the backbones of both his and the cultists' plans. Then something struck him, as Yaros' cackle spread throughout the room. The magic circle he wondered is useless, suddenly lit up and began to work, waves of dispersed mana washing over the hall. A form then gathered above it, and at its presence, a sensation hit Fairith. Indescribable, foolish and hatred. The drain of a blood witch's lips, and the bloody claws of an Nemean. Aura that exuded neither dignity nor holiness, but agony. Clawing emotion and terrifying memories, it was all but unexpected in the grand scheme of things. Fear, a common response against the concept of danger. Though, in truth, what fear failed to capture more often than not was the concept of the fall. Not from heights or from low, an escapade neither theoretical or physical, but a lunge to capture nothingness, without rope or hook to tie them to the ground, or save them from the sky. The circle had summoned Demiurge, or at least, its incarnation. Not a personification of fear or evil, neither anguish, sorrow, or anger, but the fall, one that Fairith knew all too well one. A cliff one falls off on, the mortal results of their lives. It had hurt him more than he could have ever wondered, though, he wondered that he was invincible. A small prick was nothing in the bigger picture, but it still hurt nonetheless. The spring, though which was his speciality, endless in nature, ran dry, empty, leaving a cavernous crater in place of its wonder. This was, in a word, the worst. Not only was he out of mana, but it was his mana being drained that made the situation so unpleasant. Arg. Mana depletion, Fairith's worst enemy in all of existence. His knees buckled, and shoulders quivered. Fall and depletion. He might as well have raised a white flag and begged for surrender. At least one of those options would have led to a quicker death. Frustratingly, he was wrong, again. Overconfident and arrogant, his grand, sprawling scheme was the only thing he saw in that tunnel. He should have learned from his previous two blunders, but alas, not. He didn't know how the cultists managed to do it. A summoning of this scale would have taken a lot more than a simple array of magic circles. This was something else, something above his comprehension. At this plight, he didn't know how his mind stayed so cool. His confidence should have broken down at this point. Unlike the other times, this mistake held consequences separate from setbacks. A possibility of death, however small, but one that existed. Fairith would have won 6 jackpots off the scam store on the 62nd floor, before his chances were even close to this probability. I would have rather won 6 jackpots. I appreciate your confidence, my contractor, but caution isn't always bad. The devil spoke to him. Don't try to act like you're not a part of this. What happened to stopping me before I had the idea of doing something foolish? You complain too much, contractor. Shut it. Fairith cursed at the devil, a little peeved at the situation. He still needed a plan, a chance to recover from this injury. The price didn't matter to him, whether it be his blood or soul, he just wanted to win. Pain from mana. Depletion continued to strike, making him more desperate by the second. Think. 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 Ha. The devil let out a deep breath. I do not wish to see you in this state, contractor. So here's what I'll do. Your contract. Along with the help of the amazing me, you also have access to one more thing. Ha. I wish I didn't have to tell you this. I know power is what you desire at the moment. The devil spoke. So, I shall give it to you. Contractor. The devil spoke. I will give you another chance to succeed, and all you will need to achieve it. Your soul and blood are not the cost, but prepare to use them as payment. So, the devil continued. Do we have a deal? Faireth was silent as he pondered his choices. Another deal that would affect himself. A choice that would change his very soul. He didn't know what to do, stuck at the multiple choices that surrounded him. Though, very quickly, something changed his mind. As his eyes met Lillian's, whose dazed stare screamed lifeless, a sudden pang hit him. At that moment, he made his decision. In the face of the eyes of the fall, he would once more sell his soul to the devil. Yes. He responded with frigid breath. Faireth was ready for whatever torture he was about to face. Nightmares weren't the only problems he had, but it was enough to assure him that he would barely survive this ordeal. In that case, ask that girl for her bag. What? Just do it. The devil responded, as Faireth furrowed his brows. He faced the now dazed Lillian and called out to her. Lillian. He yelled. Throw me your pouch, quick and simple. The princess snapped out of her trance, her head titling at Faireth's words. Without saying anything else, he reached out his hand. In time, Lillian decided to give Faireth her bag, throwing it in the air. Catching it, he opened the pouch and reached inside. What am I even looking for? A vial. There should only be one. The devil answered. Rummage. Rummage. He reached through the large dimensional bag, feeling it out until his hands came across what the devil was talking about. A vial? Faireth pondered as he stared at the vial in his hands. A phantom. The devil remarked. I believe you should know, it came from your memories in the first place. Phantom. Faireth wondered about the devil's words for a moment. Then a light bulb appeared above his head. The phantom druid. He realized what the devil meant, but was filled with even more questions now. Yes, whatever it's called. The devil spoke. It's what do you call it? A hidden piece. A hidden piece? Faireth wondered. The phantom druid was not a hidden piece, as far as he knew, but only a guardian. If it was the case, and the boss monster was something users could use, then his fundamental understanding of the tower would have flipped over on in his head. No, now's not the time. He stopped his wonders and closed his eyes once more, the devil appearing in front of him with a piece of paper in its hand. Now, without further ado, the devil announced, blood and sacrifice. Faireth heaved out a heavy sigh, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Right now, he still felt drained of mana. This was, in most situations, a very bad idea. Whatever, what can I do about it, anyway? With conviction, he tightened his fist, the palm wrapping around the vial, destroying it. Crack. Shards of glass dug into his skin, droplets of blood falling slowly to the ground. The pain was sharp, but nothing unbearable, especially for what he was about to go through. Faireth was struck by an unimaginably painful headache. He could not think. The world around him dark. For those few seconds that it occurred, he felt like he had been standing still for millennia, a foot further into death. Then, it occurred, as the pain dissipated, replaced by an intense surge of power, and a green tome placed on a pedestal in front of him. A rush of memories, or rather information. Everything he needed to know, contract, and more importantly, the tome planted in his mind. He reached out his hand with a steady grip, and grasped for the tome, his outstretched hand barely reaching it. As his fingers caressed its cover, a line of text appeared in his mind. Alchemical calamity. Phantom and druid. Here, a gift, free on the house. The devil spoke. Then, an array of notifications popped up in front of him, the same thing that had happened with Uriel. Skill? Has granted user a temporary connection to the tower. Skill. Almanac. Detected skill. Almanac. Deep reading. Activating. This is my contract. An almanac of these stories you love oh so much. The devil remarked. I've given you all you need, so then, show me your chops, treasure hunter. Chapter 23. A battle that ends with disaster. Ferreth's and Lillian's yelling display caught the eyes of Yaros, whose face flushed red in anger. He faced the two with furious eyes and bashed his staff on the ground. "How dare you try to pull something off in the presence of the one above all?" Yaros yelled. "We will make an example out of you, heretics." He gestured, and a large beast trotted from within the army. It was about the same size as the giant Lillian faced, but this monster's presence was leagues above that of a mere giant. A Tarrasque, if Ferreth remembered it correctly, its spiky back, dragon-like jaw and beady eyes, stomping on his puny existence. The Tarrasque charged forward with great speed, its maw wide open, ready to finish Ferreth within a single bite. "Close your eyes, contractor." The devil spoke. At the devil's words, Ferreth closed his eyes, met with the familiar sight. The tome he picked up earlier was still in front of him, rested on the same pedestal as earlier. The devil was there, looking at Ferreth with a curious expression. The lingering danger of an incoming monster charging toward him. He walked up to the tome and opened it up, new information fed to him. Skimming through the pages, he opened a page with the subtitle Energy Restoration. Not thinking much about it, he placed his hands over the page and opened his eyes. Holding out his palms, eyes dull, he spoke, "Overgrowth." Tendrils of plant emerged from the ground, writhing, and grabbing onto the monster. It then squeezed tightly, thorns growing out of their sides as it squeezed tighter and tighter. The monster grew pale, as it struggled, in time, and Ferreth stood there, staring at it. The monster's body exploded into bloody bits, blood splattering to the sky and all over the hall. Then, a green hue formed around the tendrils, as the monster's body slowly shriveled. It was like a vampire sucking on blood. The vitality left in the monster drained until empty. The blood on the ground sucked up like water. Like it was never there in the first place. The tendrils disappeared into green mist, returning to Ferreth. There were still large holes in the ground, but not much in terms of vegetation. Pure, unbridled obliteration. The monster that had charged toward him had not only passed, but was erased from existence, its corpse used as fertilizer for the tendrils. He moved on quickly and held his palms out once more, as his eyes closed, and the tome that was in front of him before, still there, on the same page he had cast. Then, the page slowly disintegrated, turning into scraps before his very eyes. Letting it happen, he flipped through the pages once more, and opened a brand new section. Assimilation. He opened his eyes, and right before him, a forest formed. It was not like a fairy tale, neither well-kept nor pretty, but wild and prickly. An incredible sight, to say the very least, a wild forest in the middle of a royal palace. Ferreth's mind synced with the forest, as he commanded it with a single movement of his hand. Then, he spread open his arms to truly activate the skill's ability, leaving himself to the forest's whims. A peel of wood from a stemming twig ingrained itself into Ferreth's bones, wrapping around them to form a barricade. Stiff yet flexible, though in this paradox, an equal word would be strength. The tendrils of wood bloomed with mana, the spring refilled by droplets of rain. In the center, a tree formed, gathering in a piece of soil as a sprout grew forth. A seedling whose pot cracked to release its roots. He was alive once more, gold transmuting into aged copper, heading forth with splendor and might. What were the properties of mist? Untouchable, but pervading. Formless, but defined. Everything and nothing all at once, as it was earlier, a paradox. There was only one question that the mist inquired Ferreth. "What do you want?" "Power. Power. Power," he chanted in his mind. A spear formed in his hand, as large as his whole body. It was crafted with a white-colored wood, coiled around like two snakes. Whoosh! With his reinforced body, he threw the spear across the room, the white constructs arcing through the air. Then, midair, it exploded into sharp splinters of the spear spreading throughout the room. The ground cracked, and monsters were slain. Fury filled the faces of the cultists as their army was ripped to shreds. Bloodlust and annoyance, but none of it matched the look of hunger in Ferreth's eyes. He hadn't yet realized what the devil meant by a price, but this feeling in his chest was certainly it. Hunger, an instinct to destroy and devour everything around him. He felt inhuman almost, a ravenous beast in its skin. To destroy and to rampage, something about those two things filled him. They made him whole. In contrast to the worst pain, they were the greatest pleasure. the feeling of normalcy. Boom! He kicked off the ground, a new weapon in his hand. This time, a pistol, in the fashion of old detective shows. This too was made of wood, thorns and vines wrapping around the barrel. Bang! 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 Bullet hell! Shower after shower of thorns falling out of the sky, with every shot, a fiend or monster put to death. Blood splattered, and Demiurge's incarnation began to cry. Its high-pitched weeps spread throughout the hall and spread to the sky, as with its rage, the false god gained its wings. White feathered pearls, omniscient and all-powerful. Its aura strengthened, suffocating the room further. Faerith stood still, his face and body faced down on the ground. His eyes were blank and so was his mind, filled with the sound of hunger. Two beasts. Ravenous carnage, deathly beasts. As they faced once more, a thunderclap rang out. With a swipe of his arms, thorns protruded from the ground, a wave of misty blades making its way toward Demiurge. It too attacked, a beam of pure white light gathering above its face. Boom! There was nothing surrounding Faerith. The people and monsters gone from his sight. Tunnel vision at its highest, another price he had to pay for this. Power. He ran forward with blades of wind trailing behind him, all of them cast in the split second he went forward. Even Tier 1 spells were powerful when given enough of them. They went forth in droves and collected impact after impact toward Demiurge. There were no sounds for the sonic boom-esque speed of the spells Faerith cast, a lull before a storm. He jumped to the sky, and another spear formed in his hand, not quite as large as the previous one, but glorious nonetheless. A powerful lunge down, as he aimed for Demiurge's head, hunger taking over his mind. Crash! As the world came to a halt, Lillian watched as the glimmer in Faerith's eyes faded away. Like his life was being drained away, replaced neither with solemnness nor determination, but dullness. It was then when something else caught her attention, Yarrows yelling at her and Faerith for speaking to each other, sending a gigantic beast to slay both her and Faerith. She obviously felt fear, but could do naught as her legs were glued to the ground below. Neither quivering nor determined, she just stood there, glued in place. It seemed hopeless. That feeling of being drained of everything was still constant in everything she felt. Could her mother save Faerith? Most likely, seeing as the monster was a mere Tarrasque, but as she cocked her head, Adelaide too was still, her eyes lifeless as she stared at the charging Tarrasque. It was no good. Demiurge had got to her as well. She didn't know what it was Faerith did expect for injure himself, but he was likely to die here without a miracle. An emptiness filled her chest at those wonders, feelings she wondered that she had long forgotten. There was nothing she could do, though. It seems like Servant's lucky streak had worn off, or at least the one she knew about. It was then where Faerith raised his arms, his mouth moving in a mumble. The Tarrasque which continued to charge at him suddenly stopped in place, as tendrils of root emerged from the ground, wrapping around the creature's body and squeezing it. Thorns, then death, then the absorption, where the creature's body was drained for all, as it was worth, leaving behind a shriveled, empty corpse. Only then did the shock hit her, as Faerith stood over the shriveled corpse of the seemingly impossible odds, his eyes closed. If that wasn't enough, a forest sprang out of the ground, this time truly consuming the Tarrasque, all the bits of its body completely gone. As Faerith swiped his fingers, his entire figure glanced terrifying to Lillian, as she came to the realization that all of this was due to him. Soon, that feeling of fear turned into excitement, a chance to win this battle. Energy built up in her body, but she didn't move just yet, continuing to spectate the battlefield. Faerith moved forward, faster than he had ever shown himself capable of. Of course, it wasn't only her watching all of this unfold, as the frozen bodies of the nearby people soon turned into expressions of shock. Sylvia especially wide-eyed at her son's appearance. The battle was the opposite of everything Lillian expected of Faerith. Instead of being graceful as he was just earlier, he moved more like a rabid animal, clawing and rampaging, using brute force to move forward in battle. He used magic, of course, but not as much as his use of weaponry and physical attacks. None of his movements were refined or especially interesting, but the power behind every one of them was certainly admirable. Lillian did not even get to process the transformation of Demiurge's form. It was sudden and unexpected, much like Faerith's performance. Even the cult members and leaders were shocked by the sight, only now seeing a physical embodiment of the one they worshipped. Demiurge and Faerith clashed, the two of them meeting in close combat. Faerith lunged and jumped at every opportunity he got, using wooden weapons that appeared out of thin air to attack Demiurge. With every attack, Lillian began noticing that Faerith became more and more reckless, more brutal in his attacks. Even his eyes, which from afar could be seen to have changed colors, glanced voracious. Like a hungry beast looking down on its prey. His body became more and more battered by the second, blood dripping down on the destroyed floor. Then, out of nowhere, Adelaide and Sylvia began to move. Thawed out, they went forward at about the same time, Adelaide drawing a spear, and Sylvia sending her army forward. Adelaide charged straight at the Demiurge, going up next to Faerith to attack. That's when something unexpected happened. Faerith attacked Adelaide, the one closest to him, with a rain of wind blades. She, of course, was able to avoid them, but the occurrence was odd. That oddity continued when Sylvia sent her spectral knights forward, as Faerith began to attack them too. His focus seemed to have shifted from Demiurge to them, to whoever was closest to him. It was then where his eyes seemed truly crazed. Bleary, wide, and unstable. He manifested spears and guns and used them against the knights and Adelaide, charging at them with all his might. Lillian wasn't confused, but conflicted. Faerith was in a state of rampage, just as she had wondered. With the sudden burst of power he had gained, it would be easy to assume that the toll to the power was heavy as well. She didn't know what to do. Should she just watch and hope Faerith went back to normal? The faint possibility of him suddenly regaining his senses and go back to attacking Demiurge. Or, should she stop him, outing a secret? She wouldn't reveal even if Silvervale and her entire family were killed, but stopping the cultists. She recalled her memories of Ural's temple, and the time she stole a quick glance at her status window. She would have never believed what she saw. Written there. The same class she had obtained in-game without any description or information, candidate. This time, along with the class, was a skill she had obtained. She was able to use it once every 200 days, and had been saving it for any important battles. This was, in her definition, not an important battle, rather a minor one. Should she use this important skill now, or save it until next time? That was something she had no idea about. Though, when she saw Faerith fight Adelaide and Sylvia, she realized that maybe this battle was important after all. Demiurge wasn't much of a threat, at least for now, but Faerith certainly was. With no other choice, and control returning to her body, she picked up her sword and walked forward toward battle, the world passing by her. Let's do this. Right in front of everyone, she raised her blade up high in the air. Faerith might have wondered he was the one who was going to end the battle, but it seemed like she would have to steal his spotlight. The skill was nameless, but its description was very clear. With conviction came miracles, and it would grant those miracles. Her conviction placed on her blade, she closed her eyes to take in the sound around her. At a moment of brief silence, she cut down, much to everyone's surprise, as Demiurge simply disappeared. Of course, miracles always came with a price, the death, and this was not an expectation, for with ground, death of Demiurge, disaster only sprung more. Faerith stopped moving and limped to the ground, not unconscious, but empty. Flames then burst and consumed his forest. At that moment, the world thawed, and conflict began to brew, louder than ever. The cultist began to move again, and the monsters started to rampage once more. The world spun on its head, but that wasn't where the price stopped. There was one more reason Lillian never wanted to use this skill. Explosion rang around her, forming a ring of flame, so hot that they blocked her from the outside world. She was not protected, but imprisoned, with only death to await her. Rushing out would simply be foolish, and not something she would try to attempt. So, she sat on the ground, when a faint silhouette came rushing toward her. From outside the ring, a recovered Faerith, seeing explosions go off around Lillian, took off running, once more escaping the grasp of both Sylvia and Adelaide. His hands reached out toward her, and Lillian smiled, flattered that her rival would reach out to save her life. Flames came closer to the center and consumed her, as a mechanical voice fell on deaf ears. Class, candidate, is executing function, elevator. Faerith ran with all his remaining might. The cost had been too large, and he had hurt too many people. His rival had sacrificed herself in a shocking dissolution of Demiurge, and it was all for his sake. He couldn't say this wasn't the ending he deserved. History is written by side of those who won and survived. Sadly, he wasn't quite there. He reached out his hand toward Lillian, the last thing he felt capable of before the end of his story. The devil was silent, its voice gone from Ferret's head, the reason unclear. If it was due to this mistake, then what was he to do? His eyes dimmed, losing most of their color and vigor, as the world disappeared. He reached his hand out for nothing, no one there to save, just like always. For some reason, he remained cool, even as his very world crumbled, eyes cold and blood frozen over. He closed his eyes for what he wondered would be the last time, and let the world consume him. An unknown force is executing function, elevator.